Chapter 1001 Seemingly Unsolvable. But, so many people were fighting there, how could it be so easy for one person to grab two? When he squeezed out of the crowd, he found that the side of a cauliflower had been oxidized, but he didn't notice it when he just took it. When he squeezed into the crowd again, the miserable state of the cauliflower on the table was no different from what Tanaka Hui saw. Helpless, Yang Ming had to take both cauliflowers back. When he showed them to Tanaka Hui just now, according to Tanaka Hui's side angle, he should not have noticed that there was something wrong with his cauliflower, otherwise, according to Tanaka Hui's character, she would definitely not accept the intact one. But, what should I do now? Yang Ming looked at the innocent cauliflower on the table, and the dark brown spots looked particularly glaring. If I use white vinegar to treat it a little bit first, the dark spots should be removed. Yang Ming thought so. But, if I do that? Yang Ming looked up at Shinomiya Kojiro, who was sitting on the sofa with his hands crossed on his chest, looking like he was in control of life and death. He really couldn't confirm one thing. If he did this, it would definitely not be in line with the recipe. So, would he be expelled from school? While Yang Ming was still thinking about a solution, Tanaka Hui on the side was still immersed in the joy of the unexpected turn of events. She had just seen the yellow and black cauliflowers with missing arms and legs, and almost thought that they were hopeless. The oxidized cauliflower she brought back was lonely in the corner of the kitchen counter. Next to it, the vegetables washed with clean water looked particularly bright in color. If this cauliflower is used to make French jelly, the dark and light colors overlap, and Megami Tadakuro can already imagine how mismatched the finished product will be. White asparagus and green asparagus are the easier parts to handle among these ingredients. Just cut off the roots and the bottom, and keep the middle part. Zucchini is also called white melon. Just looking at its appearance, Megami Tadakuro can't understand why it is a relative of pumpkin. It has nothing in common with pumpkin except that they are both so thick-skinned. The washed zucchini is a bit slippery. Megami Tadakuro carefully cut it in half, removed the seeds inside, and then cut it into long strips of moderate thickness. As for the cucumber skin, Tanamo Hui's deft hands quickly peeled off its outer skin completely, and when cutting it into strips, she tried to keep the length and thickness consistent with the zucchini, so that the subsequent French jelly would be more in line with the aesthetic of French cuisine. The full-shaped, straight, and sword-like, horn-shaped and tender green okra is relatively simple to handle. After cleaning, cut off the pointed stalks on it first, then cut off the edges and corners, evenly apply salt and then wipe the surface clean, so that some of the liquid in the okra can be slightly removed and the taste can be improved. When handling cauliflower, you need to be more careful. Tianzuo carefully cut off the stems of the cauliflower with spring rain, and then use a knife to slightly scratch the cauliflower into small pieces. In this process, try to keep each small piece intact. Well, it looks good. Tianzuo certainly won't make any mistakes in handling vegetables. After the small umbrella-shaped cauliflower is divided and placed on the plate, only the cabbage is left. For cabbage, Tianzuo has a special processing technique. First, soak the cabbage in the previously boiled water for a while, and then the cabbage becomes soft and tough. The leaves are not only easy to tear off, but also the integrity of the leaves can be guaranteed as much as possible. The water used for the whole dish was the French clear soup prepared by Shinomiya Kojiro in advance, which made Tanaka Hui have a little favor for him. You see, he is not that difficult. Tanaka Hui tasted some clear soup in private. The taste is fragrant and not strong, especially suitable for vegetable and fruit dishes. Shinomiya Kojiro's attainments in French cuisine and vegetable and fruit dishes can be seen. After all the vegetables are cut, they must be blanched in water first, boiled in the pot separately, and then immediately picked up and put in ice water. After cooling down, take it out and drain it completely. The next step is, find a mold, put the cabbage leaves on the bottom layer, put white asparagus on the second layer, put on the third layer, add some clear soup to each layer. A few months ago, Tanaka Hui, who still had a little knowledge of French cuisine, could not make the French jelly skillfully and quickly even after cramming, and could only follow the recipe given by Shinomiya step by step. Put the neatly arranged boxes filled with cabbage in the refrigerator, and the whole dish is almost done. The rest is to wait for the vegetables and the broth to mix and become frozen. Tanaka Hui stretched comfortably and looked around. The classmates around her were still nervously processing the ingredients. Although she was much slower than others in finding the ingredients, her speed in processing the vegetables was unmatched by others. Hey! Yang Ming, you haven't finished yet. When Tanaka Hui saw Yang Ming, she was a little surprised. They had been together as partners for so many cooking classes, and she was of course very familiar with the speed of her friend. Yang Ming started so much earlier than her. To be honest, she would not be surprised even if he said that the dish was finished now. But now, he is still processing the ingredients. Yes, the movements are a little slow. Yang Ming lowered his head, and his long bangs covered his eyes, making it difficult for Taniko Hui to see what he was thinking. Is that so? Although she was still a little confused, Tianzuo did not continue to talk. Instead, she noticed something on Yang Ming's cooking table that she had not used before. What is this? Tianzuo picked it up and looked at it, and said in a questioning tone, white wine vinegar. This dish doesn't seem to need this, right? Hearing this, Yang Ming paused while cutting vegetables, glanced at the white bottle in Tianzuo's hand, thought for a while and said, I just took the wrong one. His expression has always been like that, and Tianzuo couldn't find anything from his face, so she had to stare at him suspiciously. In order to remove the dark spots on the oxidized cauliflower, Yang Ming thought of using acetic acid with reducing properties to react with it. The ordinary acetic acid taste is too strong, which conflicts with the light and slightly sweet taste of this vegetable jelly. He had to compromise and choose the transparent and slightly sour white wine vinegar. In addition, black vinegar will also pollute this cool color, hoping to make up for it a little. Chapter 1002 Confrontation. The sour taste of ordinary vinegar is too strong, which conflicts with the light and slightly sweet taste of this vegetable jelly. He had to compromise and choose the transparent and slightly sour white wine vinegar. Moreover, black vinegar will also pollute this cool color, hoping to make up for it a little. The bottle of white wine vinegar in Tianzuo's hand was just taken from the seasoning area by him, but he forgot to put it back. Really? Tianzuo opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, and heard Shigong Kojiro's dissatisfied voice, the black-haired girl over there. Didn't I say not to communicate? Black-haired girl? Who is it? Tianzuo looked around and found that everyone was staring at him. Then he realized it, stuck out his tongue embarrassedly, put down the bottle and ran to the refrigerator to look at his own cooking. At this time, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sour taste of the processed cauliflower. How to cover it up? I had to make a French clear soup with a slightly stronger taste. A little flaw in appearance, in order to correct it, he seems to need to do more and more. Everyone around him had almost finished, so he had to hurry up. But before that, he had something to do. Yang Ming stepped out and said, Chef Shinomiya, I have a question. Shinomiya Kojiro looked over. Yang Ming put the bad cauliflower in front of him. Yang Ming asked Chef Shinomiya, there is something wrong with this ingredient. Shinomiya Kojiro looked at Yang Ming and said calmly, I know. Then, the one who manages the ingredients should be Senior Shinomiya, who is the supervisor, so is this considered a dereliction of duty for you as the chef? Yang Ming smiled. It seemed that it was because of the word dereliction of duty, and it seemed that because Yang Ming's words were mocking him, Shinomiya Kojiro became angry. He slammed the table hard and stood up suddenly, his eyes were stern and inviolable, with unquestionable authority. You little brat! Do you know who you are talking to? He asked harshly. Hearing Shinomiya Kojiro's roar, Tanshoke was stunned, and even the others were stunned. At this moment, a voice came slowly from outside the door. It seems to be a bit noisy. While speaking, Totsuki's head chef walked in slowly from the door. Shinomiya chef, what are you doing? Dojimajin looked at Shinomiya Kojiro who stood up with his hands on the table and a stern look in his eyes. Humph! Shinomiya Kojiro snorted lightly and stood up straight. In front of Dojimajin, he seemed to be in awe. He is questioning my qualifications as a chef and thinks that I am negligent in my work. This is a complete challenge to the chef's authority. Dojimajin glanced at Yang Ming, do you have anything to say? He turned his eyes to Yang Ming. I think Chef Shigong was negligent in managing the ingredients, which led to mistakes in the assessment. That's why I questioned him. I didn't expect Chef Shigong to be so excited. Since Director Dojima is here, please judge for yourself. Yang Ming said calmly, and told everything that happened before. Being questioned in front of Dojimajin, Shinomiya Kojiro's face was naturally not good, especially since he regarded Yang Ming as his employee, so he was even more angry. He said sternly, I have all the authority here, so there is no doubt. As for the question you mentioned, I can tell you very clearly that this is also one of the tests. Test? Yang Ming asked back, what a shocking test. Shinomiya Kojiro's glasses glowed white, staring at Yang Ming and saying word by word, it seems that you may have very advanced cooking skills, but your use of them is terrible. The cauliflower in poor condition was deliberately mixed in by me to reduce the number of qualified people. Cauliflower itself has 3 special features: easy to oxidize, easy to damage, and difficult to cook. It is also one of the vegetables that needs to be handled carefully. All the idiots who lose their composure and fail to distinguish this will be judged as failing by me. The same goes for idiots who are too slow to get good ingredients. Hearing this, the students who had accidentally received the damaged cauliflower before suddenly froze up, and their movements stopped. They looked dazed and desperate. The students who had received the good cauliflower before breathed a sigh of relief, but became more cautious. Seeing the expressions of the people around him, Shinomiya Kojiro didn't care, and his eyes were still cold. He had decided that no matter whether Yang Ming modified the recipe to make delicious dishes, or just used the damaged cauliflower to make dishes according to his own recipes, he would not let Yang Ming pass. His chef. His decision was unquestionable. At this time, if it weren't for Dojima-jin, Shinomiya Kojiro would have fired Yang Ming long ago. Yang Ming did not refute, he just said calmly, in this case, can I modify the recipe to deal with the damaged cauliflower to make up for my mistake? Chef Shigong stared at Yang Ming and said lightly, didn't you understand what I said? You have already failed. How ridiculous. Yang Ming heard this, without the slightest panic, but laughed. You asked me if I saw it before, of course I saw it, and because I saw it, I hope it was your mistake, not your deliberate act, but I heard you say that I was wrong. You deliberately set up such a trap to reduce the number of people who passed, right? That's right. Shigong Kojiro nodded without concealment. When Yang Ming heard this, he took a step forward, looked at Shigong Kojiro, and asked word by word, then let me ask you, what is the purpose of residential training? Is it to assess students? And inviting graduates to serve as chefs for assessment, is it to select outstanding students? If so, Shigong Kojiro naturally knew about these. After all, he had also participated in residential training, and therefore, he entered the autumn selection and eventually became one of the top 10. However, seeing Yang Ming questioning him in this tone, he was a little angry. What does this have to do with me? You have been eliminated and lost the qualification for the competition. So, I just feel funny, why was I eliminated? Can you give a reason? Yang Ming smiled coldly and interrupted the words of Shigong Kojiro in front of him. Humph, of course it's because you chose the damaged cauliflower. With a cold snort, Shigong Kojiro's eyes widened, looking angry. Chapter 1003, Each Effort. So, I just feel funny, why was I eliminated? Can you give a reason? Yang Ming smiled coldly and interrupted the words of Shigong Kojiro in front of him. Humph, of course it's because you chose the damaged cauliflower. With a cold snort, Shigong Kojiro's eyes widened, looking angry. Yes, that's it. Yang Ming sneered as usual, not moved by the fierce look of Shinomiya Kojiro. He continued his words, then I will ask you now, Senior Dojima, should a damaged cauliflower be eliminated? Should an excellent student be eliminated? This is a bit too much. Dojima-jin frowned and looked at Shinomiya Kojiro, saying, it is true that you should not set a trap that will inevitably lead to elimination. Even if you want to test the student's eyesight, there should be enough intact cauliflowers, right? If there are enough, then the assessment will not be. Shinomiya Kojiro wanted to argue, but Yang Ming would not give him such a chance. He said again, I think I should have the right to modify the recipe. After all, it is impossible to make a perfect dish according to your recipe. Shinomiya Kojiro was about to refute, but was interrupted by someone again. Yes, yes. Inui Hinateko didn't know what was going on behind Shinomiya Kojiro. How can you set up a loophole that is destined to fail the assessment? You should give them the right to modify the recipes, maybe they can create better dishes. Senior Shinomiya is really a stubborn person, a narcissist. She kept talking in Shinomiya's ear. Suddenly, Shinomiya Kojiro, who was already a little irritated before, turned pale. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Inui Hinateko's head. Hinateko, shut up. It's impossible to modify the recipe. As the head chef, my recipe is unquestionable. Shinomiya Kojiro questioned Dojima-jin, when you came for the assessment, you said that we, as the head chef, have all the authority, right? That's right, but Yang Ming is an elite talent of Totsuki, you have no doubt about this, right? Just based on this reason, I really can't convince the commander-in-chief to fire them. Dojima-jin looked at Shinomiya Kojiro with a clear sense of pressure in his eyes. Shinomiya Kojiro also had to give in. He took a deep breath. Okay, since Senior Dojima has said so, then I will make an exception and allow you to modify the recipe. However, if you cannot make a better dish than before, you will fail. You must drop out. No problem, Yang Ming shrugged. Although the recipe is allowed to be modified, the ingredients are still 9, including damaged cauliflower. For Yang Ming, this is not very difficult. The key to this French jelly of 9 vegetables is to perfectly blend the flavors of the 9 vegetables. Looking at the ingredients in front of him, Yang Ming first cut the zucchini, carrots, green asparagus, white asparagus, corn shoots, cucumbers, okra, etc. and rinsed them repeatedly until there were no impurities, then began to steam and boil them, then removed the residue, put them into the pot and boiled them, added enough water, and began to steam and boil. During this period, Yang Ming kept turning the ingredients and repeatedly treated the cauliflower with vinegar, which has a bleaching effect, until the color of the cauliflower became normal. At the same time, he did not forget to open the sharingan to observe and control the heat. Controlling the heat is extremely important for a chef, so Yang Ming's sharingan can also be said to be extremely important. Dojima-jin, Shinomiya Kojiro, and Inui Hinateko, who were watching from the side, were somewhat thoughtful. They understood the strength of Yang Ming's so-called sharingan. Although his method was very ordinary, his control of the heat was really amazing, and the taste of the 8 ingredients was perfectly blended together. The next step is the most critical step. Yang Ming selected the tenderest cabbage heart in the middle of the cabbage, washed it and put it in a colander, and poured it from the top with the hot water used to steam the vegetables. The cabbage heart gradually spread out into a petal shape due to the heat, and continued to pour until the cabbage heart was completely cooked and soft. This method of cooking is completely a Chinese cooking method. After everything was done, Yang Ming began to imitate the method of magic spicy tofu. He began to spend time processing each ingredient to improve the taste. Different processing is carried out according to different ingredients and different compatibility, so that the taste of the 9 ingredients can reach the corresponding level without overemphasizing any one of them. These things are enough. It took Yang Ming 30 minutes, and some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Finally, he put the 9 kinds of vegetables into the mold, put on the protective film, and started freezing. The temperature was 0 degrees, and the time was 1 hour. And a certain temperature adjustment was required during this period. This can only be done when the sharingan is activated. Otherwise, you can't know the situation inside the freezer with your naked eyes. No wonder Chef Shigong is so confident. Yang Ming really thinks it's very troublesome to get started. The energy consumed by this dish alone is enough to make that kind of dish more than a dozen times before, and it's not so mentally exhausting. While Yang Ming was cooking, Tanaka Hui, who was in the same group with him, was also concentrating on the work at hand. Tanaka Hui on the side was immersed in the joy of the twists and turns. She just saw the yellow and black cauliflowers with broken arms and legs, and almost thought they were hopeless. The oxidized cauliflower she brought back was lonely in the corner of the kitchen table. Next to it, the vegetables washed with clean water looked particularly bright in color. If this cauliflower is used to make French jelly, the dark and light colors overlap each other, and Megami Tadokuro can already imagine how mismatched the finished product will be. White asparagus and green asparagus are the easier parts to handle among these ingredients. Just cut off the roots and the bottom and keep the middle part. Zucchini is also called white melon. Just looking at its appearance, Megami Tadokuro can't understand that it is actually a relative of pumpkin. It has nothing in common with pumpkin except that it is so thick-skinned. The washed zucchini is a bit slippery. Megami Tadokuro carefully cut it in half, removed the seeds inside, and then cut it into long strips of moderate thickness. As for the cucumber skin, Tanaka Hui's deft hands quickly peeled off its outer skin, and when cutting the strips, she tried to keep the same length and thickness as the zucchini, so that the French jelly would be more in line with the aesthetics of French cuisine. The okra with a full shape, straight like a sword, and horn-shaped tender green color is relatively simple to handle. After scrubbing it clean, first cut off the pointed stem on it, then cut off the edges and corners, evenly apply salt and then wipe the surface clean, so that some of the okra's liquid can be slightly removed, and the taste can be improved. Chapter 1004 What is the intention of the 4 palaces? The okra with a full shape, straight like a sword, and horn-shaped tender green color is relatively simple to handle. After scrubbing it clean, first cut off the pointed stem on it, then cut off the edges and corners, evenly apply salt and then wipe the surface clean, so that some of the okra's liquid can be slightly removed, and the taste can be improved. When handling cauliflower, you need to be more careful. Tanaka Hawaii carefully cut off the stem of the cauliflower with scissors, and then use a knife to slightly cut the cauliflower into small pieces. In this process, try to keep each small piece intact. Well, it looks good. Tanaka Hawaii certainly won't make any mistakes in handling vegetables. After the small umbrella-shaped cauliflower is divided and placed on the plate, only the cabbage is left. Tanaka Hawaii has a special processing technique for cabbage. First, soak the cabbage in the previously boiled water for a while, and then the cabbage becomes soft and tough. Not only does it become easy to tear off the leaves, but the integrity of the leaves can be guaranteed as much as possible. The water used for the whole dish is the French clear soup prepared by Shinomiya Kojiro in advance, which makes Tanaka Hawaii have a little good impression of him. You see, he is not that difficult. Tanaka Hawaii tasted some clear soup privately. The taste is fragrant and not strong, especially suitable for vegetable and fruit dishes. Shinomiya Kojiro's attainments in French cuisine and vegetable and fruit cuisine are evident. After all the vegetables are cut, they must be blanched in water first, cooked separately in a pot, and then immediately picked up and placed in ice water. After cooling down, take it out and drain it completely. The next step is, find a mold, put the cabbage leaves on the bottom layer, the second layer on white asparagus, the third layer, add some clear soup to each layer. A few months ago, even if Tanaka Hawaii, who still had a vague understanding of French cuisine, had a hard time making up for it, she could not skillfully make the French jelly quickly, and could only follow the recipe given by Shinomiya step by step. Put the box filled with cabbage in a square shape in the refrigerator, and the whole dish is almost ready. The rest is to wait for the vegetables and the clear soup inside to mix and become jelly. Tanaka Hawaii stretched comfortably and looked around. The classmates around her were still nervously handling the ingredients. Although she was much slower than others in finding ingredients, she was so fast in processing vegetables that no one could catch up. Hey? Yang Ming, you haven't finished yet. When Tanaka Hawaii saw Yang Ming, she was a little surprised. They had been together for so many cooking classes as partners, so she was very familiar with her friend's speed. Yang Ming started so much earlier than her, so she wouldn't be surprised if he said that the food was done now. But now, he was still processing the ingredients. Yeah, I was a little slow. Yang Ming lowered his head, his long bangs covering his eyes, so that Tianzuowi couldn't see what he was thinking. Is that so? Although she was still a little confused, Tianzuowi didn't continue to talk, but she found something on Yang Ming's cooking table that she had never used before. This is... Tianzuowi picked it up and looked at it, and said in a questioning tone, white wine vinegar. It seems that this dish doesn't need this. Hearing this, Yang Ming's hand, which was cutting vegetables, paused for a moment, glanced at the white bottle in Tianzuowi's hand, thought for a while and said, I just took the wrong one. His expression, well, his expression has always been like that, and Tianzuowi couldn't find anything from his face, so she had to stare at him suspiciously. In order to remove the dark spots on the oxidized cauliflower, use acetic acid with reducing properties to carry out redox reaction with it. This is the method Yang Ming thought of. Ordinary vinegar has too strong a sour taste, which conflicts with the light and slightly sweet taste of this vegetable jelly. He had to compromise and choose the transparent and slightly sour white wine vinegar. Moreover, black vinegar would also pollute the cool color, hoping to make up for it a little. The bottle of white wine vinegar in Tianzuowi's hand was just taken from the seasoning area, but he forgot to put it back. Really? Tianzuowi opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, and heard Shigong Kojiro's dissatisfied voice, the black-haired girl over there. Didn't I say not to communicate? Black-haired girl? Who is it? Tianzuowi looked around and found that everyone was staring at him. Then he woke up, stuck out his tongue embarrassedly, put down the bottle and ran to the refrigerator to look at his own dishes. At this time, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone around him had almost finished, so he had to hurry up. When the time was almost up, Tanaka Hawaii took out the fresh keeping box from the refrigerator, gently poured the French jelly in it onto the chopping board, picked up the kitchen knife, cut a piece of the neatly stacked French jelly into a porcelain plate, and then garnished it with special sauce. It really looks good. The French jelly arranged in order according to Shigong's recipe was wrapped in green cabbage into a small square box, starting from the yellow corn shoots at the top, and then divided into layers of different colors, all the way to the white and green emerald color composed of cauliflower and okra at the bottom. The whole dish shone like a transparent glass under the light. Then now, let's take it to the teacher. Tanaka Hue looked at the masterpiece in his hand with satisfaction and walked to the podium. Not up to standard. At this time, Shimiya Kojiro was not in a good mood. He took a bite of the French jelly made by the boy in front of him and sighed in his heart. How did this kind of stuff get to this point? He really wanted to spit out this mouthful of food. Didn't the recipe clearly state that vegetables only need to be blanched when they are processed? What's the matter with the feeling of chewing dregs in his mouth? But... Teacher. The boy obviously didn't expect this result and panicked, but saw Shimiya Kojiro waving his hand. Next. The next one was Tadakuro Megami. Teacher, please taste it. Tadakuro Megami gently placed the plate in his hand on the table in front of Shimiya. Very good. This was Shimiya's first impression of Tadakuro Megami's cooking. 9 treasure vegetable French jelly, this dish is considered his early work, and of course it is relatively simple for him. Although there are many kinds of vegetables used, making this dish only requires the basic skills of a chef, the blending of flavors and a keen grasp of the appearance of food. Not only in the residential training at UNU, but also when he trained new chefs in his own restaurant, he would use this dish as a test question. Chapter 1005 It's time to show off. 9 treasure vegetable French jelly, this dish is one of his early works, and of course it is relatively simple for him. Although there are many kinds of vegetables used, making this dish only requires the basic skills of a chef, the blending of flavors and a keen grasp of the appearance of food. Not only in the residential training at UNU, but also when he trained new chefs in his own restaurant, he would use this dish as a test question. But very few people can make the word appearance so vividly. The cooking and processing time given in the recipe are all approximate numbers. After all, the time required will vary accordingly depending on the water temperature and ingredients. Like the French jelly of the boy just now, the ingredients lost their original color due to the long cooking time, which made people lose their appetite. But this girl's work, with its bright and colorful colors, looks exactly the same as the dish in his restaurant, and it doesn't look like it was made by a student at all. What's your name? Shinomiya Kojiro suddenly asked. Ah? Me? My name is Tadakuro Megami. Tadakuro Megami had no idea what was going on. Why did the teacher in front of her ask her name after looking at her food for a while? Did he notice me talking to Yang Ming? Tanaka Hue muttered in her heart. Tanaka Hue. Shigong Kojiro silently recited the name, picked up the knife and fork, and gently cut off a whole piece from the bottom of the whole French jelly. The crystal vegetable jelly at the tip of the fork slid into his mouth, and as he chewed, the taste of various vegetables came out together. It was not a baptism of taste like a storm, but a place where people were in a dense forest of vegetables with endless aftertaste. Shigong Kojiro felt as if he was lying in the middle of the countryside. He stood up and looked, and the fields planted with various vegetables stretched from in front of him to the distant horizon, stretching as far as the eye could see. The taste of each vegetable is so clear, the sweet taste keeps rippling in the heart, the taste buds on the tip of the tongue keep telling their joy, the okra tastes soft and not sticky, the cabbage is fresh and sweet, the cauliflower is crisp and juicy. There is no place of disharmony, each vegetable plays its due role full time, and the significance of the 9 treasure French vegetable jelly is fully reflected. Tadakuro, you are qualified. Putting down the knife and fork, Shigong Kojiro's words finally made Tadakuro next to him relieved. Wait. Shigong Kojiro's eyes flickered, as if he was making a decision. Is there anything else? Tadakuro was about to take the plate back, but was suddenly called. You should know who I am. Shigong Kojiro asked. Yet. Tadakuro nodded. Are you kidding? Shino's boss, the first Japanese to receive the Prusper medal, known as the vegetable cooking magician, Shinomiya Kojiro. Anyone who knows a little about the Japanese cuisine world, who would not know this person who spreads Asian food culture in Paris? It's like this, Shino's may open a branch in Tokyo recently. If you want to intern there, you can contact me. Shinomiya Kojiro's tone was very calm, but it was heard by the students around him, but it was like a storm. What? That girl was invited to intern at Shino's. Shino's is going to open a branch in Tokyo? Haha. French food in Tokyo is going to be lively now. Some people are also concerned about another issue. Okay. I will seriously consider it. Tanamo Megami was hit by a pie for no reason and was a little dizzy. She didn't do anything. Shinomiya Kojiro didn't think his words were abrupt. The girl in front of him had a good affinity with vegetables, which should be a perfect match for Shino's, a French restaurant with vegetable dishes as its main selling point. Field training in restaurants outside is a compulsory project for students of Totsuki Academy. Only by facing customers in restaurants can they find the meaning of their own cooking. However, most students find their own internship restaurants. There are very few students who are directly invited by Totsuki graduates like this. Okay, next one. At this moment, there is only one Yang Ming left. Tadakuro frowned with some worry. Yang Ming was in a hurry to fight and did not prepare the ingredients. In addition, the broccoli was damaged. It was really a genius who knew how far he could go. Tadakuro was very concerned about whether Yang Ming could pass Shinomiya's review. After all, not to mention Shinomiya Kojiro's difficulties with Yang Ming, it was a difficult point to make a dish that satisfied him with that kind of ingredients. Soma Yukihiro was also obviously looking forward to it, while Arina was a little nervous. Jin Dojima frowned slightly, thinking about the steps Yang Ming took when making the dishes. What kind of surprise would that process, which was completely different from the normal method, bring them, or would it be a show of force? But it shouldn't happen, after all, he is the legendary person in the Naruto world. Shinomiya also looked at Yang Ming coldly, waiting for Yang Ming to make the French jelly of 9 kinds of vegetables, and then give a good comment to let Yang Ming know the consequences of questioning the chef. However, if he can make a dish that satisfies me enough, I can forgive him. While everyone was waiting, Yang Ming finally took out the dish from the freezer. The moment he took it out, a dazzling rainbow flashed by, as if the French jelly of 9 kinds of vegetables really turned into a rainbow. Everyone was a little stunned. They couldn't help but rub their eyes. They saw that the 9 kinds of vegetable French jelly, although they didn't have that dazzling rainbow light, were still very stunning. The outer layer of jelly was clear and transparent, and the vegetables inside were clearly colored, like a rainbow. Dojima-jin first lowered his head to smell it, and nodded in praise. It's clear to the bottom, like spring water, and the vegetables inside are like a rainbow, with bright colors and fragrant aromas. Not bad. Yang Ming stood aside, smiling but not saying anything. When Chien Hinata heard what Dojima-jin said, he couldn't wait to pick up the fork and knife and cut off a piece, tasted it, her eyes lit up, twinkling with little stars. It's so delicious. This French jelly looks very clear on the outside, but it tastes very different. 9 flavors are mixed together, as if tasting 9 dishes at the same time, it's so good. At this point, she saw that Shigong Kojiro hadn't eaten yet, and hurriedly said, Shigong Sr., you should try it too. Shigong Kojiro nodded, then tasted it, frowned, and then ate a small bite of the vegetable, and his brows sank even more. Chapter 1006 Ordinary Yang Ming. At this point, she saw that Shigong Kojiro hadn't eaten yet, and hurriedly said, Shigong Sr., you should try it too. Shigong Kojiro nodded, then tasted it, frowned, and then ate a small bite of the vegetable, and his brows sank even more. How is it possible? How could he perfectly combine 9 kinds of French jelly? He only ate 1 piece, but he could taste 6 flavors at the same time. Moreover, these flavors kept coming at him, as if he was trapped in a food paradise. He kept moving forward. Every time he moved forward, he could see completely different scenery, which made him unable to extricate himself. He kept cutting it, 1 piece after another, all from different directions. However, the taste kept changing, and every time it was a mixture of 6 flavors. This is impossible. Seeing the change in Shimiya Kojiro's expression, Dojima-jin immediately smiled and asked him, Why? Chef Shimiya, do you think it's not delicious? Shimiya Kojiro took a deep breath. He couldn't give a failing grade. This dish was more perfect than the one in his recipe. It was a bit unwilling to admit failure. But even if he was unwilling, could he still give a failing grade? In any case, this dish had far exceeded his expectations. Whether it was creativity, appearance, or the wonderful taste, it had reached the level of a chef. It is even possible that even he cannot make it, because he has no creativity. Thinking of this, Shinomiya Kojiro's mind immediately replayed the previous scenes, and he immediately showed an awakened expression. He gently put down the tableware, sat down on the chair, and sighed, I know. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, looked at the smiling Dojima Jin, and then looked at Yang Ming, and said, "Passed, and thank you." Dojima Jin immediately laughed, and looked at Yang Ming with a look of relief. He really didn't expect Yang Ming to be able to make such a dish, and what he didn't expect was that just this dish alone could make up for Shinomiya Kojiro's flaws. Perhaps this is the beauty of a chef, while bringing people delicious food, it can also convey all kinds of thoughts and emotions. Chef Shinomiya saw what he had lost in this dish, and thus found the direction to move forward again in the lost direction. There are some things I don't understand. Shinomiya Kojiro looked at Yang Ming. Where? Shinomiya Kojiro thought for a moment and said, "When I tasted this dish just now, I found that the heat and the processing of ingredients have reached an extreme. That should be a very advanced cooking skill, right?" "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "I also found that you not only reached the extreme heat and processing of this dish, but also developed each ingredient when processing it, and developed 9 kinds of vegetables to the extreme, right? Did you see all this? You are worthy of being a graduate." Yang Ming was stunned and nodded slightly, "Not bad. But if all 9 kinds of dishes are fully developed, how to combine them together? Is it to adjust the temperature during freezing, or has it been arranged before?" Hearing this, everyone around was stunned. The former shows that Yang Ming's control of temperature and heat has reached an extremely exaggerated level, and the latter represents that Yang Ming's cooking skills have reached a level beyond imagination. They all looked at Yang Ming and hoped that he would give an answer. However, Yang Ming gave Shinomiya Kojiro a very charming smile, and then said 2 very annoying words, "Guess." Shinomiya Kojiro was stunned when he heard it. Dojima Jin also smiled bitterly and shook his head, and Inui Hinateko even laughed out loud, and found Shinomiya Kojiro's frustrated look funny. Shinomiya Kojiro was not angry either. Although he didn't know why Yang Ming didn't want to say it, he thought it should be the secret of the bottom of the box. He didn't continue to ask, and said, "What was the light emitted by the food before? Is it a chemical reaction in molecular gastronomy?" Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, "Guess. Guess your sister." Shinomiya Kojiro was completely speechless. Is Yang Ming playing him completely? He didn't want to say anything. Seeing this, Jin Dojima laughed and said to Shinomiya Kojiro, "Shinomiya, instead of asking him here, you might as well do more research on your own. Maybe you can develop a new dish." Hearing this, Shinomiya Kojiro also knew what Jin Dojima meant, but he was as a chef, he still felt a little depressed that he couldn't know the secrets of cooking. "I know. Well done." Dojima Jin walked to Yang Ming, his face full of satisfaction. Yang Ming smiled faintly, "It's just so-so." Dojima Jin. Dojima Jin finally understood what Shigong felt just now. Yang Ming's indifferent tone that made people feel so annoyed was really annoying. The students around him gradually regained their composure. The students who failed or passed the assessment also left here with a lot of discussions. They didn't see the hidden meaning in it, but they could only think that this cooking course was really wonderful. Irina was still here, but her expression was much more relaxed than the previous nervous and hesitant look. Although she still pretended to ignore Yang Ming when she saw him, Yang Ming still keenly captured that little bit of joy. Irina seemed to have noticed this, too. She came over and said in a cover-up, "What a pity, I didn't see a fool challenge the chef Shinomiya and get expelled. That's really disappointing, but I seem to remember that a certain lady was very nervous before. Was she worried about this fool?" Yang Ming looked at Irina with some amusement. "Do you think I would come to see you just because I'm worried?" Irina said expressionlessly, and then looked at Yang Ming with a look that could freeze people, "You think too much." "Okay." Yang Ming shrugged, and he said to Irina, "Speaking of which, I do need your help with something, if you don't mind." "Don't dream." Irina snorted coldly and walked out. "She's really arrogant." Yang Ming complained. At this time, Megami Tadakuro and Soma Yukihira also came over. "I was really worried about you just now. If you fail, it will be terrible. Chef Shinomiya is not such an easy person to get along with." "Yeah, even I was shocked." Soma Yukihira also had a frightened expression, but his eyes looked at the dishes on the left from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. "Isn't it okay?" Yang Ming smiled, "By the way, I have something else to do, you wait for me." After saying that, he walked towards Jin Dojima. Jin Dojima seemed to be waiting for him to come over, and the two walked to a place near the corner. Chapter 1007 Becoming a Son-in-Law? Isn't it okay? Yang Ming smiled, "By the way, I have something else to do, you wait for me." After saying that, he walked towards Jindojima. Jindojima seemed to be waiting for him to come over, and the two walked to a place near the corner. After this, Shigong should recall his greed. I think his achievements should not be limited to this. Then he nodded again. Of course, I didn't expect your strength to be so outstanding. That dish is really good. It just happens to be what I am best at. Yang Ming was not interested in continuing this topic. What do you want to tell me by hinting that I came here? Guess. Dojima-jin was in a good mood and laughed. Guess your sister. Yang Ming couldn't help rolling his eyes. Dojima-jin was obviously joking. You should be able to guess what I'm going to tell you, and it will be beneficial to you. Is it the autumn selection? Oh, you heard about it? Yes, it's the personnel for the autumn selection. Every chef is qualified to recommend one or several candidates to participate in the autumn selection. Dojima-jin saw that Yang Ming already knew it, so he stopped hiding it. The autumn selection is mainly to select 8 outstanding first-year students as the reserve for the top 10. Every year when graduation season is approaching, there will be a certain number of vacancies for the top 10, and that's when the competition is the most intense. And this time is different from usual, because the man Nagaritsuki is back, and he will definitely do something in it. Yang Ming was not particularly surprised when he heard the news. First of all, Totsuki itself is the rule of this competition, and he also has his own plans. Especially after experiencing this incident, he found that his previous direction was wrong and needed to be adjusted. His attainments in Western cuisine are too low. He hopes to face a stronger Western-style chef, challenge him head-on, and eventually learn his cooking methods. Secondly, he has already met Nagaritsuki, a man with extraordinary ambitions. So, in order to cope with possible challenges in the future, the Commander-in-Chief asked me to tell you something. After a pause, Dojima-jin spoke again. What is it? Well, you can also say it is the Commander-in-Chief's expectation of you. Dojima-jin said softly, speaking of which, the Commander-in-Chief is very optimistic about you, Yang Ming. So, the Commander-in-Chief asked me to tell you that if you can stop Nagaritsuki's conspiracy, he will marry Irina to you. It can't be so bloody, right? Yang Ming's eyes widened immediately. It's to find a suitable destination for Irina. You are the candidate and the only candidate. As long as you work harder to destroy Nagaritsuki's conspiracy, there will be no problem. There was no trace of joking on Dojima-jin's face. This way, the Commander-in-Chief doesn't have to worry about how Irina will inherit Totsuki in the future. Yang Ming was completely surprised. What's wrong? I think it's good. After hesitating for a while, Yang Ming finally answered, let the Commander-in-Chief worry about it first. It's too early to talk about this now. Yang Ming's answer did not surprise Dojima-jin too much. He touched his chin and nodded. Irina is indeed difficult to deal with. However, he couldn't help but urge Yang Ming. But you are the most suitable. Yang Ming was speechless. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, he looked at Dojima-jin and waved his hand, and he left here. On the way, Soma Yukihira suddenly said, let's have a competition? In tomorrow's class. Why? Yang Ming asked. Because I am very strong now, and the competition agreed with you should also come to an end. Everyone returned to the dormitory, and the group of people in Polar Star Dormitory celebrated and went crazy again. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Ming, Megami Tadakuro, and Soma Yukihira came to the location of today's assessment course. Just after arriving, they met Irina again, but she looked at Yang Ming expressionlessly and didn't say much. As if she was still angry, her secretary Nagito Hisako appeared beside her. When Nagito Hisako saw Yang Ming, she glanced away and ignored Yang Ming. Did I offend them? Yang Ming was stunned. When Soma Yukihira saw Irina, he seemed to have thought of something, and he walked over directly. Irina Nagari, please do me a favor. Irina glanced at Soma Yukihira and continued to do her own thing. Instead, it was Hisako Arado who said, transfer student, don't disturb Miss Irina. I just asked her to help as a judge to evaluate Yang Ming and my cooking, and judge whose cooking is better. Soma Yukihira looked directly at Irina and said, it should be easy for your divine tongue to do this, right? Hearing this, Irina seemed to be a little interested. You and him? Yes. Soma Yukihira nodded. It's true that people are with what they are with, and they are so overestimating their own abilities. Irina didn't think Soma Yukihira could beat Yang Ming. Are you despising Soma Yukihira, or are you scolding me? Yang Ming secretly complained in his heart. But it's good to have some fun when I'm bored. Irina snorted and agreed. At this moment, the chef finally arrived. He was an old man with a mustache. Judging from his clothes and appearance, he looked a bit like a Chinese. My name is Zhou Boking. I'm your chef this time. My course is very simple. It's to make dishes that satisfy me with noodles as the main dish, whether it's Italian noodles, Japanese ramen, or Chinese. Hearing this, Yukihira Soma's expression changed slightly, and his brows couldn't help but frowned. He didn't expect that the test this time would be a dish with noodles as the main dish. This is a great advantage for Yang Minglei. After all, there are countless dishes with noodles as the main dish in China. It's a dish with noodles as the main dish. Then Soma-kun is doomed to lose this time. Irina also looked away with some boredom. It seems that there is nothing good to watch this time. But Soma Yukihira did not give up. He took out some eggs, vegetables and pork from the cabinet where the ingredients were stored, and took a few pickled bamboo shoots and began to process them. First, he washed the vegetables and put them aside, and then he began to process the bamboo shoots. After these simple tasks were completed, he began to cut the pork, put it in the pot with the bones to make soup, and then put the cut fresh pork and the cleaned bamboo shoots into the soup pot to cook. Chapter 1008 Noodles. First, he washed the vegetables and put them aside, and then he began to process the bamboo shoots. After these simple tasks were completed, he began to cut the pork, put it in the pot with the bones to make soup, and then put the cut fresh pork and the cleaned bamboo shoots into the soup pot to cook. After cooking, pick it up and drain it, then cut it into thin slices and put it in boiling water for a while, then pour it into a soup bowl and pour in the boiling white pork bone soup. The series of movements were smooth and easy. The noodles were processed in a special way, making them thick, tough, and chewy. After he was done, he took out the pork bone soup and sprinkled it with chopped green onions. It was steaming hot, fragrant, and the color was like white jade. Even Chef Zhou was attracted. Come here. Chef Zhou took a sip first, and immediately a warm feeling spread from his mouth to his heart, and the fragrance surrounded his lips and teeth, which was indescribably comfortable. He praised, "The soup is thick and delicious, not fishy or smelly, fat but not greasy, this soup is really very good." Then he tasted the noodles again. The noodle knife is even more tough and powerful, and it tastes very chewy. If it is not impossible to give an excellent rating, I really want to give you an excellent rating. Hearing this evaluation, Irina also came over. Please taste. Soma Yukihira specially prepared 2 bowls, one of which was prepared for Irina. Irina also took a sip of the soup first, and when the tip of her tongue just touched the soup, she was slightly startled. The taste of this pork bone soup was not the slightest smell. If she hadn't seen Soma Yukihira making it here with her own eyes, she really thought that this soup was processed for a long time before it was born. Fresh but not greasy. Tender and slag-free. The noodles were also processed very well, far beyond the level of ordinary first-year students. It can be said that this person is definitely Yang Ming's rival. For some reason, after tasting this Japanese ramen, Irina's hostility towards Yukihira Soma increased instead of decreasing, and she even wanted to expel him from school. Pa, very good Japanese ramen. Yang Ming pointed at the ramen and said, "It seems that this should be because you often made ramen when you were in Yukihira." Yukihira Soma nodded, without denying that he was actually very good at ramen, much better than everyone imagined. After all, when they were in the restaurant, they were targeting civilians, so the dishes they made were not very advanced, mostly ordinary dishes, and ramen was naturally the most common one. "Aren't you going to start yet?" Irina heard this and heard Yang Ming's confidence, and she was looking forward to it. Yang Ming did not wait any longer. He started to make noodles. He took 4 pounds of flour, added water and a little salt, beat it into the shape of wheat ears, and then poured in an appropriate amount of water until it was smooth. Irina was disappointed to see that Yang Ming made such a bland dish. Yukihira Soma also frowned slightly. Is he not good at noodles? "Hisako, do you know what kind of dish Hansa-kun is going to make?" Irina asked in a low voice. She didn't know much about low-level dishes, let alone Chinese dishes. Shindo Hisako shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be bad." Although she was not very friendly to Yang Ming because of Alice's revenge on Irina, she also recognized Yang Ming's strength. Irina continued to look at Yang Ming and said no more. After the dough was kneaded, Yang Ming put the dough aside to wake up for a while, and then prepared half a pot of oil and placed it on the stove. When the people around saw it, they thought Yang Ming would just throw the dough into the oil pan. Who knew that Yang Ming picked up the dough and grabbed both ends of the dough, applying force evenly. Stretch, shake up and down. Cross and change positions, cross repeatedly. Make it into a twist shape, then put it on the table in a long strip, press the strip with both hands. With the left hand inward and the right hand outward, rub the strip hard, lift the two ends, shake and stretch, then put it on the chopping board, fold it in half, sprinkle with fermented flour, and the strips will not stick together. 1 buckle, a pair. 2 buckles, increasing to 4. 3 buckles. 4 buckles. 5 buckles. I saw that the noodles were getting thinner and thinner. When it came to the 10th buckle, there was silence all around, and everyone's eyes were focused, but they didn't speak, and even held their breath, fearing that if they yawned, the noodles as thin as hair would break. Irina's face was no longer calm. She opened her mouth slightly, stared at the noodles between Yang Ming's hands with her eyes wide open. She seemed to be extremely surprised. The chef Zhou next to her was even more surprised and happy. He wanted to learn from the noodles. 11th bend. 12 bends. Yang Ming folded the noodles in half and shook them to prevent them from sticking together. The noodles between his hands were like silver dancing wildly and like raging waves, which was very exciting. Enough, enough, don't pull it anymore, it will break if you pull it again. This sentence was the voice of everyone present. They really felt that it was enough. Everyone clenched their fists and the expressions on their faces changed from surprise to tension. But Yang Ming was no longer in the mood to take care of them. He focused on his ramen performance. Until the 14th bend, Yang Ming suddenly shook his hands violently, and the noodles were put in like a waterfall, as if a waterfall was displayed in front of everyone. Shocking! Everyone was shocked by the scene and even forgot to breathe. This is not cooking, it's clearly a performance. At the same time, some people secretly exclaimed, is this Chinese cuisine? After 14 deductions, Yang Ming finally stopped. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. What's so surprising about this skill? There are many in China, but I could only do 7 deductions at most before, and now it is easier to control, so I dare to do it. Yang Ming was amused to see everyone's surprised expressions. Is your noodle ready? Irina couldn't help but lean over and took a closer look at the hair-like silk-like object, and said in surprise. This is not noodles. Yang Ming shook his head. Then what is this? Irina was stunned. Did Yang Ming mix something in the noodles before? Yang Ming said seriously, it's noodles. Irina was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. Yang Ming. Yang Ming laughed, it's just a joke, Miss Irina, don't be angry. Hearing this, many students couldn't help but burst out laughing, and even Faishazi couldn't help laughing. Chef Zhou didn't seem to hear their conversation. He was still thinking about Yang Ming's actions. After a while, he suddenly asked, Student Yang Ming, your technique. It's just some simple techniques, just for entertainment. The real secret is in the last step. Yang Ming smiled. In fact, there are many ways to make this kind of noodles, but he was confident enough to fight with Yukihira Soma, so he didn't use his ultimate move. Chapter 1009, In the Name of Dragon's Whiskers. It's just some simple techniques, just for entertainment. The real secret is in the last step. Yang Ming smiled. In fact, there are many ways to make this kind of noodles, but he was confident enough to fight with Yukihira Soma, so he didn't use his ultimate move. He looked at the oil pan before, and without waiting for the oil to boil, he put a small part of the noodles into the oil pan, and then used chopsticks to constantly stir the noodles in the oil pan. Make the noodles even and not stranded. The noodles were fried until hard and light golden, and Yang Ming gently took the noodles out of the pan and put them on a plate. Sprinkle sugar and jam on the noodles, and add some vegetables to enhance the color. The name of the dish is Dragon's Beard. Yang Ming clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief, please taste it. Irina was the first to step forward and put the Dragon's Beard noodles into her mouth. Suddenly, Irina Nagiri picked up a golden noodle with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. As soon as the noodle entered her mouth, it was like a slippery dragon's beard, and it went directly into her stomach with a hissing sound. The crispy taste burst out on her tongue. Her expression suddenly changed, and she became unbelievable, staring at Yang Ming with wide eyes. This noodle. Crisp, sweet, oily but not greasy, and although it was fried, it was still full of the strength of noodles, not like ordinary fried food. The most important taste has exceeded the level of noodles and has completely risen to another level. It made Irina feel like she was a golden dragon flying above the 9 heavens, and she felt a little ecstatic. The Arato Hisako next to her widened her eyes. It was not because of the taste, but because of Irina's expression. At this moment, Irina had no queen demeanor at all. She ate a bowl of noodles in one gulp. And after finishing, she looked a little unsatisfied, as if she wanted another bowl. Irina also found that she seemed to have finished all the noodles. It was just one noodle, but it was rolled together. After she put the noodles into her mouth, she didn't stop at all, and couldn't stop. Her face was slightly red. This noodle is the best I've ever eaten. It's crispy and fragrant. Not bad. Is there any need to say this? You haven't eaten many noodles at all, right? Not to mention the Chinese dragon beard noodles. Yang Ming was a little amused by Irina's appetite, as if she had never seen the world. Soma Yukihira also tasted from another bowl, and immediately said, I lose, I can't make this kind of noodles. Although his expression was calm, there was still a huge wave in his heart, and he even roared, how can there be such a big gap? Obviously, when Yang Ming came to his family's Yukihira store before, he had gone through his father's hellish training, and their levels were almost the same. How long has it been? Yang Ming smiled, this is also because the theme of this time is noodles. Soma Yukihira shook his head, it's not this reason. Just based on the processing of the taste of noodles, I am not as good as you. I lost, but... His eyes once again changed from confusion to determination, I won't let you surpass me forever. The will to fight is really strong. Yang Ming smiled and did not refute. Suddenly someone shouted, Yang Ming Jun, you didn't just cook 2 bowls, did you? I want to try it too. Yang Ming turned around and saw that Tanamohue was also looking at him expectantly, as if she wanted to taste it, and the others were drooling all over the floor, looking eager to try it. He said to Chef Zhou, this doesn't comply with the regulations, right? Chef Zhou waved his hand, it doesn't matter. It's a good idea to come to Totsuki to see this kind of food. I didn't expect that Totsuki actually has students like you who are good at Chinese noodles. But don't let them try it now. Wait until the assessment is over, otherwise they will have a great impact on them. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They just joined in the fun before and it looked delicious, but it might be a bit exaggerated to say that it had an impact, right? Irina was helping at this moment. After saying a few words, she nodded, that's true. If you have tasted Yang Ming's dragon beard noodles, you will make unconscious comparisons when making noodles, and because the taste keeps replaying in your mind, it will also affect your production process. After hearing this, everyone immediately stopped questioning. No one would ignore Miss Irina's words. After all, she is one of the top 10 and also has the tongue of God. After that, a student who had passed the test came over. Yang Ming also put the rest of the noodles in the oil pan, fried them, put them in 2 large plates, and then put them there for people to taste. As soon as the dragon beard noodles were made, they were snapped up in an instant. Yet, delicious, delicious, it's worthy of affecting me. I feel that my mind is full of the taste of dragon beard now, and the whole person is a bit floating in the clouds. Yes, this dragon beard noodles is really good. Everyone's mouths were full of oil, and their faces were still unsatisfied, just regretting that there were too few noodles and too many wolves. The test at this moment was over easily for Yang Ming and his friends. Yang Ming approached Irina and wanted to ask her something. However, when he approached Irina and was still a distance away, he was blocked by Faishazi. The other party raised her head and stared at Yang Ming vigilantly, what are you going to do? I am your sister, how can I molest her? Yang Ming was speechless about Faishazi's vigilance, but he had something to do, I have something to do with Irina. Go ahead. Faishazi looked like you can say whatever you want in front of me, not thinking that she was a big light bulb at all. Okay. Yang Ming glanced at Irina, I want to ask you how to start a research club. You want to start a research club? Irina looked at Yang Ming with a little surprise, and then seemed to think of something, are you going to rob the Chinese cuisine research club? Hey? How is that possible? That belongs to my apprentice. Yang Ming was a little confused. He didn't seem to have told Irina about this matter. You know a lot about me, but instead of the trouble of robbing, it would be more convenient to create one yourself, and then use food battles to directly destroy the opponent, isn't it? Just like you do. Food battles. Irina sneered when she heard Yang Ming's words that were beyond her ability. Is it that simple? Even I know that I can propose to reduce the funding and activity classrooms of those unpopular clubs in the meeting, so as to force them to pin their hopes on food battles. If you want to create your own research institute, facing a newcomer like you will face suppression from many old research institutes. Those old research institutes have many members and huge power. They are all research institutes that are counted in the entire Totsuki. Do you think your newly created research institute can survive under their oppression? It's impossible. Irina said affirmatively. Chapter 1010 A Tiring Day. If you want to create your own research institute, facing a newcomer like you will face suppression from many old research institutes. Those old research institutes have many members and huge power. They are all research institutes that are counted in the entire Totsuki. Do you think your newly created research institute can survive under their oppression? It's impossible. Irina said affirmatively. That's right. Yang Ming nodded, and just when Irina thought that the other party was going to give up, he suddenly said, what if I pose a big enough threat? Threat? Irina looked at Yang Ming with an idiotic look. Let's not talk about whether you can threaten those old-fashioned cooking research societies. You are not qualified to open a research society at present. So I'm asking you, right? Yang Ming said. Humph. Irina snorted, and just when Yang Ming thought she would refuse, she said calmly, first, you must have more than 5 members, and you can open a research society after being reviewed by the jury. 5? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Among the people he knew, those who had a little bit of ability had already joined the research society. As for Tadakuro Megami, she had already joined the local research society, which was probably a miracle. Among the remaining people he knew, only Yoshino Yuaki and Sakaki Ryoko might join, and Yukihira Soma seemed to be able to be pulled over. Yang Ming suddenly felt that he was short of manpower. If he wanted to expand under the watchful eyes of the Old Cooking Research Association, he would definitely not be able to do it without enough manpower. These 5 people could not be randomly selected. They must be able to show their talents, otherwise they would not be able to attract enough people to join. However, this still needs to be done step by step. What he is more concerned about is audit. What kind of audit? First of all, the qualification audit, that is, the cooking assessment of the Research Association is not difficult for you, but the most important thing is what the Research Association's philosophy is. If you are based on Chinese cuisine, then it is impossible to pass the audit, because Kyoga Teraki has already taken the lead, but... Looking at Yang Ming's somewhat frustrated expression, Irina paused, as if deliberately saying a but to lose her appetite, and then stopped talking and looked at Yang Ming. But what? Noel, it depends on whether you are sincere. If you are sincere enough, I will tell you. Irina finally had something to ask Yang Ming, so she couldn't help but toss Yang Ming. What sincerity? You won't let me be your male servant, right? Yang Ming couldn't help but tease. Of course not, why would I ask that kind of thing? What do you mean by sincerity? I'll tell you when I think of it. Irina was not in a good mood at the moment, so she left here as soon as she finished speaking. Yang Ming couldn't help but be speechless as he watched Irina leave. Tadakuro Megami and Soma Yukihira also came over at this time. Today's class is over, it should be much easier tonight. Hee. Soma Yukihira's mood also recovered, and he laughed. Then, let's hold the Hanakaru Championship tonight? Yang Ming looked at Soma Yukihira, but still didn't ask him if he was willing to join his research group. After all, he hadn't decided on 5 candidates yet. After returning to Totsuki Palace, the test of making 30 sets of meals was repeated again, and the quantity was increased to 50, but the time was also increased accordingly, which was a relief. I really didn't expect. There is an upgraded version of the test of making 50 sets of meals. This time there are 30 more than last time. Marui Zenji looked haggard, as if he was squeezed dry. And this time the target is the basketball team members who came to train. Is it a high school in Tokyo? Shirin and Tou, I seem to have seen their uniforms. Yoshino Yuaki said helplessly, should I say it's really worthy of Totsuki Resort? There are all kinds of people. Soma Yukihira looked at Tadakuro Megami worriedly. Although she didn't look like Marui, she was not much better. Are you okay? I'm fine. Tadakuro Megami slowly moved to the side and patted her waist. But human potential is really stimulated. In the past, Tansho Kaika never dared to imagine that she could make dozens of set meals at a time. What she is best at should be the exquisite dishes that are carefully crafted. It is the kind of perfect dishes that each ingredient is taken from the best growing place and made with the most perfect techniques. Her obsession with perfection has almost reached the level of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The kind of set meals made with ordinary ingredients are what she hates the most. But in recent days, sure enough, obsessive-compulsive disorder is just a pretense that doesn't push you to the brink of despair. It's okay. Ibuzaki-shun, who had been walking quietly beside him, suddenly said, "There are only 2 days left, go back and have a good rest." Yet. That's right. Yang Ming took the instruction manual from Ibuzaki-shun's hand, which had a detailed schedule. If we continue like this, it seems a little wrong. What's wrong? Why doesn't this manual mention the bedtime tonight? Yang Ming counted the boxes on the schedule, it's written on other days. Maybe it's a printing error. Yukihira Soma said indifferently, "I'm so sleepy now, go back and sleep." Printing error? Yang Ming didn't think so. How could Totsuki Academy, which is known for its meticulousness, make such a low-level mistake? According to his hunch, there must be a conspiracy behind this. When he finished cooking, he was still exhausted. Compared with the tired Tadakuro Megami and others, Yang Ming seemed energetic. Seeing Yang Ming's relaxed appearance, everyone envied him. Later that night, after taking a shower, when Soma Yukihira was preparing to play Naruto with everyone, a broadcast suddenly broke everyone's interest. Ding dong, the intercom above the head in the corridor suddenly rang. It was Dojima-jin's voice. To all students, everyone has worked hard today. 1 hour from now, please change into uniforms and gather in the banquet hall. Oh my god! Yoshino Yuaki, who was just excited about the Kiruta competition, fell to the bottom in an instant. Senior Dojima really knows that we are so tired, but he doesn't let us rest well. Do you want to rest well? You are obviously planning to finish Kiruta. Soma Yukihira complained. Yang Ming couldn't help rolling his eyes. Although they complained like this, everyone still went back to pack up, changed into uniforms, and came to the hall far away from the palace. As they arrived, students arrived one after another. Everyone's face was deeply tired. It was no wonder that after 3 days of intense assessment, plus the previous devil's meal, who would be in a good spirit. Chapter 1011, Staying up late to make breakfast. Although they complained like this, everyone still went back to pack up, changed into uniforms, and came to the hall far away from the palace. As they arrived, students arrived one after another. Everyone's face was deeply tired. It was no wonder that after 3 days of intense assessment, plus the previous devil's meal, who would be in a good spirit. Sure enough, everyone is tired. Seeing the classmates slumped in the chairs like dead dogs in the hall, Yang Ming felt that he was still okay. Of course. Yukihira Soma yawned imperceptibly. In fact, he had been sleepy for a long time. This residential study was a bit too much for people's body and mind. A path suddenly separated from the crowd. Yang Ming looked carefully and found that it was Irina Nakiri. She still looked energetic, with a ruddy face and a good complexion. Compared with the haggard students next to her, she looked like she had just returned from vacation. Irina, do you know what to do later? This question had just been discussed by everyone in Polaris dormitory, but no result was reached. Well, you will know when you listen later. Irina Nakiri responded. It would be useless for her to talk about it now. It would be better to listen to Senior Jin Dojima later. The students around looked at Irina Nakiri and Yang Ming strangely. Isn't it said that Irina basically keeps to herself and has few friends? This transfer student seems to be chatting with her quite well. Okay, it seems that everyone has gathered. A tall figure suddenly appeared on the stage. Everyone pay attention to this side. The burly body, the spirited crew cut, the deep eyes, the person with these characteristics is Jin Dojima, the chef of the Totsuki resort. I asked you to gather for no other reason, but mainly to inform you about tomorrow's project. Tomorrow's project can be notified tomorrow. Why do you have to come at night? Yang Ming looked helpless. The students in the audience were talking about it, and Jin Dojima just continued his words. The content of the project is, to make a new breakfast dish suitable for the guests of this resort. I hope your dishes can surprise the guests. Breakfast, Yang Ming thought thoughtfully. Indeed, breakfast is the face of a restaurant, the prelude to a good day for guests, and a part that any foodie cannot miss. Awaken the taste buds, the mood, and the drowsy brain. When you walk into the breakfast shop, the aroma that hits you will make you intoxicated again. Rice noodles, wontons, hot dry noodles, glutinous rice balls, soup dumplings, pancakes, hot and sour noodles, oil tea, tofu, rice jelly, you can count a lot of them casually. Please note that your main ingredient must be eggs, said Dojima-jin. As for the types of dishes, whether it is Japanese or Western, or other, it is fine, but the basic condition is that it can be provided in the form of a buffet. What? So eggs must be the main ingredient? He really thought about it for nothing. Can't you just say this kind of thing faster? It starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please prepare in advance so that the examiner can taste it at that time. Did I hear it wrong? He seemed to say, 6 o'clock in the morning. Yukihira Soma looked confused. Did he hear it wrong? No, he did say 6 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming also hoped that he heard it wrong. Since it will start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, then, this means now is not the time to sleep. During the usual project, the kitchen is always full of students shouting, but today, the night is so quiet that it makes people feel scared. During the residential study period, everyone is under great pressure all the time. Tonight, this pressure has reached its peak, making everyone extremely anxious. I want to sleep. I don't want to do it. Soma Yukihira stood in front of the cooking table with his hands on his hips. Why are you fussing about pots and pans? You might as well think of a good dish. Yang Ming next to him complained. Yang Ming-jun is right. It's better to come up with a good idea as soon as possible. If you don't get enough sleep, it's easy to make mistakes during the formal review. Tanamo Hui's words were similar to Yang Ming's, but Soma Yukihira liked it more after a slight change of words. Okay. Let me think, buffet. Seeing Soma Yukihira start to get serious, the two also began to think about their own dishes. The key point of the dish is that it is a buffet first. Yang Ming slowly recalled the key points of what Dojima-jin said. Buffet, that is, take whatever you want, eat whatever you want. People can choose from the rows of dishes at will, freely choose the dishes they like, and how much they want to eat. The biggest difference between this and ordering dishes in a normal restaurant is that customers can see the dishes they want to eat with their own eyes, instead of ordering a dish of Qinglong Naihai and then being served a pot of clear soup with boiled green onions. Then, the appearance is very important. Color, aroma, color is ranked first. It must also be set up to be served to many guests, so the production cannot be too complicated. It needs to be able to be mass-produced, but it must be comparable to the specifications of the Totsuki Hotel, which means that it must show the feeling of high-end dishes. Yang Ming covered his head, and had to consider so many things. West, it's really a headache. Forget it, after thinking so much, let's try to make the egg dish that comes to mind first. He does what he says, he is a man of action. Beat the eggs into a clean small bowl, stir them gently with chopsticks, add some salt to break them up, stir them into liquid and set aside. Which ones should I make first? There were too many dishes in his mind, and Yang Ming finally decided. Let's have Japanese, Chinese, and Western dishes. For Chinese, let's have an omelette roll. Add a little ham in it, it should taste better. Western dishes, toast and milk scrambled eggs should be good. For Japanese, let's try this, bonito broth thick omelette. There seems to be bonito broth here. Bonito, also known as tuna or cannonball fish. In China, most restaurants, Japanese cuisine, and Korean barbecue call tuna this kind of thing called bonito. Although it is not a cheap fish species, once you have eaten real tuna, you will be extremely picky about this inferior product. Japan is an important producer of bonito. For things like bonito soup stock, you don't need fresh bonito, you only need bonito powder. Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1012 What to make for a surprising breakfast. Japan is an important producer of bonito. For things like bonito soup stock, you don't need fresh bonito, you only need bonito powder. Having made up his mind, Yang Ming quickly started to make omelette rolls and thick omelette in the frying pan, and fried toast and milk scrambled eggs in the iron pan. 3 steaming breakfasts were ready in the middle of the night. Try it first. Yang Ming picked up the chopsticks and tasted each dish. It's delicious. In the toast and milk scrambled eggs, the softened toast mixed with the tenderness of the eggs and the deliciousness of the milk, the happiness is overflowing. But it's a bit greasy if you eat too much. At this time, you should have another bite of the ham omelette roll. The salty meat flavor and smooth taste will sublimate the whole taste. After adding bonito broth to the thick omelette, the essence of island cuisine is fully reflected. The flavor of the ingredients has been fully extracted. Burp. Yang Ming quickly covered his mouth, hiding the burp in an extremely ungraceful way. Only then did he realize that he had agreed to just taste a bite, but how come only half of the food in front of him was left? How much did he eat just now? Ah! I can't eat at night, what if I gain weight? Yang Ming looked distressed. I was making breakfast and thought it was morning now. Forget it, go back to sleep, and just pick one to make tomorrow. With this idea in mind, Yang Ming prepared to pack up and go back. Soma Yukihira. You made so many. When he passed by Soma Yukihira's cooking table, he found that there were already 7 or 8 different dishes on it. Soma Yukihira nodded, because I can't find the feeling yet. Can't find the feeling. Yang Ming picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Isn't it delicious? Those chopsticks were the ones he had just used. Before Soma Yukihira could finish his words, Yang Ming had already finished eating. I can't find the sense of surprise that Senior Dojimajin talked about. Soma Yukihira always speaks so concisely. Surprise, sense of surprise. Yang Ming thought carefully about what he had prepared, and it seemed that there was no such feeling. Whether it was the ham omelette roll or the toast and milk scrambled eggs, they were all made exactly according to the recipe. The only innovation was that bonito broth was added to the thick omelette. Are you ready to leave? Soma Yukihira asked, looking at Yang Ming's outfit. Ha 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 ha. I just came out, to get some fresh air. Yang Ming flashed and returned to his cooking table. Surprise, sense of surprise. Yang Ming was thinking hard, but someone patted his shoulder. Snow White chef uniform, long golden hair. Irina, are you leaving? Yeah, let's go back and rest. Do you want to continue? Nakiri Irina's eyes were a little mischievous. This is not your style. Ahaha. Yang Ming laughed and scratched his cheek. He certainly understood what Irina meant. If it was before, he would have just thought about it and got away with it, but after the lesson of the last project, he also took these things seriously and was no longer so careless. By the way, let's play egg throwing to decide the winner tomorrow night. Nakiri Irina suddenly became full of energy. Yesterday's Uno was just, not very lucky. Okay. Yang Ming should say that she is worthy of being Irina, even playing cards, she has such a strong desire to win. After Irina left, Yang Ming continued to stir the egg liquid while thinking. A sense of surprise. Hey! Hair, skin, all like white jade. Yang Ming didn't even raise his head. Alice, are you leaving too? Yes. Come on, Yang Ming-chan. If you really want him to come on. Don't come over to harass him one by one. But the so-called sense of surprise does not necessarily require a novel appearance or weird ingredients. If you can make customers feel like they are playing a game, won't it also bring fresh surprises when they eat? Then, use this dish. Accommodation training, the morning of the 4th day. Although the review will not start until 6 o'clock, the students have arrived at the scheduled venue early. Here, they will prepare at their own cooking tables according to the lots they have drawn in advance. This 6-day and 5-night accommodation training has finally reached the most critical moment today. Ah, Takumai. Are you also in this venue? Yang Ming looked around and finally found someone he knew. Ah. Takumai opened and closed her mouth. She couldn't say the name that was right on her lips. It's so sad. I only remember Yukihira Soma's name but not mine. Alas. Yang Ming shook his head with regret, looking very sad. Yang Ming, don't make my relationship with Yukihira Soma so disgusting. Takumai's fair cheeks were stained with a blush, and she finally shouted. Yang Ming smiled faintly, where are you? Over there. He pointed to a direction with his finger. Basically, every 6 people were assigned to 2 arc-shaped spaces. The outer side was a booth for guests, and the spacious space inside was the cooking table for these little chefs. Today, they can be called chefs, because they will soon face the guests. Are you all ready to serve the dishes? Time was approaching 6 o'clock step by step. At this time, the voice of Dojimajin came from the speakers scattered in various locations in the venue. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Next, I will explain the passing requirements. First, let me introduce the examiners. As soon as Dojimajin finished speaking, the door of the venue, which had been closed before, suddenly opened, and men, women, young and old, dressed in various clothes, walked into the venue with expectation and novelty. So many people. Who are these people? Everyone thought that the teachers of Totsuki Academy came to conduct the examination, but what about these people in front of them? These guests are the food suppliers of Totsuki Resort and their families. This time, they will be the examiners of this training camp. I also told them in advance that the topic is egg dishes with surprises. Please note that their examination will be very strict. Yang Ming nodded. So that's how it is. The uncles who just entered the venue and looked very stylish should be the food suppliers that Dojimajin mentioned. Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1013 Cruel Competition. This time, they will be the examiners of this training camp. I also told them in advance that the topic is egg dishes with surprises. Please note that their examination will be very strict. Yang Ming nodded. So that's how it is. The uncles who just entered the venue and looked very stylish should be the food suppliers that Dojimajin mentioned. One of the uncles wearing sunglasses shouted carelessly at the curious eyes of the students, "Ha ha ha ha, be prepared. Failed dishes can't catch us." That's right. If someone treats them as ordinary people and takes it lightly, they will suffer a lot. Look at the eyes of these people, their desire and expectation for delicious food, and their expressions of hope for satisfaction. They are the legendary gourmets. The so-called gluttons are not uncommon in China. They refer to those diners who are particularly good at eating and have a deep understanding of food culture and traditions. Nowadays, people often talk about foodies, but that is just the first step to being a glutton. Being able to eat, knowing how to eat, picking and choosing, and never tiring of fine food are the highest realm of gluttons. They can walk through the streets and alleys in the hot summer to taste a bowl of old-fashioned beef noodles, and they can also travel long distances in the ice and snow just for a steaming mutton hot pot, poisonous puffer fish, and hallucinogenic mushrooms. They are people who are willing to pay a price to eat more delicious food. They are the most favorite and most feared people of chefs. Being recognized by a gourmet means that you will have a steady stream of repeat customers and tireless praise from him. If you are disliked by a gourmet, one thing is certain, he and his friends will never visit your restaurant again, and a casual word from him may ruin your hard-earned reputation. There are two passing conditions for this project. The first one is that the experts on the front line of Totsuki Academy present here will evaluate whether your creativity can be recognized by them. And the other one is, from now on, reach 200 servings within 2 hours. Those who meet the above two conditions will pass. Although seeing so many people coming, Yang Ming thought that the passing condition might be related to the number of servings, but he never expected that the number of servings would reach 200. 200 servings. My God! Do it with almost no sleep. Too harsh. These topics are simply more excessive than one another. The students around Yang Ming kept complaining, but he didn't want to follow them. According to Soma Yukihira, can complaining solve problems? This world is so cruel. If you can't refuse, then enjoy it. However, this topic is quite interesting. Yang Ming has a panoramic view of the entire venue. The continuous flow of people coming in is diners of different levels, cute little lowly, energetic students, elegant young women, and old grandfathers who are still strong and healthy. It is a perfect reproduction of the scene of breakfast in the hotel. This is a topic that is extremely similar to the actual combat. No, I have to write it down. This kind of topic similar to actual combat test is really interesting. And there are many meanings worth learning from. Although Yang Ming came to the world of food wars, Shokyuji no Soma to learn international cuisine, in his opinion, this new educational method is actually more worthy of his memory. Then, everyone, please enjoy your breakfast time. The review officially begins. Like a wild horse running away, as the pointer slowly pointed to 6 o'clock, the reviewers who had gathered at the door couldn't wait to run to the booths they had previously favored. Some booths were crowded with people, while others were deserted. The competition begins now. Everyone wants to reach 200 servings, but there are only so many diners, so it is particularly important to attract customers with the exquisite appearance of the food. Of course, it is not just the exquisite appearance of the food, but also the exquisite appearance of oneself. Look at Takumai, isn't there a group of smiling big sisters around him? Look at the way they look at Takumai, it doesn't look like they are looking at the food. Hey! This smells so good! A girl in front of Takumai's booth glanced at the food and then at Takumai and said, "This is Italian baked eggs, Do you want to try it? Seeing that someone was interested in his food, Takumai hurried forward to promote it. Well. Okay. Although it looks like an ordinary baked egg, it smells very good with the smile of the blonde boy in front of him. He reached out to pick up the plate, but was stopped by Takumai. Please wait a moment. Well. The girl looked at Takumai in confusion. My baked eggs are to be made into Italian salad for everyone to taste. I saw Takumai simply cut the baked eggs into pieces, mixed them with vegetables, added balsamic vinegar, and sprinkled with Parmesan cheese. Done. Now, please try it. It was like a magic trick. The fragrant baked eggs just now became delicious and beautiful Italian salad baked eggs after simple processing. So there is such a way to eat baked eggs. It looks delicious. The girl hesitated, picked up the plate, and put the baked eggs and vegetables into her mouth with a fork. Wow! So delicious! The soft texture of the baked eggs, the crispness of the lettuce, and the refreshing sauce combined the vegetables and eggs in the mouth. The endless deliciousness penetrated from the stomach to the heart. It's amazing! I haven't eaten such a salad yet. The girl praised Takumai's dish. What's wrong? Saki, what delicious food did you eat? Not far away, a friend the girl knew shouted. Come and try it, this dish is very delicious. Okay, we'll come right over. Seeing this scene, Takumai's face showed a smile that could not be concealed. That's it, that's right. Factors such as the appearance of the dish are just a means to attract the first and second customers. To attract more customers, it is the taste of the dish itself, or in other words, word of mouth. As long as your dish is delicious enough, those gourmets who are extremely passionate about food will not hesitate to introduce your dish to their friends. This kind of linkage effect, like a snowball, is the key to completing this project. Recommended new book: The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1014, Seeing the Golden Smiling Bun Again. To attract more customers, the most popular customers are the taste of the food itself, or in other words, word of mouth. As long as your food is delicious enough, those food lovers who are extremely passionate about food will not hesitate to introduce your food to their friends. This kind of linkage effect, like a snowball, is the key to completing this project. Yang Ming, on the other hand, took another path. Alas, your egg custard is really... Next to Yang Ming, an uncle shook his head and said. But he was not talking about Yang Ming, but the boy next to him. The boy asked in panic, what's wrong with this egg custard? He couldn't help but panic, because the dishes he prepared were almost the same. If there was a problem with this one, then, almost everyone would have a problem. You used so many ingredients, including mushrooms, crab sticks, and shrimps. You seem to have put a lot of effort into making the egg custard, but you didn't even make the egg custard well. The uncle said dissatisfiedly, the steaming time is too long. The temperature is also too high. 85 degrees is enough. Look at this. Yang Ming took a look, and the uncle poked deep into the egg custard with a spoon, and the egg custard he brought out was honeycomb-shaped. To cook egg custard, you don't use warm water but raw water. Don't you know that the air in the raw water will turn into steam and flush the egg custard out of these small holes? The uncle looked dissatisfied. Is this what your teacher at UNU taught you? This. The boy looked like he had no way to defend himself. He really hadn't made egg custard many times, and he didn't handle the details of this dish very well. It's over. It's all over. If he was in a good mood, this would never happen, but he hasn't rested for a day. Who else is cooking? Let me see. The uncle looked at the students around him, and everyone avoided his gaze. Just kidding, they don't want to be criticized like this. Didn't they see that all the diners around that boy dispersed? However, there are always people who are not afraid of death in this world. Uncle, do you want to try my breakfast? Yang Ming waved at him. Oh, you are still a very handsome guy. But if it's not delicious, I won't hold back. After saying that, the uncle walked towards Yang Ming, and behind him, some people followed curiously. Although these students don't know, they know that this unremarkable uncle is the vegetable supplier of UNU Resort. Not only that, he also has another identity, that is, he is an exclusive commentator of a food magazine. Hee, brother, how can you attract customers like this? The uncle walked over and looked at the white porcelain that Yang Ming had placed one by one and said, we don't know what's inside, how can we eat it? Yang Ming knew better than anyone that the exquisite appearance and appetizing aroma of the dishes could attract customers, but he naturally had his own reasons for putting the dishes in it. I can't help it, I'm afraid the heat preservation effect is not good. This dish can only be eaten while it's hot. Okay, don't say any more. The uncle hated listening to others' explanations the most. For things like dishes, as long as people eat them, everything will be clear, right? Let me try it. Yang Ming quickly handed over a small jar. The uncle took the jar in his hand with a puzzled expression on his face. Did he hear it wrong? There seems to be some sound inside? Open it and you'll know. He opened the lid, and a golden round object came into his sight. It looked particularly beautiful against the backdrop of the surrounding white screen wall. The hot air emitted from it turned into white mist when it met the cold air outside. But, these are not the main points at all. Cool. Yang Ming smiled, his face was calm, but his heart was filled with the joy of a successful prank. Ah! Welcome to Taste Yang Ming's Breakfast Golden Laugh. Sorry, I accidentally broke the jar, but your buns were fried, right? The uncle apologized first, then continued, although I don't know how you made the buns laugh, but if you fry the buns at high temperature, wouldn't the meat filling inside flow out with the juice and meat? But there is not even a bit of juice inside, such a bun, it's just an empty bun. In a short period of time, he noticed a lot of details. It can be said that this uncle deserves the title of gourmet. But, the reality is, it's so hot. The juice inside is so hot. Wow, my mouth is full of hot gravy. The diners behind him could no longer suppress their curiosity, and took the cans from the booth and opened them to eat. What they said seemed to be deliberately slapping the uncle in the face. How is it possible? How could there be gravy in it? Facing Yang Ming's blinking eyes, he did not say anything else, but opened another can and prepared to try it himself. Ha 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 ha! A lively laugh came out of the opened can again, but he did not hesitate and put it in his mouth immediately. It's beef. As soon as the bun was bitten open, the thick but refreshing and non-greasy beef juice overflowed in the mouth, and, paired with the fried fragrant and crispy bun skin, it was simply a natural match. The uncle took a breath, and he finally understood why the gravy was still in the fried buns. This guy actually stuffed a lot of vermicelli in the buns. The gravy was completely absorbed by the vermicelli. How could it possibly flow out? As long as you take a bite, the gravy sealed in the vermicelli will burst out uncontrollably. The whole process is like a treasure sealed deep underground. Unintentionally, a hoe dug a gap, and magma overflowed from the ground. The supreme delicacy that has never been tasted before, this dish can be said to be a super breakfast that makes people extremely happy. Recommended new book The Rise of Pirates. Chapter 1015 The Boss in the Eyes of Others. The whole process is like a treasure sealed deep underground. Unintentionally, a hoe dug a gap, and magma overflowed from the ground. The supreme delicacy that has never been tasted before, this dish can be said to be a super breakfast that makes people extremely happy. Know where is the egg? Although it is indeed a surprise, isn't the topic an egg dish? Egg? Isn't it on the surface? Yang Ming replied. Surface? Gold smiles. The source of the golden color on the surface is the egg yolk. No wonder the golden color is so obvious, and the fragrance is greatly enhanced by using egg yolk. Not only that, I also used egg white to mix the gravy inside, so that it can be refreshing and smoother. Egg white, egg yolk. It turns out that they have all been integrated into the whole dish. It's ridiculous that he is a gourmet and didn't even taste this. I want to ask one last question. What? Busy serving one jar after another to the eager diners, Yang Ming also took the time to answer the uncle's question. This bun. Why is it smiling? The reason is very simple. The cracks on the bun are not cracked by itself, but I cut them. You cut it? When making the buns, a small cut is made with a knife, and sodium bicarbonate, which expands when heated, is used as baking powder, so that a crack like this will appear when frying. Isn't this crack meant to match the name of the buns with the smile? He always thought that the crack on the buns was just to make the buns look like a smiley face. Of course not. Before frying, the gravy in the diced meat has been absorbed by the vermicelli, and the oil ran into the crack, frying the diced meat and the bun skin crispy. The crispy diced meat is blown by the heat, turning around in the gap of the buns, and it sounds like a hearty laugh from the outside. This is the golden smile. The laughing golden buns. Putting a giggling golden bun in the hands of a child, Yang Ming stood up. How is it, uncle, are you satisfied with my cooking? Very satisfied, the uncle looked around, and everyone poked and touched this cute golden bun with curious eyes. The bun's magical laughter kept echoing in this area, and everyone was filled with happy smiles. Ha 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 ha. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. Mom, this bun can laugh. Ah ha ha ha, look at me imitating the bun's laughter. No. The laughter of people and the laughter of buns can no longer be distinguished from each other at this moment. Soon, Dojimajin's voice first spread throughout the venue. Yang Ming, 200 servings, achieved. Thank you all for your support. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Give me another one. I want to eat more. Please don't push and shove, and line up in order. Amid the cheers of the crowd and the laughter of the buns, Yang Ming's shouts were swallowed up in the ocean. Ever since the first uncle picked up the gold and laughed, that devilish laughter began to spread throughout the venue. That laughter was an advertisement more effective than any poster. There is a guy who can make laughing golden buns. The news spread quickly from 1 to 10 to 100, and in a blink of an eye it spread to all the guests in the venue. Yang Ming was not the first student to reach 200 copies. Before him, there were Arena Nagiri and others. But he was the first to use up all the materials. Ah! Sorry everyone, I didn't expect so many customers, and now the ingredients are almost gone. Yang Ming kept apologizing, I'm so sorry. Ah! There's no more. I finally heard the news that there are golden buns that can smile here, so I ran over. Let's go somewhere else. After hearing Yang Ming's words, the diners gathered in front of his table, although full of regret, gradually dispersed, leaving only some people who were still tasting buns in their hands. Well, you can go now. The supervisor on the side counted the number of servings and found it unbelievable. This guy. More than 300 servings of breakfast. They were eaten up in such a short time. Thank you. Yang Ming waved his hand, took off his chef hat and apron. In fact, it's not impossible for him to continue. The ingredients are said to have been used up, but there are actually a little bit left, but seeing the resentful eyes of the students next to him, he really felt embarrassed to stay. The customers in front of his table have all filled the space around him. The students at other booths had no way to sell their products, so they could only stare at him with grief and anger. After seeing Yang Ming leave, many students breathed a sigh of relief, and the guests who had gathered in front of Yang Ming's booth gradually returned to their booths. They finally saw the dawn of hope. Okay. But what should we do now? Let's go and see what's going on with Soma Yukihira. When everyone completed 200 copies, the loudspeaker would announce at once, Arena Nagiri, Kurakai Barayo, Alice Nagiri, Shunai Busaki, Takumai. Countless familiar names rang in the ears, but Soma Yukihira's name was the only one missing. He seems to be in Venue A, Arena is also there, Venue A seems to be, over there. Yang Ming, who was a road idiot, couldn't come up with any ideas in the face of the rows of halls, so he simply decided on a direction and looked for it. But he was also lucky, and he actually found the location of Venue A after bumping around. Hey! Yukihira Soma is actually next to Arena. How unfortunate! His experience just now has shown how bad it is to have a strong competitor around in this subject. Although, he is the perverted competitor in the eyes of others, and the one who has a bad experience is the classmate who just met him in the same venue. I don't know if Yukihira Soma can snatch food from Arena's hand. Oh, I seem to have made a bad analogy. He definitely didn't mean to say that Arena is a tigress. However, according to the cooking skills of the two people, the current number of portions should be about the same. Did I see it wrong? Yukihira Soma only has 8 portions? Are you sure there is no missing 0 at the end? Yang Ming sneaked through the crowd and gently called Yukihira Soma, who was hanging his head and wondering what he was thinking. Soma. Soma. Chapter 1016 Helping You Cheat. However, according to the cooking skills of the two people, the number of portions should be about the same. Did I see it wrong? Yukihira Soma only has 8 portions? Are you sure there is not a 0 missing at the end? Yang Ming sneaked through the crowd and gently called Yukihira Soma, who was hanging his head and wondering what he was thinking. Soma. Soma. Yukihira Soma raised his head and looked no different from usual. Did you finish so quickly? What's going on here? Nothing, I chose the wrong dish. In one sentence, his voice was full of resentment. Chosen the wrong dish? Yang Ming looked at the souffle omelette placed in front of Yukihira Soma's booth and was speechless. How did you think of making such dishes? I have never made a buffet. Yukihira Soma's eyes were full of worry. Others had already completed 200 servings, but he hadn't even started yet. Wasn't it obvious that he couldn't complete the project? Yang Ming was silent. Why didn't he think of reminding Yukihira Soma before? He had been working at Yukihira before and had no experience in making buffets. When he was at Yukihira, the dishes were served directly to the guests' tables at the right time and temperature, which was completely different from the situation at a buffet. In this project, the guests themselves decided what dishes to take and when. And the souffle made by Soma Yukihira tastes best when it is still hot out of the oven. If you don't eat it while it's hot, the fluffy omelette will collapse, and you won't be able to feel the deliciousness of this dish at all. But this buffet, it's no wonder that no one eats the dishes no matter how long they are left. There were 2 rows of collapsed omelettes in front of Soma Yukihira, which looked particularly desolate. This dish is really not a qualified buffet dish. This souffle omelette should be placed on the menu of a Western restaurant as part of the dessert, not in a buffet. For buffet dishes, appearance and durability of deliciousness are the most important. Can you change the dish? Although changing the generals before the battle is a taboo in military strategists, it is not impossible. Soma Yukihira shook his head and rejected the proposal. I only prepared butter, olive oil, eggs and tomatoes, and there is no time to make other things. In fact, if it is a normal topic, Soma Yukihira will have no problem passing it. But the bad thing is that next to him is Arina Nakiri. The crowd there was as exaggerated as before Yang Ming, and no one noticed the booth next to Soma Yukihira. The souffle omelette made by Soma Yukihira quickly became cold and collapsed after it was served, and it failed to attract any customers. How about this? Throw away all the collapsed soufflés first. Yang Ming gave Soma Yukihira an idea. Throw it all away. Yes, start over. There are still more than 40 minutes left, so we can make it in time. It takes less than a minute to fry an omelette on one side, and only 30 seconds to bake. There are 8 frying pans and 6 ovens. If you calculate carefully, if you keep doing it, you should be able to make more than 200 servings. That's good. What's good about that? Soma Yukihira looked at Yang Ming speechlessly. Didn't you notice that all the customers were taken away by Arina? Yang Ming looked at Arina Nakiri's situation. Unlike Yang Ming, Arina prepared a lot of ingredients, and it seemed that she was going to make more than 400 servings at once. It was impossible to expect him to leave the stage when the ingredients ran out like Yang Ming, and then give Soma Yukihira a chance. Of course, Yang Ming could also shamelessly let Arina, who had already made more than 200 servings, leave earlier, but he felt that there was really no need. He believed in Soma Yukihira's strength. So, now we just need the first customer to come, right? Yes. As long as one person comes, as long as one customer tastes the omelette he made, he is confident that he can launch 200 copies at a time with the word of mouth of customers. Leave this problem to me, you just need to do your own cooking. Yang Ming's eyes sparkled. He just saw an acquaintance, so he could ask him to come over and help. Itaki, why are you here today? Yang Ming smiled and walked up. In the crowd, Uchiha Itaka's unique clothes, handsome face, and cold temperament made him the focus of the crowd. Ah! Boss! Uchiha Itaka looked satisfied. He was holding a half-eaten breakfast in his hand. He was about to say hello to Yang Ming, but he couldn't help but burp. Yang Ming! Is this Uchiha Itaka in front of him fake? Where did the aloof Uchiha Itaka go? Boss! I won a lottery ticket at the department store to travel to Tatsuki Resort. Seeing what Yang Ming wanted to ask, Uchiha Itaka added, of course, I'm definitely not here for tourism. Is that so? Yang Ming's eyes rolled. Itaki, can you do me a favor? What favor? Yang Ming leaned over Uchiha Itaka's ear and whispered quietly. This kind of thing can't be called cheating, but it's always bad to be heard by others. Boss, no. After hearing this, Uchiha Itaka was very embarrassed. I'm really full. Speaking of which, he ate a lot of food before. He just ate from east to west and tasted a lot of delicious breakfasts. Now he really can't eat anymore. Yang Ming patted his shoulder. Don't worry, go eat, it will definitely make you worthwhile. At Yang Ming's request, Uchiha Itaka had to bite the bullet and come to Soma Yukihira. Quick! Hand over all your souffle omelets. Hey? Are you robbing me? Yukihira Soma looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him speechlessly. Is this man the helper that Yang Ming found? Are you sure he is not here to mess things up? However, despite his complaints, facing this rare guest, Yukihira Soma said, Please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Omelette is an extremely simple dish. If it is placed in China, it actually has another name, called fried egg pancakes, which are common in roadside stalls and are the favorite breakfast of many students. You see, it is the same food, but it becomes more high-end just by changing the name, right? But that kind of omelette is definitely not something that can be put on the table. Although Soma Yukihira didn't consider the buffet, he still remembered that Jindojima emphasized again and again that the dishes should be comparable to the standards of the Totsuki Hotel. Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1017 We Are Different. You see, it's the same food, but it becomes more high-end just by changing the name, right? But that kind of omelette is definitely not something that can be put on the table. Although Soma Yukihira didn't consider the buffet, he still remembered that Jindojima emphasized again and again that the dishes should be comparable to the standards of the Totsuki Hotel. So Soma Yukihira combined the method of souffle, that is, egg souffle, with the method of omelette. Souffleur, translated into Chinese, means fluffy. It is to use a mixer to beat egg yolks, cream, and different ingredients into egg whites like bubbles, and then bake them into a light and fluffy cake. Souffle omelette combines the advantages of both souffle and omelette. The outside is fried slightly crispy like an omelette, while the inside is soft and foamy, and it bounces continuously in the mouth. Of course, the advantages are combined, and the disadvantages are also inevitable. Ordinary souffle must be eaten within 20 to 30 minutes, otherwise the foam will break and become a molten piece of skin. Souffle omelette is faster, and in less than 10 minutes, it will become an ordinary egg pancake. 2. So delicious! When the soft souffle omelette melted in his mouth, Uchiha Itachi's body sprayed flames. I can eat 10 more. Okay, right away. What an exaggerated acting. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. However, Yang Ming finally did what he asked Uchiha Itachi to do before. Increase the attention of Soma Yukihira's table. What can be more eye-catching than eating so much that your clothes are on fire? The table next door seems to be very impressive. Hey, that one over there seems to be delicious. Many customers waited too long in line at Arina Nagari's table, and gradually followed the flow of people to Soma Yukihira's table. My customer. When Arina Nagari was no longer busy serving her own dishes to the table, she realized that her customer had been attracted by someone else. However, when she found out that it was Soma Yukihira, her dissatisfaction was slightly restrained. After all, he was Yang Ming's friend, a friend of a friend. No matter how much she disliked him, she would not deliberately embarrass him. But he's really working hard. Seeing Soma Yukihira using 8 frying pans and 4 ovens, and deliberately flipping the omelette in the pan up to the sky and waiting for it to fall every time he flipped the pan, she secretly said in a funny tone, "It's a pity not to go to the circus." This was also Yang Ming's idea. Since the dishes can't keep their appearance for a long time, they should be baked and eaten immediately. Just make sure that customers keep coming. Letting Uchiha Itachi go to Soma Yukihira's table like a shill is only the first step. To attract more customers, Soma Yukihira himself needs to work hard. Using a large number of frying pans, deliberately letting the dishes fly in the sky, adding seasonings with chic movements, and performing this kind of cooking like an art performance in front of the guests, so that the guests can witness the whole process of ingredients becoming dishes with their own eyes, it will undoubtedly make people excited. 194, 195, 196. Yang Ming, standing aside, counted the souffle omelettes that Soma Yukihira brought out. A few more people, please. Soma Yukihira. 200 copies completed. With only a few minutes left, this sentence on the radio finally made Yang Ming and his team breathe a sigh of relief. I must teach this guy a lesson next time. Yang Ming thought to himself, and then thanked Uchiha Itachi. Itachi. Thank you. Boss. Aha, you're welcome. Uchiha Itachi, who fell on the chair, touched his round belly and couldn't move. Time is up. It's over. When people heard this, their reactions were mixed. Great. Finally it's over. It's over, I haven't reached 200 copies yet. In this project, the most dazzling one was, of course, Arina Nakari, the only one who broke through the 400 mark. There was also Alice Nakari who finished more than 380 servings with just a few dozen minutes left, and other chefs who performed brilliantly. However, the students at the venue will probably never forget the golden bun with the devilish laugh. And Yang Ming who used up all the ingredients and finished more than 360 servings in just over 30 minutes after the opening. This year's selection is probably going to be very suspenseful, said Guan Shuping in the monitoring room after watching the performances of the students. Dojimajin's smile slowly blossomed. Yeah, it's really exciting. Wait. He really finished it. Nakari Arina looked at Yukihira Soma sideways. He's really lucky, he was able to force his way to the passing line under such circumstances. This is not luck, this is his strength. Hey! Yang Ming, don't be so elusive. Nakari Arina was just talking to herself, and didn't expect this sudden answer at all. When she looked closely, it turned out that Yang Ming suddenly jumped out from her side, which scared her. It's almost over and it's only 200 copies. That's because he didn't exert his strength before. Look, he made more than 200 copies in more than half an hour. Wouldn't it be 800 copies in 2 hours? This is because you are next to him. If it was someone else next to him, I wouldn't be surprised if he made 1000 copies. Okay, you are right, it's because you are cheating for him next to him. Arina Nakari never won when she and Yang Ming were talking nonsense, so she gave up. However, those kinds of juggling dishes can never reach the top. Top chefs climb steadily up the ladder by gradually building up the foundation, don't you think? Speaking of which, Arina Nakari has a very strong background. Her father is a well-known chef, her grandfather is the principal of a culinary school, and she has had cooking skills far beyond her peers since she was a child. The combined effect of these factors has made her look down on the cooking of ordinary people. Maybe. Yang Ming smiled, this may be the most stable way to the top, but who said there is only one way? In the Chinese culinary world, there has never been a giant like Totsuki Academy, and there is no so-called absolute authority. Arina Nakari's education made her attach great importance to orthodoxy, while Yang Ming, on the other hand, was tolerant. Students who have completed 200 portions, please pay attention. Students who have completed 200 portions, please pay attention. Jin Dojima's voice came out from the microphone in the sky again. Recommend a new book, The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1018 Transition. Arina Nakari's education made her attach great importance to orthodoxy, while Yang Ming, on the other hand, was tolerant. Students who have completed 200 portions, please pay attention. Students who have completed 200 portions, please pay attention. Jin Dojima's voice came out from the microphone in the sky again. Students who have completed portions, please pay attention. The next living room will start in 4 hours. Before that, it's rest time. As soon as the voice fell, the students who were glad that they had passed the test were stunned. Impossible, right? We just finished an assessment, and we don't have any physical strength. 4 hours of rest time is not enough. That's right, even if Yang Ming finished so many dishes, would he still have the strength? Alice said with a relaxed expression, oh, it's worthy of being a training camp. Such a tight course assessment is arranged. Do you really want to squeeze everyone's potential on the last day? Then she looked at Yang Ming, are you okay? Yang Ming shook his head, no problem, just rest for a while. Arina seemed to think of something and suddenly said, how about adding another bet to our previous bet? In the next assessment, if anyone fails, then we will proceed according to the previous agreement. Yang Ming rolled his eyes, you are not cheating, are you? Of course not. Arina snorted and said, but what I promised you before was to help you, and if you lose again next time, I will do my best to help you set up a research institute. Give it your all. Yang Ming touched his chin, no problem, I'm looking forward to it. He actually laughed secretly in his heart. The next assessment will be beyond everyone's expectations. I don't know what Arina's expression will be at that time. It's really exciting. Alice heard the conversation between the two, her eyes lit up, and she pulled Yang Ming over, do you have a bet? Yang Ming looked at Arina who had already left, and said, we will compete according to the requirements of this assessment. If Arina loses, she will help me create a cooking research club. What if you lose? Alice is more interested in this. Promise her a request, no matter what it is. Then you will be at a disadvantage. Alice widened her eyes. Yang Ming spread his hands, this is also unavoidable. The initiative is in her hands. After all, she is one of the top 10 and has enough experience in the research club. Who else can I ask for help if not her? Alice said angrily, do you think I can't do anything? Yang Ming groaned. He really thought Alice couldn't do anything before. Alice had only been in Yuanyu for a year, and she stayed in the Molecular Gastronomy Research Society every day, so she didn't have many interpersonal relationships. Alice was just pretending to be angry. Seeing Yang Ming's expression, she rolled her eyes and said, if she is playing tricks this time, I will deal with her well, haha. Yang Ming looked at Alice's weird expression, his face was it also became a little strange, and I couldn't help but mourn for Irina. After a 4-hour break. In the afternoon, everyone gathered in the lobby of the Tatsuki resort again. Irina seemed to have slept for a while, and she was very energetic. She looked at Yang Ming with fighting spirit, and even had a look of let's fight it out here. Seeing this, Yang Ming laughed dumbly. He naturally knew what the next assessment was. So, he was looking forward to Irina's expression when she heard the next assessment. Alice crossed her arms and came over, you will fight later, do you mind if I join in? Her tone was relaxed and slightly excited, I've been looking forward to being able to fight with my cousin. No. Irina snorted and rejected Alice's request. Yang Ming spread his hands, you'd better not participate. As he said that, he quietly leaned into Alice's ear and told her the next topic. Alice's expression suddenly became strange. She looked at Irina, wanting to laugh but not wanting to. What are you talking about? Irina looked over in confusion. Nothing, snort. Alice couldn't help laughing, and then burst into a silver bell-like chuckle, I just think the topic of this test is really interesting. It seems that you are going to lose again. Sure enough, Irina's eyes became a little cold, Yang Ming, you already know what the test is, right? But no matter what it is, I will definitely not lose this time. Hearing Irina's determination, Yang Ming spread his hands helplessly, then wait and see. Alice laughed even more happily. Yukihira Soma, Tadakuro Megami, Sakaki Ryoko and others heard the movement here and couldn't help but come over. Are you going to duel? Yukihira Soma was a little eager to try. Miss Irina and Hansakun Tadakuro seemed a little worried. Sakaki Ryoko looked at Yang Ming's helpless expression, then glanced at Alice's weird smile, and wanted to say something but didn't speak. Just then, Dojima-jin slowly pushed the door open and walked in. He held the microphone and said, before announcing the next arrangement, let me say something first. The surroundings gradually became quiet, and the tense and depressing atmosphere filled the air again. Currently, 352 students have dropped out, and the remaining number is 628. You are all lucky and excellent to be able to stick to this place. Dojima-jin said in a low voice, but don't be complacent because of this, because many of you may be eliminated in the future. This is the educational competition of Tatsuki. Although it seems a bit cruel, this is the epitome of the profession of chef. To survive as a chef, you must have this qualification. Only by continuous improvement can you survive, even if you leave Tatsuki. Okay, there is no difference in saying more about this matter, Dojima-jin said slowly, let's proceed to the last part of this training. As soon as the voice fell, some students who had been oppressed to the extreme by the tense assessment showed desperate expressions. The next assessment will inevitably be more difficult. They can't pass it. However, Dojima-jin did not announce the content of the next assessment, but snapped his fingers. The door on the left was slowly opened, and a row of waiters in uniforms with outstanding temperament smiled and bent over to them and stretched out their right hands, motioning them to come in. Jin Dojima also smiled, congratulations on passing all the subjects of the training. The next last course will be assessed by the graduates. They will make all kinds of exquisite dishes to test whether your stomach can bear so many delicacies. Recommend a new book, The Rise of Pirates. Chapter 1019 Who am I, where am I, what am I doing? Jin Dojima also smiled, congratulations on passing all the subjects of the training. The next last course will be assessed by the graduates. They will make all kinds of exquisite dishes to test whether your stomach can bear so many delicacies. He made a rare joke. No one around complained about Jin Dojima, but they all showed excited expressions. Some jumped up, raised their arms and shouted, and some hugged each other, celebrating this rare victory. Only Irina's expression became extremely strange. Her face froze. Her original strong desire to win and determination were defeated by Dojima-jin's words. She thought she would defeat Yang Ming this time. She thought she would look down on Yang Ming like a queen this time. However. Hee. Alice's laughter was hidden among all the students. It was not unusual at all. But when Irina heard it, it was very harsh. Yang Ming spread his hands and said, "So, are we still competing? What to compete? Of course, who eats more?" Irina looked at Yang Ming with an expression full of shame, innocence, and resentment, which made Yang Ming they all felt as if they had done something to let Irina down. Yang Ming forced a smile and said, "Okay, I lose this time, but I didn't mean to hide it. How about I owe you a request?" "No need." Although Irina's tone was a bit stiff, she felt much better in her heart. As she walked towards the restaurant with a cold expression, she also said, "I will do my best to help you establish a cooking research club. I am willing to accept the loss. But next time, I will definitely not lose." "Okay." Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. Sakaki Ryoko, Tadakuro Megami, Yoshino Yuaki, and others did not notice the situation here. Instead, they were all very excited. They were all happy that they could survive and enjoy the delicious food of the graduates. At the table, except for Irina and Arato Hisako who sat together, Sakaki Ryoko and others came to Yang Ming's side. Celebrating their survival this time, including Alice. The group laughed and everyone laughed wantonly. As for Soma Yukihira, after drinking a few bottles of wine, he also ate vigorously, completely ignoring the eyes of others, eating with his mouth full of oil, and laughing non-stop. At the banquet, Yang Ming accidentally drank too much, and when he was dizzy and swollen, he faintly remembered the things about the research meeting, and walked towards Irina. No words were spoken all night, and he filled in his own imagination. When Yang Ming woke up, there was no one around. After getting dressed, he called Soma Yukihira and found out that he had slept all night. "I think he was drunk before, and time was not tight, so I didn't wake him up." The time to leave Totsuki Resort was noon, and it was only 8 o'clock now. After everyone had breakfast, they relaxed in Totsuki. Soma Yukihira and Ryoko Sakaki went to play table tennis, while Irina and Alice seemed to be together, and I don't know what they were doing. After making a phone call and asking for the location, Yang Ming walked towards Irina and Alice. He seemed to vaguely remember what he did yesterday, but he couldn't remember it clearly. Anyway, he was a little drunk. When he came to the room, Yang Ming found that Irina and Alice were playing Go. At this moment, they were so focused that they didn't notice Yang Ming's arrival. At the same time, although their expressions were very calm and there was no sound when they moved, the battle on the chessboard was very fierce. Their black and white chess pieces were fighting fiercely. Originally, Irina and Arato Hisako were playing Go, but at this time Alice walked in directly and sneered at her. Irina was angry and decided to teach her cousin a lesson, so she sneered back a few times. Finally, the two equally angry people sat on both sides of the chessboard and started the decisive battle in the black and white world. At first, Irina still had a little contempt for Alice, thinking that she could not lose to this cousin, but Alice soon made her see the cruelty of reality, and she had no choice but to use all her energy to deal with it. Who knew that Alice looked careless, but her chess skills were really amazing. Even if Irina fought with all her strength, her winning rate was still a bit bleak. It would not matter if she just lost on the chessboard, but it was really hard to accept that she had to endure the opponent's sarcasm in addition to losing the chess. Every time she lost, Alice always mocked Irina. However, Irina seemed to be inspired by her fierceness, so she kept fighting after losing, and kept asking Alice to fight again. Now they have played against each other for the 8th time. Looking at Irina frowning and Alice calm and composed, you can know the development of the situation even without looking at the chessboard. What? You don't know how to move? You know you're going to lose, right? Alice smiled with her eyes narrowed in joy, her tone full of sarcasm. You weren't very strong at the beginning, were you? That queen's attitude is scary, and now you don't know what to do, right? If you admit defeat, you don't have to lose so badly. Faced with such sarcasm, Irina couldn't help but frown, and her hand tightly grasped her chess piece. But she didn't let it go for a long time. It's so hateful. Although her heart was full of reluctance and hatred, Irina was still a person with a strong will and a high standard of chess, so even when she was so angry, she didn't throw a tantrum, but was ready to admit defeat. Then, just as she was about to admit defeat, a hand snatched the chess piece from her hand, put it on the chessboard and made a move. The two turned their eyes at the same time. Yang Mingjun! Yang Mingjun! They exclaimed at the same time, but their tones were completely different. Yang Ming seemed to have heard that Irina and Alice had changed their attitude towards her. He stretched out his hand to signal Alice to continue to take the next step. Don't mind me, Alice is doing very well. What? Do you want help? To Yang Ming's surprise, Alice crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked up and down at Yang Ming in a provocative tone. Yang Ming felt as if he was being stared at by an angry queen, and the atmosphere became tense. Yang Ming was a little while wondering. He vaguely guessed that when he was drunk yesterday, he might have done something that made Alice unhappy. But what was it? He didn't ask directly, but said, I just want to see your chess skills, Alice. In Yang Ming's calm tone, Alice started unceremoniously, then let's start, but you don't have a chance in this game. Chapter 1020 What did I do? Waiting online. He didn't ask directly, but said, I just want to see your chess skills, Alice. In Yang Ming's calm tone, Alice started unceremoniously, then let's start, but you don't have a chance in this game. I just want to try. Yang Ming answered casually. Then I'll satisfy you. Alice's mouth curled up slightly. After more than 10 moves, Yang Ming was defeated without any suspense. Your chess skills are unexpectedly strong. Alice looked at Yang Ming with a little surprise, but this game has been ruined by Irina, her level is too low. Humph. Irina snorted fiercely beside her. Your chess skills are still very good. Yang Ming tried to ease the atmosphere. But Alice didn't say this, but said something else. My chess skills are not inferior to your singing. You sang that song yesterday really well. Oh, it seems to be called Because of Love, right? By the way, I seem to understand Chinese. The meaning of that song is, right? Yes, it is, a song to express love to a lady. I didn't expect that in that kind of occasion, there are still people using such an old-fashioned method. What do you think, Yang Ming-jun? Her tone was full of teasing and ridicule, and she glanced at Yang Ming with her wine-red eyes. Yang Ming was embarrassed. He really forgot what he did yesterday. That's not the case. Irina's face instantly turned red, and she argued to Alice, the song was obviously for you, right? Oh. Alice continued to smile, then why did Yang Ming-jun sing to you instead of me? And although you looked angry at the time, you were actually very happy inside, right? Don't be afraid, just tell Yang Ming-jun that you usually like to disguise yourself too much, which is not good. If you want to win Yang Ming-jun, just express your feelings. She emphasized the last sentence, as if hinting at something. What nonsense are you talking about? Irina was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her hair stood up, and she stared at Alice angrily. Am I really talking nonsense? Or ask Yang Ming-jun and see what he thinks. Our queen like Miss Irina is much more empty than everyone imagines. Alice looked at Irina with a smile, as if she had caught a mouse. Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time. He felt that what Alice said made sense, but he certainly wouldn't say it out loud. Okay, let's not talk about it, Alice, let's play the next game, I won't lose this time. He finally changed the subject, and the fight between Irina and Alice came to an end. Humph. Perhaps his choice made Alice a little unhappy. Alice snorted coldly, but didn't say anything in the end. The blush on Irina's face had not completely faded, but she seemed to be a little relieved that she had finally gotten rid of Alice's pressure and the embarrassing situation of expressing her position now. She watched Yang Ming slowly put their chess pieces back to their original positions and prepared to start a new round of duel. Haha, let's do it. You go prepare some food and wine. Alice refused Yang Ming's request to duel. Still coming? Yang Ming didn't know what words to use to describe his mood at this moment. He tried to smile, then ran to the side carefully to cook. He noticed that Irina also had an expression that asked for a duel, and he felt a little helpless in his heart. This scene really looked a bit like the scene when the original wife found out about the mistress and the two of them were competing against each other. When Yang Ming finished cooking, Irina was defeated again without any suspense, but the two sisters also ended the duel and began to taste Yang Ming's delicious food. The two sisters had similar tastes and praised Yang Ming's cooking. However, halfway through the meal, they heard a voice coming from the radio, asking all students to pack their luggage and leave the Tatsuki resort. Irina seemed to have found an excuse and left in a hurry. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Alice did not leave, sitting on the sofa, her beautiful legs stacked up and down, her hands intentionally or unintentionally passing over her beautiful legs, attracting her eyes to look there involuntarily. You seem to have forgotten what you did yesterday. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. I did drink a little yesterday, but I didn't do anything bad. It's not just bad things. Alice changed her posture and crossed her arms. You stole the show yesterday. Even Senior Dojimajin praised the song. What happened? Yang Ming heard the hint in her word swords. It's just a wonderful thing. Senior Dojimajin said some wonderful things yesterday. But before I explain, let me ask you something. When Alice said this, her tone was not just praise. Yang Ming felt like he was being swallowed. Alice, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and came to Yang Ming. She leaned down slightly, put her hands around her chest, and was squeezed to the point of exploding. She looked down at Yang Ming and licked her lips provocatively with her tongue. Who is more beautiful, me or Irina? Yang Ming's lips suddenly became dry, his throat felt like swallowing carbon, and his heart was beating violently. However, Yang Ming had no way to answer this unsolvable question, such as whether you would save your mother first or me after falling into the water. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed dryly and changed the subject. Let's clean up quickly. Is there any suspense about this question? Tisk, it's really boring. Alice raised her eyebrows. If you are interested in Irina, maybe I can help you. The queen is drowning in the ocean of love. Tisk, it's an interesting thing to think about it. Of course, Yang Ming would not admit that he was interested in Irina, and even had the idea of getting both sisters, because if he said this, he would be humanely destroyed by Alice, but he was actually a little confused about his position with Alice. It doesn't seem like they are boyfriend and girlfriend. It's obviously closer to say they are ordinary friends, and looking at Alice's actions this time, you can know what he must have done yesterday. But what did he do? Yang Ming believed that it was definitely not as simple as singing, and he must have said something. Okay, I'll go clean up, you should also clean up, let's go quickly. Alice pouted and walked out. Yang Ming looked at the empty room, shrugged, and left. After Yang Ming packed up, he came to the door of the Tatsuki resort, and many students were already walking towards the vehicle one after another. He was about to find Soma Yukihira and the others to ask for information, but he learned that they were already on the bus. Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1021 I'm Not a Gentleman. Yang Ming looked at the empty room, shrugged, and left. After Yang Ming packed up, he came to the door of the Tatsuki resort, and many students were already walking towards the vehicle one after another. He was about to find Soma Yukihira and the others to ask for information, but he learned that they were already on the bus. At this time, Shinomiya Kojiro came over from the left and shouted to Yang Ming. Senior Shigong. Yang Ming greeted him, and then remembered that Shigong Kojiro should have been there yesterday, so he asked directly, I seem to have drunk too much yesterday, didn't I do anything excessive? Excessive? No. Shigong Kojiro shook his head, but then, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but there was something interesting. What? Yang Ming asked. Shigong Kojiro said with a smile, then can you tell me how you perfectly blended the flavors of the French vegetable jelly? This guy is really a cooking geek. Yang Ming looked at Senior Shigong differently, and this kind of thing is not a secret, but many of the steps in it are not easy to do. So, he directly told Senior Shigong the previous method in detail. Both of them are cooking masters, so some things can be understood after they are said once. Senior Shinomiya was slightly moved after hearing this, and then he said to Yang Ming earnestly, it's not that easy to get Irina. Yang Ming was stunned. On the bus back to Tatsuki, Yang Ming talked with Yukihira Soma and the others for a while. Only then did he know what he did when he was drunk that day. It was no different from what Alice said. The only thing worth noting was that Yang Ming whispered a few words to Irina before. But no one except the two of them could hear it clearly. Yang Ming naturally didn't know that. The bus quickly returned to Tatsuki, and Yang Ming followed Yukihira Soma and the others towards Polaris Dormitory. Just as the group arrived at Polaris Dormitory, the voice of Senior Ishaiki suddenly sounded in front of them, are you back? Ishaiki. Yang Ming looked up and vaguely saw someone walking over. No one is missing, everyone is back safely. Senior Ishaiki came over and looked carefully, and his heart was relieved. Behind him, Mrs. Wingsu was also standing in front of the dormitory looking forward to it. Ishaiki, I told you a long time ago, how could someone from Polaris Dormitory fall down during the residential study? Although Mrs. Wingsu said so, it was not difficult to hear a hint of excitement in her voice. Mrs. Wingsu. Senior is Heike. Yuki Yoshino and the others also hurried over. Okay, come back, we'll have dinner. If you have anything to say we'll talk about it later. Is Heike has prepared a lot of dishes for you today. Mrs. Wingsu said with a smile. The group walked in. During dinner, Yoshino Yuaki told Senior Ishaiki and Mrs. Wingsu about the residential study. Mrs. Wingsu and Senior Ishaiki were shocked and praised Yang Ming for bringing honor to Polaris Dormitory. Especially Ishaiki, I don't know how many surprised eyes he gave Yang Ming. Yang Ming accepted their praise with a smile. He was very satisfied with this residential study. His cooking skills have been greatly improved. And he really has the strength to establish a research institute, but there is no news from Arena yet. I don't know what the situation is. Yesterday's events and this morning's scene are still vivid in Yang Ming's mind, and he didn't call to ask. Ishaiki frowned slightly when he heard that Yang Ming was going to establish a research institute, and it was a Chinese and Western cuisine research institute. This is not that simple. Even if Arena helps you, I'm afraid the process of establishment will be difficult. But speaking of it, why is it difficult to establish a research institute? Yoshino Yuaki asked curiously. That's because Yang Ming wants to create a research institute that combines Chinese and Western cuisines, which is equivalent to a taunt on the entire map, offending both the Western Cuisine Research Institute and the Chinese Cuisine Research Institute. That's why Arena said that, but even so, it will be extremely difficult for Yang Ming's review to pass the meeting. Ishaiki was a little confused about how Arena was going to proceed. Let's not talk about this. Won't we know tomorrow? Let's celebrate today. Senior Ishaiki gave up trying to find out the answer to this question. Then, there was another carnival. This time, Yang Ming was not drunk, but Mrs. Wingsu was unexpectedly drunk, and Soma Yukihira and the others had already fallen asleep. The weather was a bit hot tonight, so Yang Ming wanted to take a shower and have a good rest. After arriving at the shower room, Yang Ming was about to open the door, but found that it was ajar. He did not care too much and pushed the door open directly, but as soon as he stepped in, he heard a chuckle from inside. It was the voice of Megami Tadakuro. Could she be taking a shower inside? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Immediately, he was about to leave, but as soon as he left, he heard that there seemed to be another woman inside, and she was still saying his name, which made him curious. He took 2 steps inside. The door in front of the bathroom was not locked. It opened a crack. He looked through the half-open door. There was steam inside. In the bathtub, there was a naked woman. Unfortunately, he could only see her black hair, her white neck, and a small part of her smooth and beautiful back. I'm not a gentleman. Yang Ming shook his head and was about to leave when he heard the people inside start talking again. Xiao Tianchuo, do you want to join Yang Mingjun's research group? She wants to join the research group? Yang Ming heard this, but he didn't mean to leave. Instead, he wanted to hear what Tianchuo Hui thought. He looked inside again and saw Tianchuo Hui wearing pajamas. While running the water, he said, well, I want to help Yang Mingjun and learn more from him. Sakaki Ryoko rubbed her shoulders with her hands and sighed, Yang Mingjun doesn't need your help. Arena helped us set up the research group this time, and Ishaiki-senpai will also take care of it, right? Tadakuro lowered her head, didn't they say there was a number requirement? I also want to do my part. Really well behaved. Actually, Yang Ming was also a little troubled by the number of 5 people. Currently, it was very difficult for him to support a research group with only 1 person. If Megami Tadakuro joined, some local Chinese cuisine could also be developed. Yang Ming praised Megami Tadakuro in his heart, but thought that peeping was not a good thing after all, so he decided to leave. Anyway, he didn't see anything, so it shouldn't be considered peeping. Chapter 1022 A Glimpse. Yang Ming praised Megami Tadakuro in his heart, but thought that peeping was not a good thing after all, so he decided to leave. Anyway, he didn't see anything, so it shouldn't be considered peeping. I'm afraid he won't understand your thoughts. Sakaki Ryoko sighed again and asked, by the way, oh Dadako, you want to join Yang Mingjun's research group? Didn't Yang Ming force you to do it? Damn. Am I that kind of person? Hearing this, Yang Ming was so depressed that he just wanted to rush in to find Sakaki Ryoko to argue, but he also stopped and pricked up his ears to listen. Tadakuro Megami hurriedly said, Yang Mingjun didn't force me. This was all my own will, and I haven't told Yang Mingjun yet. That's good. Sakaki Ryoko nodded, and then said, but I'm not optimistic about the relationship between you and Yang Mingjun. I feel that Yukihira Soma is more suitable for you. Yang Mingjun is too good. Damn, are you praising me or insulting me? Although Yang Ming doesn't particularly like Tadakuro Megami, he still has some good feelings for this kind of well-behaved, cute, and gentle woman. Is Yang Mingjun too good? Tadakuro lowered his head. He looked up, as if thinking about something, but soon raised his head and said firmly, but I still want to try. Well, you are really persistent. Sakaki Ryoko said helplessly, but his research club is not so easy to establish successfully. It will be very troublesome for you to go there now. That's why I want to go there. Even if I can't help Yang Mingjun, it would be nice to help him. And Yang Mingjun has done me a favor, I must join the research club to help him. Well, you are right. Yang Mingjun is not a bad person, but he does things in a way that is hard to understand. Also, although he seems to be very indifferent on the surface, he is very sultry inside. You must be careful when you are with him in the future, don't be fooled by him. Be fooled? Yang Ming frowned. How bad does Sakaki Ryoko feel about him? Tadakuro asked in confusion, what did you fall for? I have to tell you this. You are so innocent. If Yang Ming has bad intentions towards you, you will most likely fall into his trap. Irina is so outstanding, isn't she? At this point, Sakaki Ryoko suddenly stopped talking. Tadakuro asked curiously, Ryoko, what's wrong with Irina? Sakaki Ryoko hooked Tadakuro's nose, silly, don't you see that Irina is also interested in Yang Mingjun? During the residential study dinner, that matter was not that simple. The relationship between them was definitely unusual, and there was also Alice, so you. At this point, she sighed heavily again. It seems that Sakaki Ryoko does not have much opinion on Yang Ming, but does not want Tadakuro to get deeply involved. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Tadakuro will never succeed. Yang Ming outside the door touched his chin and felt a little tricky. The relationship between Alice and Irina, plus the fact that both of them seemed to have some interest in him, he didn't know how to deal with it. If he added Megami Tadakuro, it was just that Megami Tadakuro was indeed very useful to the research group, and he himself liked this girl very much. So he was a little entangled for a while. It's different, Yang Mingjun, you are a good person. This sounded very comfortable. Megami Tadakuro, don't worry, I will definitely make you the trump card of Chinese local cuisine. Yang Ming promised secretly. Sakaki Ryoko heard what Megami Tadakuro said and shook her head, forget it, it's useless to say anything to you, but don't be careless, don't let him take advantage of you easily. Damn, who do you think I am? Yang Ming looked depressed. He was not the kind of person who would abandon the other person after playing with him, otherwise he would have eaten Tanshoke long ago. This Sakaki Ryoko actually said that, it was too abominable. Since you said you were taking advantage, I'll take advantage of you first. He began to adjust the angle, determined to continue peeping. It must be said that Sakaki Ryoko's skin was very good, and I didn't know how she was raised. However, looking at it, I could only see the white back. Yang Ming looked at the back helplessly. Didn't Sakaki Ryoko turn around when taking a bath? I still don't believe it. Just at this moment, Sakaki Ryoko suddenly moved. In just this moment, Yang Ming's eyes flashed, and the faint outline had made the letter in his mind jump from D to F. He was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Sakaki Ryoko to have such a good figure. But soon, he felt a little embarrassed. He was not a sex maniac. He stepped back step by step and left here. When he returned to the room, the figure of Sakaki Ryoko and what Tadakuro said still flashed in his mind. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't perfectly solve the problem between Tadakuro, Irina, and Alice. The next morning, before Yang Ming went to find Irina, Irina called first. On the phone, she talked a lot about the establishment of the research institute, and finally told Yang Ming that the first thing to do to create a research institute was to find a venue, and otherwise the venue happened to be an acquaintance, lecturer chapel. After hearing this, Yang Ming went out. The weather in the morning was not too hot, but the sun was very bright, and you could see the tall building shining into gold by the sun, which was where the lecturers were. Chapel's status in Totsuki was very high, not just the status of a lecturer, which could be seen from the fact that he could participate in the evaluation of the residential study. When he walked to the door, he met a few students, who recognized Yang Ming and greeted him. Yang Ming Jun. Yang Ming glanced at them and didn't have much impression, but he should have seen them several times. They were all first-year students, so he nodded in response. Yang Ming Jun, can you tell us the secret of French cuisine? Yang Ming passed by them and heard a trembling voice behind him. He turned around and looked at the faces of several students one by one, with expectation and awe. If you practice for a few hours every day, think about how to complete your dishes all the time, and take a few real tests, you will improve quickly. Wouldn't life be too boring then? The student who spoke was glared at by his companions and hurriedly said to Yang Ming Jun, apologize, sorry, please forgive us, we have to attend a party, so we won't bother you anymore. Yang Ming turned around and ignored the students. Before entering the building, he could vaguely hear them say, we can't learn Yang Ming Jun's method. Hearing this, Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. He also found that although the competitive atmosphere in Yuanya was strong, some students studied casually and were not very serious. They just came here to get by. After all, most people in Yuanya were nobles and had no worries about food and drink. On the first floor, he asked about the location of lecturer chapel, and Yang Ming walked to where chapel was. Chapter 1023 Establishment of the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Institute. Hearing this, Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. He also found that although the competitive atmosphere in Yuanya was strong, some students studied casually and were not very serious. They just came here to get by. After all, most people in Yuanya were nobles and had no worries about food and drink. On the first floor, he asked about the location of lecturer chapel, and Yang Ming walked to where chapel was. Knocked on the door gently and entered. Hello, lecturer chapel. Yang Ming bowed slightly to show respect. Yang Ming? Your growth is really surprising. Dojimajin told me that your strength is close to the top 10. Yang Ming smiled and nodded, but did not reply, waiting for lecturer Chapel's words. Chapel's expression was not as serious as before, but a little smiling, as if he was in a very happy mood. You have the diligence that a chef should have, and you have a solid foundation. It's really sad to say that although the competition mechanism in Totsuki is fierce, it's a pity that many people are not very diligent. Chapel obviously complained that the comfort, wealth, and aristocratic status made most students lose their enterprising spirit. In this regard, Yang Ming did not comment, but just listened quietly. However, there are still excellent students like you, otherwise I can't stay in Totsuki. This is also the teaching of the lecturers. Yes, teaching. Students are divided into two types, those who can be taught and those who cannot be taught. Our task is to extract the part that can be taught from the students, impart them with better knowledge, make them stand out, gain cooking skills and status, and become a strong force in the cooking world to protect the new blood of the cooking world. Yang Ming analyzed from the words that lecturer Chapel meant. Yang Ming, I am very optimistic about you. If you learn cooking skills well, you will have everything. And the future autumn selection is a good opportunity. Lecturer Chapel is now getting to the point, and the previous words are all for the present. So, at this critical moment, I am not very optimistic about your idea of establishing a research institute. Improving your cooking skills and working hard to shine in the autumn selection is what you need to do. Thank you for your kindness, lecturer, but the establishment of the research institute will be more helpful for my research on cooking. Yang Ming is not unaware of this, but it is a bit late to wait until the autumn selection is established, and the most important thing is that he wants to use the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Institute to get more inspiration through the collision of ideas. You are right, but the Research Institute belongs to the field of the 10 outstanding people after all. Lecturer Chapel's tone is a little regretful and a little disgusted. What's more, the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Institute you established this time has touched the sensitive nerves of many people. I think there will be a lot of trouble, and there will be some problems in the autumn selection, right? I am not afraid of these. Yang Ming said. It seems that I have no reason to reject your application. I have already chosen the location, which is on the second floor of Building No. You have a room as the location of your research meeting, haha. Chapel smiled rarely. There was something else after the sentence, and Yang Ming listened attentively. But, you know, the review is not actually done by the lecturers, but at the meeting of the top 10, so you must pass it at the meeting of the top 10 before you can establish a research group. When Chapel said this, he smiled, but what I didn't expect was that your research group has passed the assessment. Irina helped a lot. He said Irina's name first, as one of the top 10, she wrote your assessment results in the application report, all A, the recognition of Dojima-jin, and your performance in the residential study, and she was very sure of your strength. Well, she is a very proud student and would not say anything that would insult the family, but she was generous with her words in the report and praised you highly. She must want your research group to be successful, so she provoked the other seats to hate you. Yang Ming could imagine that kind of scene, so Irina was probably helping him sincerely. Several of the top 10 argued until their faces turned red, and finally the vote was passed smoothly. Although Chapel said it lightly, it is not difficult to know the thoughts of the top 10. An additional research institute is naturally a consumption of Totsuki's limited resources, and it is strongly opposed by many of the top 10. It is not difficult to say that Irina has made great efforts. However, after the establishment of the research institute, Totsuki will only provide the venue, and you will be responsible for the required resources. This is very troublesome, you must be prepared. I understand. After leaving lecturer Chappelle, Yang Ming came to his own research institute. On the way, he called to thank Irina for her help, but Irina couldn't come because of her class schedule. After making a few more calls, Alice was free. She rushed over with a design drawing in her hand. But as soon as she arrived, she frowned slightly. Yang Ming-jun, your research institute is too small. Yang Ming looked around and didn't think it was small. It was square meters in size. It was just because it was newly built, the kitchen counter, kitchen utensils, warehouse, hall, and research site were not built. It looked a little empty, but it was definitely not small. Small? He asked. Of course it's too small. Not to mention the 6 cooking buildings owned by Irina, the area of the 8th seat, Teraki Kyuga Chinese Research Institute, is also terribly small. Alice said with some dissatisfaction, I don't know how they arranged it, why they arranged such a small place. It seems that we can only use the old method. She muttered softly. After hearing this, Yang Ming asked, what method? Of course, it is to plunder resources by holding a food war. This is also the tradition of Totsuki. Alice said as if it was a matter of course, but after saying it, she frowned, I just don't know if the other party will agree. After all, Yang Ming-jun's strength and resources are completely disproportionate, and there is no way to hold a fair food war. Is it really small? Yang Ming was still wondering about this question. Of course. With your strength, let alone other things, you must at least have a separate building to be considered a real agreement. Just this kind of room like the Rice Bowl Research Club is not enough. Alice suddenly became serious when talking about this aspect, and said solemnly. I just created a preliminary research club, a building that belongs to itself? Isn't it too exaggerated? Yang Ming spread his hands and said in some confusion. Not an exaggeration at all. Alice said excitedly, this is just the most basic. Chapter 1024, Merging the Cuisine Research Institute. I am just creating a preliminary research institute, a building that belongs to itself? Is it too exaggerated? Yang Ming spread his hands and said in some confusion. Not an exaggeration at all. Alice said excitedly, this is just the most basic. Yang Ming was about to say something, and the phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, and suddenly, a frivolous voice entered his ears, is the master here? I am Teraki Kyuga. It was just in time. Yang Ming smiled slightly, and then said, the merger of the 2 research institutes can begin. Merge? Alice looked confused, then suddenly realized, and then looked at Yang Ming in shock. What's going on? But before she could react, she saw Yang Ming walking out of the door. Hey? Yang Ming-jun, wait for me. Alice ran up and followed Yang Ming to the door of the Chinese Cuisine Research Institute. Yang Ming just arrived at the door when he received a call. He picked it up and saw that it was still a call from Kyuga Teraki. After the call was connected, the other party asked him to come in directly. Yang Ming nodded and walked directly to the restricted area. As soon as he entered, he saw the dozens of people busy at the same time before, and 30 people were stir-frying and cooking at the same time. He didn't stop his movements at all because someone suddenly came in, and he didn't even look at Yang Ming and the others. And the movements were all smooth and there was no stagnation. It showed the excellent cooking skills of these people. It's really amazing. Alice couldn't help but praise him. Even at Irina's place, she had never seen such a scene. And this also shows the training and teaching of Kyuga Teraki to the members. Stop it all. A frivolous voice sounded, and Kyoga Teraki walked down from the seat in the distance. He was of medium height and looked extremely thin. His clothes were obviously a little loose on him, and they were constantly blown up with his steps, as if they were about to fall off at any time. His short hair, which was brown and orange, was like burning golden flames, and kept jumping while walking. His cold and sharp eyes made people pay attention to him. As Kyoga Teraki's voice fell, more than 30 chefs stopped their actions, extinguished the flames, and put the spoons aside. They acted in unison, and everyone's actions were almost the same. Kyoga Teraki glanced at the members of the research group below and said slowly, "Everyone knows that Yang Ming is my master." The members below all nodded. They naturally knew about the sensation in the whole school. Now they saw two people coming over. Could it be that there was something important to announce? "Now my master and I are standing here. I have something to tell you." Kyoga Teraki said, "From now on, the Chinese Cuisine Research Institute will be merged into the Chinese and Western Fusion Cuisine Institute. Yang Ming will be the leader of the Chinese Cuisine Research Institute, responsible for the activities of the institute, and I will become an ordinary member of the institute. You can rest assured that I will always be in the institute." How could it be? President Kyoga actually. The new president is actually a high school student. The members below were talking about it. They didn't expect that their Chinese Cuisine Research Institute, which was well known throughout the Totsuki Academy, would be merged into the unknown Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Institute. This made them a little difficult to accept. But they couldn't say anything, because their previous president had already said that Yang Ming was his master. Isn't this a matter of course? In Totsuki Academy, cooking skills are more important than anything else. A new president who is better at cooking than Kyoga Teraki is not at a disadvantage no matter how you look at it. So, they must admit the fact that Yang Ming became the president and leader of the Chinese Cuisine Research Institute. Looking at the members with different expressions below, Yang Ming smiled and stood up. "I am very happy to be the president of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association. My name is Yang Ming, and I am a freshman. I think everyone knows me well. After all, since I entered the academy, I have been spreading my knowledge among the students. Of course, I am not kidding you now. Whether Kyoga is my apprentice or not, there is one thing that everyone should be clear about: my strength is enough to be the leader of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association." This somewhat arrogant remark made the people below change their faces slightly, but they still couldn't refute it. In the first year of high school, Yang Ming, who defeated Kyoga Teraki, may be the strongest now, but he is more than enough to hold this position. In the future, I will get along with you all, so you have a lot of time to get to know me. Yang Ming glanced at the members below lightly, "Then let me announce a few things now. First of all, I accept Kyoga Teraki as the vice president. When I am not here, I will be fully responsible for the external affairs of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association. I think Kyoga, you are fine." Yang Ming looked at Kyoga Teraki with a smile. "Master, you are squeezing out my remaining value." Kyoga Teraki smiled bitterly. Letting him become the vice president is equivalent to him still managing the Chinese Cuisine Research Association every day, but there is one more person who makes the final decision above him, otherwise it is somewhat similar to the past. In fact, it is a little regrettable that Kyoga Teraki stepped down from the position of president. After all, it was he who slowly built up the current Chinese Cuisine Research Association. Now Yang Ming seems to have seen something, and then arranged such a position for him, but Kyoga Teraki cannot refuse, because this is a reasonable request in the Research Association. "Of course I have nothing to do, I will follow the arrangements of the master." Kyoga Teraki shook his head, but his tone was still slightly grateful. The members below were also slightly agitated. They did not expect Yang Ming to make such an arrangement. But this is better. After all, they have been familiar with Kyoga Teraki for a long time. Suddenly, Kyoga Teraki became an ordinary member, which still made them a little uncomfortable. Now it is much better. Looking at Kyoga Teraki's slightly grateful expression, Yang Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Kyoga Teraki below might not be grateful, because Yang Ming wants to change the Chinese Cuisine Research Association into a real Chinese Cuisine Research Association after merging it, not just Sichuan cuisine. Next, I will announce the direction of the activities of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association in the future. Yang Ming looked at the members of the Research Association below and said, "It is not just Sichuan cuisine. The 8 major cuisines of Chinese cuisine, such as Zhejiang cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Shandong cuisine, will be studied and the direction of activities in the future. Of course, Other niche cuisines of Chinese cuisine can also be studied. As for the person in charge of this research and direction, it will be handed over to Kyuga for the time being. Recommend the new book The Rise of the Fishman. Chapter 1025, I come to show Kyujkit Chinese food. Let me announce the future direction of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association. Yang Ming looked at the members of the Research Association and said, it is not just Sichuan cuisine, but also Zhejiang cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Shandong cuisine, etc. The 8 major cuisines of Chinese cuisine will be studied and the direction of activities in the future. Of course, other niche cuisines of Chinese cuisine can also be studied. As for the person in charge of this research and direction, it will be handed over to Kyuga for the time being. What? Kyuga Teraki has not yet come to his senses about the change in the Chinese Cuisine Research Society, and Yang Ming has dropped another bomb, asking him to be in charge of this matter. He is good at Sichuan cuisine. Master, if we study other Chinese cuisines, the members may. Kyuga Teraki did not continue, because he saw that many members below had interested expressions, proving that they also wanted to study other Chinese cuisines. Yang Ming had already seen this. Those who can join the Chinese Cuisine Research Society have a great love for Chinese cuisine. Although Sichuan cuisine is recognized by many people as the main cuisine of Chinese cuisine, no one wants to study only such cuisine. After all, Chinese cuisine is profound. These members may also have the idea of admiring Kyuga Teraki, and have always stayed in the Chinese Cuisine Research Association and did not go out. But now that their new president announced such a thing, the long-lost flame of enthusiasm in the hearts of these members has been rekindled. Okay, the research direction of Chinese cuisine in the future will be the major cuisines of Chinese cuisine. Kyuga Teraki nodded, but master, I am good at Sichuan cuisine, so can you personally check it? Kyuga, as one of the top 10, I believe you have this ability. You just didn't want to conduct in-depth research on other cuisines before. Yang Ming smiled slightly, and I'm very busy. There is another reason, Kyuga, if you want to beat me in the future, you can't stop where you are. This sentence directly froze Kyuga Teraki's body. You can't stop where you are. Yang Ming's words struck Kyuga Teraki's heart like a bolt of lightning. When did he even lose the desire to beat Yang Ming? Was it because of the mapo tofu that Yang Ming made when he first met him? Was it the dish that defeated him? No, none of them, but I was influenced unconsciously. Kyuga Teraki looked at Yang Ming beside him and took a breath. So, Kyuga, work hard and keep growing. I think the 8th place in the 10 elites of Totsuki will not be your ultimate goal. Yang Ming said to Kyuga Teraki beside him. Of course, how can the 8th place in the 10 elites be my goal? My goal is always the first place in Totsuki. Kyuga Teraki smiled, thinking of the experience of wanting to compete with the first place in the 10 elites, S.I. Yingshi, when he was a freshman. At this moment, Kyuga Teraki's blood boiled. Chinese cuisine, right? Everyone, let's promote Chinese cuisine together under the leadership of the master. Kyuga Teraki said loudly with blood boiling, waving his fist to express. President Yang Ming, President Yang Ming. The rising and falling shouts of the Chinese Cuisine Research Society resounded in the room. On this day, the members of the Research Society also slowly accepted this President Yang Ming. Then let us, the Chinese Cuisine Research Institute, be your helpers. Many members below looked at Yang Ming, as if they could see a throne slowly rising behind Yang Ming, so tall and majestic, full of majestic momentum. On this day, Kyuga Teraki's Chinese Cuisine Research Institute was merged into Yang Ming's Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Institute without any warning. From today on, Yang Ming really entered the vision of the second and third year students. If in the past, they only regarded Yang Ming as a first-year high school student with good strength, then from this moment on, they believed that Yang Ming's strength was comparable to theirs, and perhaps only the other top talents of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki could really suppress Yang Ming. Anyway, no matter what, Yang Ming is really popular, more popular than any time before. Everyone is talking about Yang Ming, talking about how strong he is. Although some people later said that Kyuga Teraki was too cowardly and just handed over the research institute, more people also believe that Yang Ming's strength is unfathomable. Most of the students in the first year of high school have already treated Yang Ming as an idol. As for competing with Yang Ming, they would not have this idea because the gap is too big. If the gap between the two is not far, then the lagging person may have the motivation to catch up, but if the gap is too far, or even when there is no shadow, then the lagging person will let it go. This is not giving up, but accepting the facts. They and Yang Ming will always be people from two different worlds. Maybe Yang Ming can become one of the top 10 students in Totsuki when he is in the first year of high school. But they will never be able to do it. Of course, there are some people in the first year of high school who are unwilling to accept it. Yukihira Soma, Takumai, and others will not accept their fate like this. They will not let Yang Ming be the only one in front, and they will continue to catch up. A few days later, Chinese Cuisine Research Association. On several cooking tables, dishes of various cuisines are cooked. This place is surrounded by dishes of different cuisines. There are braised lion's head, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, dry pot cauliflower, sweet and sour carp, and of course mapo tofu, kung pao chicken and other various dishes. Everyone cooked their own dishes with an excited expression. The profound Chinese cuisine intoxicated them. All kinds of novel ideas and strange combinations of ingredients were presented in their hands one by one. The meat of your lion's head is not processed finely enough, and the cooking time is too early. The tenderloin of yours is not cooked in time, and the sweetness is not absorbed into the meat, but only stays on the surface. The combination of various ingredients in your dry pot cabbage is not reasonable, the deliciousness of cauliflower is not highlighted, and the pork is overcooked. Yang Ming walked around the cooking tables, picked up a dish with chopsticks, tasted it, and could make perfect suggestions and various disadvantages, which made these members convinced how much practical experience is needed. Yang Ming picked up another braised carp and put it in his mouth to feel it. Not bad, basically there are no major problems, but the combination of ingredients and the control of heat should be better. Recommended new book The Rise of Pirates. Chapter 1026 Travel X Dating. Yang Ming picked up another braised carp and put it in his mouth to feel it. Not bad, basically there are no major problems, but the combination of ingredients and the control of heat should be better. Got it, President Yang Ming. A purple-haired girl said loudly. She was Hojo Miyoko, after Yang Ming became the president of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association and changed the disadvantage of the research association to only study in one direction. Hojo Miyoko, who is good at Chinese cuisine, took the initiative to join and became a member of the research association, which was something that Kyoga Teraki had not done before. Work hard, Miyoko. Yang Ming smiled and left. Yang Ming, I will definitely catch up with you. Hojo Miyoko looked at Yang Ming's back and said to herself. In order to grow, Hojo Miyoko came to this Chinese Cuisine Research Association. In terms of the research on Chinese cuisine, perhaps the Chinese Cuisine Research Association with Yang Ming is the most senior and convincing. Master, mine is ready too. Kyoga Teraki said helplessly at a cooking table that was a little different from other members. Kyoga, don't you want to be treated like them? Yang Ming looked at the helpless Kyoga Teraki, stepped forward and looked at Kyoga Teraki's dishes, dongpo pork. Then he picked up a piece of dongpo pork with chopsticks and tasted it, nodded and said, Kyoga, you are indeed worthy of being one of the 10 outstanding Totsuki. You have grasped the essence of this dish so quickly. I believe you can do better. What are the shortcomings of my dish? Kyoga Teraki asked in confusion. It's perfect, and the rest is not something you can handle with your current ability. Yang Ming responded directly. At this moment, Kyoga Teraki's face darkened. Yang Ming's occasional sharp words really made Kyoga Teraki want to beat Yang Ming, but he resisted the urge very well. The difference in strength between the two seemed to be too big. Okay, let me tell you about your dongpo pork. Before Yang Ming could continue, the door was suddenly opened. Yang Ming, Yang Ming. A crisp and beautiful voice sounded. When Yang Ming was about to point out the defects of Kyoga Teraki's dongpo pork, the door was opened. Following the voice, Yang Ming also saw a familiar person. Alice, why are you here? Yang Ming looked at the person who came. It was Alice Nikari with crystal white hair, and a bright smile on her pretty face. I knew you were here. Alice Nikari said. What's wrong, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Yang Ming asked Alice Nikari. Do you have anything to do now? How about we go out and talk? Alice Nikari said while looking at the students who were constantly cooking. It seems a bit strange to talk about things here. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming nodded. Everyone, keep working hard, I'll go out first. Don't worry, President, we will work hard. The members said in unison, appearing to be very neat and consistent. This point made Kyoga Teraki trained very well, and Yang Ming naturally retained this habit, a group of members with very good discipline. It is much better than other research societies, which are like skirmishers. Afterwards, Yang Ming took Alice away from the Chinese Cuisine Research Society. Hey, we're leaving now, what should I do with my dongpo pork? Kyuga Teraki looked at the dongpo pork in front of him stupidly. The current situation was as if Yang Ming had abandoned Kyuga Teraki, which made Kyuga Teraki feel very sad. Are girls so cute? Well, this is just a random thought in Kyuga Teraki's confused state. Don't take it as a fact, otherwise it means that Kyuga Teraki is going to be gay. I'll eat the dongpo pork myself. Kyuga Teraki picked up the chopsticks, picked up the tender dongpo pork and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. The tender dongpo pork seemed to melt in the mouth, and the delicious taste of the extreme gravy spread in the taste buds. What a delicious dongpo pork! I made it pretty delicious. Kyuga Teraki nodded, indicating that the research on other Chinese cuisines these days has also been fruitful. Yang Ming. Hojo Mayoko watched Yang Ming and Alice leave, and for some reason she felt unhappy. Humph, men are unreliable. Hojo Mayoko picked up a meat cleaver and chopped it down on the chopping board again. The continuous sound of chop chop made the students around Hojo Mayoko change their expressions slightly, and then they moved aside a little. They were a little afraid that this girl from Hojo Mayoko would chop them directly. The reception in the past 2 days after touching it, they also knew that Hojo Mayoko was different from other girls, and she was very difficult to mess with. They all saw the scene where Hojo Mayoko was madly picking up a high school student. Although it was the student's fault, it can also be seen from the side that Hojo Mayoko's kung fu was still good. Not far from the Chinese Cuisine Research Society, Yang Ming and Nakiri Alice walked here, and neither of them spoke. Alice, what's the matter? If you keep silent like this, I'll leave. Yang Ming had no choice but to break this silence. What the hell is this? There is no beautiful scene in silence in broad daylight. That was not during the residential study, under the starry sky with countless fireflies. That beautiful scene was very fascinating. I knew that Yang Mingjun would not be able to help asking me. Nakiri Alice laughed, indicating that she seemed to have won. So, it's okay, then I'll leave. Yang Ming turned his head and planned to leave. I really have something to say. Nakiri Alice quickly grabbed Yang Ming's hand and smiled sweetly, is it really something? Then talk nicely. Yang Ming touched Nakiri Alice's hand. No, you messed up my hair. Nakiri Alice said quickly. Then tell me. Yang Ming said as he walked. Well, aren't we going to rest for the next 2 days? How about we take this opportunity to have fun and travel around? Nakiri Alice said, you will get sick if you stay in school all the time, don't you think? Travel, this time is a good time to travel. Yang Ming nodded. Now is the time when the weather is neither hot nor cold, so now is a good time to travel. If it is later, the weather will get hot, and then it will be the best time. So, you agreed? Nakiri Alice said in surprise. What do you mean by agree or not? There is a specific place for this trip, and what do we need to bring, and the most important thing is who is there. Yang Ming looked at Alice Nakiri helplessly. Could it be that if they were to travel alone, it would not be a trip, but a date? Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1027 Guess. So, you agreed? Alice Nakiri said in surprise. What do you mean by agree or not? There is a specific place for this trip, and what do we need to bring, and the most important thing is who is there. Yang Ming looked at Alice Nakiri helplessly. Could it be that if they were to travel alone, it would not be a trip, but a date? We don't have to worry about the specific place, Faishazi will take care of these things. As for who is there, Yang Mingjun, why don't you guess? Alice Nakiri's eyes flashed a cunning look. You are acting first and reporting later. What if I don't go? Yang Ming looked at Alice with a wry smile. From Alice's words, we can know that if Hisako arranges it, then Arena will definitely go, and the time of going is the rest days tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. This is simply acting first and asking for permission later. Fortunately, Yang Ming really has nothing to do in the next 2 days, otherwise Alice and the others would have wasted their time. If you don't go, we will definitely change to another time. Nakiri Alice said quickly, so, Yang Mingjun, guess who it is? Alice, you don't need to say it, she is one of them. Yang Ming looked at Nakiri Alice and said, as for who else, if Hisako arranges it, then she is also one, and if she goes as a secretary, then Arena will definitely be the main character, so there will be 3 people. Yes, Yang Mingjun, you are so smart, but it's not complete yet, there are still people missing. Nakiri Alice smiled. We're still short of people. Yang Ming's eyes moved. There weren't many girls in Totsuki who had a good relationship with Irina and Hisako. After all, the two of them were the top students in the first year of high school, so they wanted to form a good classmate relationship with Alice and Irina. The strength must be recognized by both of them, and it takes a long time to complete. If you have these two aspects, then you can only meet and get along with each other frequently in the Irina cooking building. Zai, how did you guess? How do I know that? Yang Ming looked at Alice unhappily. In the academy, the only one who has a good relationship with Alice and Irina is Megami Tadakuro, who often meets in the cooking building. Is there anyone else? Other students have no experience of long-term contact with you. Yang Ming said, even other students in the academy who are quite strong, such as Mito Izumi, Hojo Midori, or Sakaki Ryoko from our Polar Star dormitory, have little contact with you. So if you want to invite someone to such a private travel activity, I'm afraid Megami Tadakuro is the only one. Yang Ming looked at Alice with flashing eyes. Also, Alice, if you suddenly attack like this, I'm afraid Zaiwai will also be involved. Zaiwai probably knows that I have nothing to do in the next 2 days, so you guys made a surprise attack like this. Yang Mingjun, you are so scary. You actually guessed it all right. Nakiri Alice's face was very shocked, because Yang Ming really guessed it all, right. There are only 4 of them, she, Irina, Hisako, and Tadakuro Megami. Oh, and one more person, that is Yang Ming. As for the other boys, they are no longer invited, even Alice's follower Kurokai Ryo. After all, only Yang Ming can bring these 4 people together. So the current situation is that you have arranged everything, right? Yang Ming looked at Alice and said. Yes, so. Nakiri Alice said guiltily, but she knew that Yang Ming's character was a bit chauvinistic, and such an early decision might arouse Yang Ming's disgust. Okay, Alice, don't pretend to be pitiful, I agree, I also want to go out for a walk. Yang Ming smiled, this is not a big deal, how can Yang Ming be angry? Maybe Alice and the others wanted to go out for a walk, but it was also because of Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming was really busy with the Chinese Cuisine Research Association these days, and they saw it. However, after a few days, the Chinese Cuisine Research Association has gradually entered the right track in the research of various cuisines, and Yang Ming will not have to be there every day. After all, as the vice president, Kyuga Teraki also has to prove the value of his existence. Well, Kyuga Teraki didn't know that he would have to live in the heat of fire in the days to come, which is also an important reason why Yang Ming made Kyuga Teraki the vice president. At this moment, Nakiri Alice heard Yang Ming's approval and nodded quickly, okay, how about we gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow? There will be a special car to take us to the tourist destination. It is said that it is near Tokyo, not far away. Since it is all arranged by Hisako, I still believe it. If it is you or Irina, I am afraid I will doubt the success rate of this trip. Yang Ming said with a smile. Hisako is still very competent as a secretary. She has a clear arrangement for various work arrangements, so such a simple 2-day trip is still very easy. Yang Mingjun, you are looking down on us. Nakiri Alice raised her little head and pouted her little mouth. You can hang a bottle of oil on your mouth. Is what I said unreasonable? Or our dear Alice can arrange these tasks next time? Yang Ming joked. No, it's still very convenient to have Hisako. Nakiri Alice said guiltily. She thought of a trip, all kinds of complicated places to contact, and things to prepare, and her head hurt a little. Cooking is the most direct and simplest way. Yang Ming and Alice Nakiri then had a brief discussion about this matter, and the two separated. Yang Ming did not return to the Chinese Cuisine Research Association immediately. Since he was out, there was nothing urgent now, so he walked around. Looking at everything in Totsuki Academy, Yang Ming was really amazed. As a high school, it has such a large area, and the various equipment in the school are very top-notch. It is conceivable how much money Totsuki spent to get here. So generally, the children who come to Totsuki to study not only have good cooking skills, but also have a certain economic foundation, otherwise it is impossible to go to Totsuki. Of course, if your culinary talent is really good, you can get everything in Totsuki, just like Shinomiya, even if it is just an ordinary family, you can graduate as the first of the 10 outstanding students. So in Totsuki, cooking is the core of everything. Recommendation of the new book The Rise of the Pirates. Yesterday, I saw that an author next door gave himself a silver leader and jumped to the top of the new book list. I felt cold in my heart. Money can really do whatever you want. Chapter 1028 Departure. Of course, if you have a good talent for cooking, you can get everything in Totsuki, just like Shigong. Even if it is just an ordinary family, you can graduate as the first of the 10 outstanding students. So in Totsuki, cooking is the core of everything. Without cooking, not only can you not come to Totsuki for classes, even if you barely enter Totsuki, you will be eliminated by the fierce competition mechanism of Totsuki. This is the cruelty of Totsuki Academy. These things naturally have nothing to do with Yang Ming, because he will never be the one to be eliminated, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. Junior Yang Ming. A crisp voice came over, and what caught Yang Ming's eyes was a tall girl with blood-red hair. Senior Longden. Yang Ming looked at Xylan Longden in surprise. He didn't expect to meet this senior just walking around the school. Yang Ming, I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet in such a big school. Xylan Longden's golden pupils flashed. Yes, Senior Longden, maybe this is the beginning of our destiny. Yang Ming joked. He was not afraid of meeting Xylan Longden as others did. The feeling of fear, even if Xylan Ryodon is the second of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki. Yang Ming has seen all kinds of people, including the food devil Nakiri Senseiman, or the person in charge of the resort, Dojimajin, and others, who are not afraid of them, let alone these 10 outstanding students who have not graduated yet. I like the personality of my junior brother. Xylan Ryodon showed 2 small canine teeth and smiled charmingly. By the way, Junior Yang Ming, do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow? Senior Ryodon, I'm sorry, I have to go out every day and don't have time. Yang Ming shook his head and expressed regret. Because tomorrow he will go on a trip with Irina and the others. That's really a pity. I originally wanted to ask my junior brother out for a date. Xylan Ryodon said regretfully, then we will have a date next time when we have a chance. After that, Xylan Ryodon left directly. Date? Yang Ming laughed and shook his head. He knew that Xylan Ryodon was just joking. Go back. At night, at the Polaris dormitory. Yang Ming-jun, I'm sorry that I kept this from you. Tian Zuowi kept apologizing. Okay, Xiaowei, I don't blame you. Yang Ming looked helplessly at Tian Zuowi who kept apologizing. I just told you that if I sleep late tomorrow morning, you can come and wake me up. Got it. Yang Ming directly pressed Tian Zuowi's little head and rubbed it. Got it, Yang Ming-jun. Tian Zuowi was stunned, then smiled sweetly, I will get up early tomorrow. Forget it, you prepare the things you need to go out tomorrow, and I will go to see what I can bring. Yang Ming said, and left the room directly. Thank you, Yang Ming-jun. Tian Zuowi looked at Yang Ming who was leaving and said softly. But what else do we need to bring for the trip tomorrow? Tadakuro Hui looked at the bulging backpack and looked around the room. I brought medicines, food, and clothes. The next day, Yang Ming and Tadakuro Hui left Polaris dormitory early and came to the gate of Totsuki Academy. Alice and others were waiting there. Tadakuro, Yang Ming-kun, hurry up and come here. Nakiri Alice looked at Yang Ming and waved. I'm here. Yang Ming came directly to Alice and looked at Alice's dress. Alice, you look beautiful when you dress up. Alice was wearing sports clothes at the moment. Although her figure was not very graceful, she also revealed a youthful and energetic atmosphere. With white hair and white skin, which was different from Japan, she would definitely have a high rate of turning heads when walking on the streets of Tokyo. Yang Ming-kun, then you said I'm ugly normally. Nakiri Alice snorted, seizing the handle of this sentence. How could it be? Our Alice is a very cute and beautiful girl. Yang Ming said with a smile. Is that reasonable? Nakiri Alice said proudly. By the way, Alice, where are Hisako and Irina? Yang Ming looked around, and the two were not here. They are taking a car out of the academy, and they should be coming out soon. Nakiri Alice said. As she was talking, a black and spacious car drove out from the gate of the academy and stopped beside Yang Ming and others. It was Irina and Hisako who walked out of the car. Damn hooligan, you will be the co-pilot then. Nakiri Irina saw Yang Ming and said hurriedly. Although the tone was a little wrong, it seemed that she was trying to attract Yang Ming's attention. Don't worry, although your car is big, it will definitely be a bit crowded with 4 people in the back. It's better for me to be alone. Yang Ming smiled. The car of Arina Nakiri is big enough, so the back seat can accommodate 4 people. Of course, if there are 4 boys, it's a bit risky, but if there are 4 girls like Alice and Arina, it's more than enough. Arina and other girls are all petite. And Yang Ming is not really a gangster, and squeezing with a few girls is not a very good enjoyment. Yet. Arina Nakiri nodded. Alice, Tadakuro, let's put our things in the trunk. Okay. Tadakuro Hui and others nodded, and then put some things in the back of the car. Yang Ming also put his things in. He didn't bring much, just a few things. He would only stay there for 1 night at most this time, so he didn't need to prepare too many things. He should be able to come back the next day. However, when Yang Ming saw the big bags of Hui Tanchuo and Alice, he could only shake his head helplessly. What on earth did they bring for such a simple trip? 10 minutes later, the black vehicle drove towards a certain direction of Tokyo. That was where Yang Ming and his friends were traveling, a beautiful mountain village in a mountain range in Tokyo, which was found by Fei Shizi. At this time, there were not many tourists in that place. After all, it was a newly developed tourist destination. Not long after Yang Ming and his friends set off. Ryodan, are we the only 2? Akane Kubo Momo said blankly with her confused face. It wasn't originally the 2 of us. Kobayashi Ryodan said, this time I plan to have all the top 10 girls go on a trip to promote relationships. Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. Yesterday I saw that an author next door gave himself a silver leader and jumped to the top of the new book list. I felt cold in my heart. Money can really do whatever you want. Chapter 1029 Being Remembered. Ha, there's no way. Geez, Higuo said he had to go to Tokyo today to deal with something. Arina seemed to be out with her cousin. Kobayashi Ryodan said with a dry cough. Then it's just the 2 of us. You didn't call anyone else? Akane Kubo Momo whispered. Akane Kubo Momo is not in the mood to travel alone. I called him. By the way, I also called Yang Ming yesterday, but Yang Ming didn't have time either, so there was no way. Anyway, 2 people can go. Xiaolin Longden said that she also took action, but she couldn't do anything if the others didn't go. Yang Ming Jun. Akane Kubo Momo said to herself, and then looked at Xiaolin Longden. Longden, I'm still not going. As she said that, Akane Kubo Momo wanted to turn around and go back to the academy. What are they doing if they go on a trip? It's better to study new dishes in the academy. Then, Akane Kubo Momo just took a step and couldn't leave because Xiaolin Longden grabbed her. With Xiaolin Longden's strength, it was still easy to deal with the petite Akane Kubo Momo. Xiaolin Longden thought to herself that she had promised Nakaritsuki to deal with Yang Ming, so she had to find an excuse to get close to Yang Ming to investigate. How could she miss such a good opportunity? Look, I've already arranged it. How can you not go, Akane Kubo? Xiaolin Longden laughed, and you see the car is here too. Xiaolin Longden dragged Akane Kubo Momo to the front of the car, stuffed Akane Kubo Momo in, and got in the car himself. Let's go. Xiaolin Longden said lightly. Longden, I really shouldn't have believed you. This was the voice of Akane Kubo Momo who was stuffed into the car. She had a feeling that this trip would not be so smooth. It can be found that Yang Ming and his car were driving in the same direction as Xiaolin Longden and his car. In this way, after several hours, Yang Ming and others passed through the mountains and finally arrived at the destination. On the edge of Tokyo, there is a small mountain village surrounded by mountains. This small mountain village is not well known, but it can be found that the surrounding traffic environment is still good. Mainly because in the 1970s, a gold mine was discovered in a high mountain among the undulating mountains. The Japanese government at that time directly mobilized the power of the entire country to develop a fully functional mountain road between the mountain and the outside world. After all, in the eyes of Japan, this is a must and a necessary condition for transporting gold. They found that the gold mine had a large storage capacity, enough to support the Japanese government's finances. Later, as the Japanese government imagined, countless gold made them laugh. Of course, the mountain people who originally lived in this mountain would not think so, because mining gold is very harmful to the environment. But the arm cannot twist the leg, and they have no way to do it, so they can only let the Japanese government mine. Of course, the Japanese government also made subsidies for the mountain people in this mountain range at that time. If they want to go out, they can provide temporary housing. At that time, many young people went out, but those who have lived in the mountains for a long time did not go out. They still grow up with the mountains. By the 1990s, after more than 20 years of development, the gold reserves of this mountain had decreased sharply and were no longer valuable. Even the cost of mining and the income were almost equal. In addition, in the 1990s, Japan had a major disaster, that is, the collapse of the real estate market, which directly caused the collapse of the Japanese economy. The Japanese government was also in a mess and could not take care of itself. The mountain containing gold was naturally abandoned. After all, there was not much gold in it. As time went by, this place was also forgotten by the Japanese government, and the small mountain village returned to peace. It was originally surrounded by mountains. The gold was just one of the peaks, so if it was polluted, it would not spread too much. With the changes of the times in about 20 years, the natural landscape of birdsong and flowers has been restored here. After entering the 21st century, the Japanese economy slowly recovered, so many people would go out for tourism. Among them, the name of Liu often appeared on the internet. This is a group of people looking for new and interesting places. This quiet little mountain village with birds singing and flowers blooming was discovered by them, and then slowly spread. Although it has not been long, experienced hikers still know about this place and have passed by. I will come here. There are such mountain villages with birds singing and flowers blooming in Japan, but it is very rare to find such convenient transportation as here. If you want to enter those mountains, I am afraid that vehicles cannot pass through at all. You have to climb the mountain by your own strength. It is rare to find such a convenient place like here, so this is a place that tourists who don't like too high difficulty like to come. Of course, if it is difficult, there are also places here. This place is surrounded by mountains and undulating mountains. It depends on what kind of play you want to choose. Yang Ming and others also drove to this small mountain village in a car. Through the window, they can see some travelers with backpacks coming and going. They all look at everything around with excitement. Now, except for the long road, they look around and are surrounded by high mountains. The shock to the soul is not much weaker than that in other mountains. The black car stopped in front of a wooden house. Yang Ming and others walked out of the car and looked at the house in front of them. This wooden house looks very big, with a unique Japanese style, that is, the inverted triangle on the top looks very deep. This is where we rest this time. Naoto Hisako said to everyone. Okay, Yang Ming-jun, let's move our things in and have some lunch. We are already starving. Nakiri Alice shouted while touching her stomach. After driving on the road for several hours, it is already noon. Although several people have eaten some snacks, they are still very hungry. Okay, Tadakuro, Arina, let's move our things in together. Yang Ming smiled. Hisako knocked on the door gently, and a woman with a good figure came out and looked at Hisako. Are you the person we agreed to meet before? Yes, I am. Naoto Hisako said quickly, and then took out the certificate. They booked a room here, and Hisako had paid a deposit before. Recommend the new book The Rise of the Pirates. Chapter 1030, Hungry. Faishizi knocked on the door gently, and a woman with a good figure came out and looked at Faishizi. Are you the person we agreed to meet before? Yes, I am. Zinhu Faishizi said quickly, and then took out the certificate. They booked a room here, and Faishizi had paid a deposit before. The form here is somewhat similar to that of a farmhouse, but there are also great differences. In this small mountain village, because there are gradually tourists coming here, although not many, but not too few, so the villagers here see this situation and also make temporary accommodation, providing accommodation for pedestrians who come to the mountain village for tourism. Walking into the house inside seems to be still very large, and you can see a little girl of 4 or 5 years old looking at Yang Ming and others with curiosity. Perhaps the arrival of strangers is always so curious. You have booked 3 rooms here, upstairs. The woman said, and took Faishizi and others upstairs, and found that each room was still very clean. Hisashi, you are so nice to me that you let me live in a room alone. Yang Ming put his luggage in his room and smiled. No way. Before Hisashi finished speaking, Nakiri Arina interrupted, because there are only 3 rooms here, we can only book 3, so don't think too much. We originally wanted to have a room each, and do you still want to live with us? You bastard. Nakiri Arina's eyes were staring at him. Oh, so that's it, then I'm lucky to live in a room alone. Yang Ming went straight into his room and put his things in. Arina and others also put their things in the room. But the vehicle went to other places in the mountain village, and the driver would stay here until Irina and others left tomorrow. A moment later, Yang Ming, Irina, and others sat around the table, looking helpless. Yang Ming-jun, now they don't provide lunch, what should I do? Nakiri Alice said. Because Yang Ming and his friends came too late, the time for lunch had long passed. After all, this is not a proper accommodation, and there is no place that provides food all the time. Then how about we go outside and find a place to eat? Nakiri Irina hesitated. Miss Irina, there is a strange situation here, that is, lunch will end at 1 o'clock, so it is almost over now, even those restaurants are the same. Naoto Hisako shook her head. She just learned about this from the owner here. Is that so? What should we do then? Nakiri Alice frowned. Could it be that they can only eat the snacks they brought with them for lunch? When traveling, snacks must be brought with them. Okay, Alice, let's ask the owner here if there are any other ingredients, and then can we borrow the kitchen, we are chefs. Yang Ming smiled and stood up. Yes, we are chefs, right? Nakiri Alice said excitedly, our cooking is definitely better than theirs, not to mention that there are 2 chefs with the ability of the 10 elites of Totsuki here. Alice, don't you plan to cook? Nakiri Irina frowned. Irina, you know I am good at molecular cuisine, but there is no place for molecular cuisine here, and those equipment must be specific. Nakiri Alice waved her hand, indicating that she was also helpless. Then you can wash the vegetables for me or something. Nakiri Irina glanced at Alice. Wash the vegetables. Nakiri Alice dragged out a long-tail tone. Or, let me do it. Tadakuro Hwei said on the side. Don't argue, I'll go ask the owner here now if we can do this and if they have any leftover ingredients. Yang Ming said. Oh. Okay. Nakiri Alice and others nodded. Yang Ming came to the woman, hello, I want to ask if you have any leftover ingredients here? We want to cook for ourselves, and we will pay for the expenses. You cook for yourself. The woman looked up and down at Yang Ming and others. In the eyes of this woman, there were only ordinary high school students here. High school students usually go to school, can they cook ingredients? However, the woman still nodded in approval, sure, I have some leftover ingredients here, you can use them, if possible, I can also help you cook. No, thank you, auntie. Yang Ming smiled and rejected the proposal, and asked the woman to take him to the kitchen first. The kitchen was not very big, but the basic cooking conditions were still available, and there were some ingredients left, such as green vegetables, tofu, potatoes, and other ingredients, enough to make a big meal. Back in the living room, Yang Ming glanced at Alice and others and said, the kitchen can only accommodate 3 people because of space reasons, so Irina and I will cook together, and one will do some food processing, Zai. Okay. Tadakuro Hwei nodded. Alice and Hisako, wait a moment, we will get this lunch done quickly. Yang Ming asked Alice and others to wait a moment. Then hurry up. Nakiri Alice said. Miss Irina, why don't you let me do it? Naoto Hisako said, letting Irina cook food for herself. Hisako was a little flattered. It's okay, Hisako, just take a rest. Irina shook her head, and then followed Yang Ming out of the living room. The 3 of them came to the kitchen. Yang Ming took out some ingredients, and handed those that needed to be washed to Tadakuro Hwei, Zai, these ingredients, you wash them. Okay. Tadakuro Hwei took these ingredients to the faucet to wash them. Steam the rice first. Yang Ming took out a certain amount of rice, washed it, and put it in the rice cooker. At about the same time, Tadakuro Hwei had already washed some ingredients. Irina Nakiri looked at Yang Ming with a certain ingredient, you rascal, why don't we compete to see who cooks faster? Irina, you still want to beat me in this, you have to know that there are many dishes in Chinese cuisine that are fast. Yang Ming smiled. In Chinese cuisine, dishes like stir-fried vegetables and fried potato chips only take a few minutes to make. Forget it then. Irina Nakiri said with a guilty conscience. How about this, I have 2 dishes, you only need 1 dish, how about this method, this is very simple, isn't it? Yang Ming said. Recommended new book The Rise of Pirates. Chapter 1031 Completion. In Chinese cuisine, dishes such as stir-fried vegetables and potato chips only take a few minutes to make. Forget it then. Irina Nakiri said with a guilty conscience. How about this, I have 2 dishes, you only need 1 dish, how about this method, this is very simple, isn't it? Yang Ming said. Damn hooligan, you are looking down on me, I am one of the top 10 after all. Irina Nagari snorted, however, since you want to compete like this, I won't object. That's good, the loser has to agree to a condition. Yang Ming laughed. What condition? Irina Nagari said cautiously, she was afraid that Yang Ming would make some evil request. Don't make it too complicated, how about giving the winner a massage then? Yang Ming thought about it and said casually. Just once. Irina Nagari was surprised, not because the request was excessive, but because it was too simple. Are you afraid of losing, Yang Ming Jun? Irina Nagari thought of this, and the corners of her mouth curled up. No, you bastard, once is too little. At this moment, Irina Nagari's eyes flashed with cunning. Too little. Yang Ming was surprised for a moment. How many times do you want? Then 10 times, the loser needs to massage the winner 10 times, and the time is arranged by the winner. Irina Nagari laughed, she thought of how to torture the stinky hooligan in the future. Well, okay, 10 times is 10 times. Yang Ming's eyes were smiling. He originally wanted Irina to relax a little, but since you want to play, then let you see the speed of the god's hand. Xiao Hui, you make the judgment, who will lose and who will win. Yang Ming said. Oh, good, good. Tadakaro Hui nodded. Irina would not object to this. After all, the situation at that time can be seen directly, and she is extremely confident in herself. Then, let's start. In the kitchen, the two sides who are competing in cooking speed have several aspects to consider according to the speed. One is to quickly select which dishes can be made from the available ingredients in the kitchen, and how long it will take to make them, and whether other dishes can be processed while cooking a certain dish. Even your control of the stove, cutting of ingredients on the chopping board, and serving, must be carefully calculated to finally come up with the best cooking method. This is another extreme of cooking skills. After all, such things are unlikely to be trained. There are too many ingredients in the world, and the same is true for dishes. It is very difficult to process those data in the brain in an instant. Many people can only cook their own dishes according to the dishes they are familiar with. Perhaps in their hearts, this speed is faster. Because thinking also takes time. Irina Nagari and Yang Ming cook very quickly, but it can be seen that Yang Ming is better, and each process is perfectly connected, without any pause at all. After cleaning some ingredients, Megami Tadakaro looked at Yang Ming and Irina in shock. The two knew that their cooking skills, speed, and even the fragrance of each dish were amazing. They were from two different worlds. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Is this the ability of the 10 elites? Megami Tadakaro muttered to herself. What's more, Yang Ming and Irina did not handle the ingredients step by step this time, but processed the ingredients quickly and continuously. This was not just a casual calculation. The calculation of the maturity of each ingredient had to be more accurate, so that a certain aspect of the two's strength could be more intuitively observed. 20 minutes later. Done. Irina Nagari put the last dish on the plate. I'm done too. Yang Ming smiled and put the stir-fried vegetables in the pot on the plate. It can be found that Irina Nagari has 4 dishes in her hand, while Yang Ming has exactly 9 dishes in his hand. Even if it is doubled, Yang Ming still wins slightly. So, Irina, I am still the winner this time. Yang Ming smiled. Damn it. Irina Nagari seemed very unwilling. Irina, or you can taste my dishes to see if they are all finished dishes. Yang Ming slightly turned sideways and showed the 9 dishes he made in front of Irina. No need. Irina Nagari snorted, whether in terms of color or fragrance, your dishes are very perfect. I am naturally willing to lose, so I will complete the 10 massages I promised. Then I will give in. Yang Ming said, let's take the dishes out now. Alice and Hisako should be hungry too. You rascal, did you deliberately set a trap for me to jump into? Irina Nagari glanced at Yang Ming suspiciously. I really don't know about this, and I just happened to have one more plate than you. Yang Ming said that he couldn't know the result first. Really? Nagari Irina nodded. In fact, she was also shocked by Yang Ming's strength. Nagari Irina could see more directly that Yang Ming's strength had increased to a terrifying stage. That was because Irina was among the top 10 students in the 3rd year of high school, so she might be able to see a little bit. Although Irina was also growing, Yang Ming's growth was even faster, and it was simply a geometric increase, with drastic changes every day. After the last residential study, Yang Ming seemed to be even stronger. I'm afraid the autumn selection later will be your stage, the stinky hooligan. Nakiri Arena said secretly. Arena, don't leave yet, take the dishes out. Yang Ming opened the kitchen door and carried a few dishes to the middle of the house, the so-called living room, where there was a big table where everyone could eat together. The woman looked at the people who came out with a surprised look on her face. They cooked the dishes so quickly. No way, this is a dish for 5 people, not 1 person. It only takes a simple just stir-frying 1 or 2 dishes is enough. In just 20 minutes, so many dishes can be cooked. And the woman knew that there were only 2 stoves in their kitchen that could be used for cooking, which meant that at most 2 people could cook. Even for 2 people, 20 minutes was too fast. Was it just a casual effort? Under the woman's gaze, Yang Ming and others went back and forth once and put all 13 dishes on the table. Each dish flashed with an attractive color, and the aroma of various dishes exuded an attractive flavor. It was worthy of being the food cooked by the 10 heroes. Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. The heroines include a mermaid girl, an empress, and a maid. Chapter 1332. Even for 2 people, 20 minutes was too fast. Could it be that they just made it casually? Under the woman's gaze, Yang Ming and others went back and forth once and put all 13 dishes on the table. Each dish flashed with tempting colors, and the fragrance of various dishes exuded tempting flavors, worthy of being the food cooked by the 10 elites. At this moment, the woman was speechless. The dishes on the table could be seen to be cooked with the only ingredients left in her kitchen. Those remaining ingredients could actually make such a rich dish, and whether from the color or the fragrance, it can be seen that the dishes they cooked were even more delicious than those cooked by the best chefs in the mountain village. This is the feeling that the fragrance brought them, and the ingredients could be so good. Not only this woman, but the little girl of 4 or 5 years old was even more eager. The little girl had never tasted such a taste. This is the power of cooking. It brings people incomparable temptation. Yang Ming and others put all the dishes one by one, and then put the rice in the rice cooker aside. If needed, they can serve it by themselves. Arina Nakiri and the others sat down, and everyone picked up their chopsticks. Their stomachs were already flat with hunger. Arina, I can easily tell which dishes are made by Lin Jun. Alice Nakiri looked at the dishes on the table and smiled. This made Arina grit her teeth secretly. She had just lost, and the 10 massages were not enough. Now Alice also revealed her wounds. Because her dishes are indeed different from Yang Ming's, that is in terms of color, or the temptation brought by the ingredients. Yang Ming's dishes are obviously more attractive and more fascinating, while Arina's dishes are a little weaker. Of course, ordinary diners can't see it. It takes a little cooking skills to discover these deep differences. For Alice, who is very good at cooking, she discovered this on the spot. Naoto Hisako didn't say anything, because Alice was right, she didn't know how to comfort Arina. Okay, Alice, Arina's food is also delicious. Yang Ming smiled, and then looked at the woman and the little girl. Auntie, if you are willing, come together. Anyway, we have a lot of dishes to cook this time, and it is also a thank you for your help just now. Is this okay? The woman hesitated. Not only her daughter was eager for those foods, but she was also like that. However, as an adult, she restrained such emotions a little. Of course, Auntie. Nakiri Alice replied. Mom, I want to eat those foods. The little girl said, holding her mother's corner. Children will not hide anything, and directly say the most primitive desire. She really wants to eat those things. Then thank you all. The woman with a graceful body came to the table, sat up, hugged her daughter, and became a little restrained, because she didn't know where Yang Ming and his people came from. Because these students look like their skills are even better than those old chefs in the mountains. Okay, Auntie, don't be too reserved, just treat us as relatives. Yang Ming smiled, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Yang Ming. And this is Tanamo Megami. This is Nakiri Alice. This is Nakiri Arina. This is Naoto Hisako. Yang Ming introduced Alice and the others one by one, which gave the woman a preliminary impression. After all, they will stay here today and tomorrow, and Yang Ming also wants to know where is more suitable for them to play nearby. As tourists who have just arrived, they are definitely not as clear as those who live here, but they were born and raised here. For every plant and tree here, they may know more thoroughly than those so-called travel friends. Hello, Auntie. Nakiri Arina and others greeted. My name is Fujino Aoi, and this is my woman, Kunagawa. The woman, who is about 30 years old, said softly, with a graceful and gentle face, like a traditional Chinese Jiangnan water village woman. The temperament is very different from that of Irina, Alice, and others. Perhaps such a woman is suitable for the type of husband and child rearing. Hello, Aunt Fujino. Yang Ming and others greeted. Then Aunt Fujino, little sister Nagawa, let's eat together. Yang Ming smiled. Thank you, Yang Ming, then I won't be polite. Fujino Aoi smiled, picked up a chopstick, picked up a piece of potato and put it in the bowl. Nagawa, you eat it. Yet. Kunagawa picked up the potato with chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and chewed it gently. The soft potato with a little stickiness continued to bring a strange taste in the mouth. The combination of various seasonings made the flavor of the potato become more and more outstanding, as if entering a paradise of potatoes. At this moment, Kunagawa seemed to have entered the happy world of food. She had never felt this feeling before. It's so delicious. Kunagawa said happily, Mom, I want more. Yeah, okay, Nagawa. Fujino Aoi continued to pick up some dishes and put them in Nagawa's bowl. Okay, Aunt Fujino, you should eat some too, don't just focus on Nagawa. Yang Ming picked up a piece of cauliflower and put it in his mouth, chewing it gently. The cauliflower has a fresh vegetable flavor, bursting out from the taste buds with the so-called wonderful taste. The stir-fried pig head gives the cauliflower, which belongs to vegetables, a more three-dimensional flavor experience. Yet. Yang Ming nodded. This dish was made by Irina. She is worthy of being one of the top 10. Her skills are much better than those of the first-year high school students. Of course, this is the premise of excluding Yang Ming. Thank you, Yang Ming. Fujino Aoi also took a bite of the dish, and then her eyes widened, and the incomparable deliciousness burst out in her mouth. He has never eaten such delicious food, it's like something from heaven. Yang Ming, who are you? Fujino Aoi glanced at Yang Ming and others. He has such a great skill at such a young age. Where can such a person be cultivated? Aunt Fujino, we are just high school students. Yang Ming smiled. Yes, I wonder if Aunt Fujino has heard of Totsuki Academy in Japan. Nakiri Arena said at this time. Totsuki Academy. Fujino Aoi hesitated, I seem to have heard of it from the old chef in the mountain village. It seems to be a very great place. Recommended new book The Rise of Pirates. The new book is not popular, this book is not finished, hehe. Chapter 1333. Aunt Fujino, we are just high school students. Yang Ming smiled. Yes, I wonder if Aunt Fujino has heard of Totsuki Academy in Japan. Nakiri Arena said at this time. Totsuki Academy. Fujino Aoi hesitated. I seem to have heard about it from an old chef in the mountain village. It seems to be a very great place. A very great place. Nakiri Arena smiled, Aunt Fujino, let me tell you, Totsuki is a Japanese cooking school, and we are the first-year high school students there. We took advantage of the holiday and came out to play. Cooking school. Fujino Aoi was puzzled, because generally speaking, chefs are not a very high-end profession, but looking at Yang Ming and his people, they should have a good life. Aunt Fujino, Totsuki is the #1 cooking school in Japan, so. Arena saw Fujino Aoi's confusion and said. #1 in Japan. Fujino Aoi was a little surprised. Anything combined with the first always seems very powerful. I will also go to Totsuki to study in the future, and I will also make such delicious food for my mother. Kushinakawa said cutely with his little mouth open. Haha, Hwagsu, then you have to work hard, maybe you can become our junior sister. Yang Ming smiled. Bang bang. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, accompanied by a voice that Yang Ming was somewhat familiar with. Is anyone there? On the side of a road in a remote mountain village in Tokyo. The two girls walked a little weakly, and both of them seemed a little dazed. Can I say, this is a strange place. The girl with blood-red hair and golden pupils complained, even the restaurant has nothing at this time, it has been disposed of. Longden, let's go back to the old place and eat some snacks. Akane Kubomomo also sighed. Her little stomach was also starving. It was a blatant mistake to travel here with Xiaolin Longden. How can this be, there must be some places with food. Xiaolin Longden said firmly. She was already a little unwilling to not eat anything. Longden, I'm so tired, and I've almost walked through this mountain village, and there's no other place to eat. Akane Kubo Momo said helplessly, there is a convenience store, or we can go buy instant noodles. Akane Kubo, I promised you a big meal, don't worry. Kobayashi Longden patted his chest and said confidently. I just don't believe it, Longden. Akane Kubo Momo looked at the figure of Kobayashi Longden in front of her, shook her head, and followed him. Who told Akane Kubo Momo to choose to come here with Kobayashi Ryodan? No matter good or bad, no matter whether it is bitter or sweet, you must stick to your decision. Suddenly Kobayashi Ryodan stopped and said suspiciously, Akane Kubo, do you smell a fragrance, a very fragrant smell, although it seems very faint? Ryodan, I smell it too, it should be from that house. Akane Kubo Momo pointed to one of the wooden houses. Akane Kubo Momo, then our lunch will be settled. Kobayashi Ryodan said as he walked, I didn't expect that someone here can compare with us in terms of cooking skills. From this smell, you can feel that the chef's strength is very good. It's very good. Akane Kubo Momo nodded in approval, I hope they can allow us to have a meal. Although they didn't eat the dishes inside, Kobayashi Ryodan, who are among the top 10, can still feel something from the taste. This is not something that ordinary people can form with their skills. Because this fragrance is like the fragrance of a star monster, in such an ordinary mountain village, is there a so-called hidden master like in the TV series? Let me do it. Xiaolin Longden took a deep breath and knocked on the door gently, is anyone there? Under the expectant eyes of Xiaolin Longden and Akane Kubo Momo, the door slowly opened. Xiaolin Longden hurriedly said, excuse me, are you eating now? I have an unwelcome request. Before Xiaolin Longden finished speaking, Akane Kubo Momo's surprised voice sounded in Xiaolin Longden's ears, Yang Ming, why are you here? Yang Ming. Xiaolin Longden was stunned, then looked up and saw a young man with a smile looking at them. Xiaolin Longden was also very familiar with Yang Ming. Senior Ryodan, Senior Akane Kubo, hello. Yang Ming said with a smile. In fact, Yang Ming was also very surprised at how Kobayashi Ryodan and Akane Kubo Momo appeared here. As for the two of them following Yang Ming's brain was not narcissistic enough, so he knew that this was impossible. Then if this is ruled out, the biggest possibility is that they came here to travel with them. If this is true, then the fate of the two parties is really good. Hello, Yang Ming. Kobayashi Ryodan was still stupid. No. Kobayashi Ryodan suddenly shouted, Yang Ming, why are you here? Why am I here? Of course I'm here to travel. So what are the two seniors doing here? Yang Ming looked at the two girls wearing sportswear. We are also here to travel. Kobayashi Ryodan hesitated for a while before saying. We are also traveling. Yang Ming looked around the two people and asked suspiciously, where are the others? Are you two the only ones? It's just the two of us, so what? Xiaolin Longdan's tone was slightly sad and angry, because this trip really felt very unsatisfactory. Not only did the people I wanted to invite before not have time to come out, but in the end, only she and Akane Kubo Momo were left. Yang Ming, it's all your fault. Xiaolin Longdan snorted, I originally invited you, but you rejected me, otherwise why would it be only me and Akane Kubo? What are you talking about? I really have something to do. Didn't you see that I'm here now? Who knew that you invited me yesterday to come here today? Yang Ming said helplessly. Neither party knew about such a thing. And Yang Ming really traveled these 2 days, so it was reasonable for him to tell Xiaolin Longdan that he had something to do yesterday. Besides, did you only invite me? Where are the others? Yang Ming glanced at the two people. I also invited Kinakuni and Arena at that time, but they both had things to do. It's really abominable that Akane Kubo and I came here. Kobayashi Ryodan still looked a little sad and angry. Akane Kubo Momo glanced at Kobayashi Ryodan. Could she say that Kobayashi Ryodan dragged her here? Recommended new book The Rise of the Pirates. The new book is not popular, and this book is not finished, hehe. Chapter 1334. I also invited Kinakuni and Arena at that time, but they both had things to do. It's really abominable that Akane Kubo and I came here. Kobayashi Ryodan still looked a little sad and angry. Akane Kubo Momo glanced at Kobayashi Ryodan. Could she say that Kobayashi Ryodan dragged her here? The two of them came here, which was also Xiaolin Longdan's choice. Now they are showing weakness here, could it be? Thinking of this, Akane Kubo Momo had some thoughts in her mind. Originally, if it was a stranger, Akane Kubo Momo would naturally say that she was hungry and asked if she could go in and eat something. After all, Akane Kubo Momo and she hadn't eaten anything in the morning, and it was already afternoon, and they hadn't eaten much snacks, so they were already starving. However, the person in front of them was an acquaintance, and they were their juniors, so they couldn't just ask like that casually. The senior sister still had to have dignity. Otherwise, being mistaken by the junior brother Yang Ming as a useless senior sister was something Xiaolin Longden didn't want to do. Yes, of course, maybe the real situation is that Xiaolin Longden is a little careless in MO, which leads to this situation. Jinakuni, Arena. Yang Ming showed a strange expression, because Arena was also with him. Then Yang Ming looked up and down at Xiaolin Longden, who was indifferent. Suddenly, a sound rang out. After the sound of hunger rang out, Xiaolin Longden's face froze, as if the most embarrassing thing had happened. She actually made the sound of hunger in front of her junior. What animal was calling just now? Akane Kubo. Xiaolin Longden pretended to be confused and looked at Akane Kubo Momo beside him. I don't know, maybe it was a frog. Akane Kubo Momo could only say confusedly to cover up Xiaolin Longden's guilt and embarrassment. Okay, any animal. Yang Ming said with a smile, today, I invite Senior Ryodon and Senior Akane Kubo to taste our lunch together. This is the work of Arena and I. Well, although we have eaten lunch, it's okay to eat a little more. Kobayashi Ryodon nodded. After a few seconds, Kobayashi Ryodon was stunned. Arena is here too. Yeah, let's go together. Yang Ming smiled, then closed the door and took Kobayashi Ryodon and Akane Kubo Momo to the hall. This family had no shortage of chairs, so they added 2 more chairs. This time, there were 13 dishes, and with 2 more people, it was still a little bit of a stretch, but it was enough to fill the stomach. After all, Yang Ming was the only boy here with a big appetite. Of course, now we might have to add Kobayashi Ryodon, who also had a good appetite and was considered a real foodie. Hello, Senior. Faishizi and others said hurriedly. They knew in Totsuki that these two were one of the famous 10 elites, and they were in the 3rd year of high school, and their strength was high to a certain extent. Hello, Senior. Nakiri Kairina also nodded. As one of the 10 elites, she naturally knew Akane Kubo Momo and Kobayashi Ryodon. After all, these days, regarding the operation of the academy, the 10 elites often need to hold meetings to make final decisions, so they often get together. This is Aunt Fujino, and this little girl is called Kushinagawa, the daughter of Aunt Fujino. Yang Ming finally introduced the owner of the room here to Akane Kubo Momo and others. Kobayashi, and Akane Kubo, hello. Fujino Aoi said hurriedly. She had just known that the cooking school that Yang Ming and his friends attended was probably a so-called aristocratic school, so their identities and backgrounds must be extraordinary, not to mention that they were Yang Ming and his friends' seniors. As for the fact that Akane Kubo Momo looked so young, Fujino Aoi had no other thoughts. After all, sometimes geniuses are not common sense, but they are certain. Hello, Aunt Fujino. Kobayashi Ryodon and others also replied. The 2 sisters are so beautiful as Sister Alice and the others. Kyuzenkun looked at Kobayashi Ryodon and the others and smiled brightly. Sister Chuan is also very beautiful. She will definitely be a little beauty when she grows up. Kobayashi Ryodon said. Okay, let's eat together. If it's a little later, we can't go out to play. Yang Ming said. Then several people began to eat the dishes on the table quickly. Although the dishes were not very rich, the wonderful taste contained in them was not comparable to other ordinary restaurants. After all, this table of dishes was prepared by Arena and Yang Ming, who have the ability of the 10 elites. 20 minutes later, Yang Ming and others had almost finished eating. Senior Longden, Senior Akane Kubo, where are you going to go then? Yang Ming said while eating. Yang Ming, don't look at me, because I was dragged here by Longden, and everything was arranged by Longden. Akane Kubo Tao said lightly, pushing everything to Xiaolin Longden, although the truth was almost the same. It was Xiaolin Longden who arranged everything. I was planning to go hiking. Xiaolin Longden coughed lightly to show that he had done very little work. Then you two can come with us then. Yang Ming said, letting 2 girls play in the mountains alone is also a very dangerous thing. Together, since you invited us, then we have no choice. Xiaolin Longden said quickly. In fact, now someone can take them, this is an extremely wonderful thing. Yang Ming looked at Xiaolin Longden, smiled, and looked at the owner of the house, Fujino Aoi. Aunt Fujino, do you know what fun places there are here? Fun. Fujino Aoi thought for a while. Fun places, almost all of you travelers have been to, and the most important thing about the mountains here is that they are beautiful, with a lot of flowers, plants, and animals. But the most fun place is a place called Guhan Mountain. Fujino Aoi said quickly, this Guhan Mountain is the name given by our own mountain village. There are streams, waterfalls, and various flowers blooming there. It is a very good place for scenery. Is that so, Faishazi? Where did we originally plan to go? Yang Ming said to Faishazi. Our original destination also includes Guhan Mountain. Xin Faishazi said. One thing, Yang Ming, you guys should pay attention to it. It is said that there are wild bears in Guhan Mountain. Although no one has discovered it, you still have to be careful and don't go to the top in the end. Fujino Aoi said. Wild bears. Yang Ming nodded to show that he understood. Recommended new book The Rise of Pirates of Fishman. The new book is not popular, and this book is not finished, hehe. Chapter 1335. Our original destination also includes Guhan Mountain. Xin Faishazi said. One thing, Yang Ming, you guys should pay attention to it. It is said that there are wild bears in Guhan Mountain. Although no one has discovered it, you still have to be careful and don't go to the top in the end. Fujino Aoi said. Wild bears. Yang Ming nodded, indicating that he understood. And it is said that there is a legend about Guhan Mountain. In a mysterious place, there is a 7-color flower. If you make a wish to the 7-color flower, any wish can be realized. Fujino Aoi said, it is said that in ancient times, 2 lovers were buried somewhere, and then every year there would bloom 7-color flowers representing love in a certain place. How romantic, is there really a 7-color flower? Xiaolin Longden expressed envy. I don't know about that. Fujino Aoi shook his head. Then Fujino Aoi told Yang Ming about the story of this mountain village, which could also help Yang Ming avoid some trouble. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ming and others carried their backpacks. They planned to go to Guhan Mountain to see it. Anyway, there was still time now, because summer was coming and the daytime would become very long. Yang Ming and his friends had enough time to enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. Okay, Aunt Fujino, Sister Huaxu, wait for us to come back in the evening. Yang Ming waved his hand. You should be careful too. Fujino Aoi said. Qiuxinchuan's little hands were also waving wildly, watching Yang Ming and his group going away. The number of people increased from 5 to 7, but there was only one boy in this team, that is Yang Ming. Then, Yang Ming and others went to the so-called Guhan Mountain. That mountain is very obvious among the mountains here. It is one of the most prominent peaks. In this mountain range, although it has not been used as a tourist attraction and has undergone that kind of special reconstruction, it can be found that many hikers come here and slowly trample out a simple road in Guhan Mountain, which almost leads to those wonderful classic places of Guhan Mountain. An hour later. The road of this Guhan Mountain is so steep. It seems to be a mistake to travel here. Alice Nikari wiped the sweat off her face and complained while looking at the mountain that she couldn't see the top of. Mt Guhan is very high, and travelers like them will not climb to the top, because the higher they go, the more dangerous it is. The main reason is that the mountain above is steep, and there is no good mountain road for pedestrians to walk on. Of course, the lower part of Mt Guhan has been walked by countless hikers before, making these journeys much easier. Alice, don't say anything, just keep going. Irina Nikari said helplessly. She also felt very tired. Fortunately, the weather was good today and the sun was not very scorching, otherwise, they would probably be even more tired. Junior Yang Ming, why don't we take a break? Xiaolin Longden said quickly. Yang Ming didn't speak, but moved his ears slightly. Did you hear any sound? What sound? Xiaolin Longden was stunned. Where is the sound? Ride on, there really seems to be a sound. Tancho Hui said softly, but the voice was very small. Ride on, Yang Ming is right, we seem to be reaching our destination, the waterfall. Akane Kubo Momo's ears moved slightly, and the sound of the water hitting the surface reached her ears faintly. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Xiaolin Longden showed a happy expression. The waterfall there means there is water flow, so they can wash their faces and take a rest. After knowing there is a waterfall, several people immediately speeded up. They are very much looking forward to the scenery. After all, it is called one of the miracle waterfalls of Guhan Mountain. 10 minutes later, what appeared in front of Yang Ming was a spectacular scene. It was a waterfall of about 100 meters hanging above, with jagged rocks. The white waterfall was like a white line hanging from the sky. Countless huge waves hit the pool below, as if it was a fairyland. The dark green pool water kept flowing between a stream, surrounded by countless lush green trees. Under the sunshine, it was like the most beautiful scenery brought to the world by God. There are very few waterfalls of about 100 meters in itself, and they are generally used as tourist places by the country. Moreover, no matter the composition of the rocks or the power of the waterfall, or the scenery of the surrounding trees, there is a wonderful sense of harmony. This is the treasure of nature, which is difficult to achieve by human power. The charm of this waterfall is almost comparable to that of Lushan Mountain in China. There is a saying that the waterfall falls 3,000 feet straight down, and it is suspected that the Milky Way falls from the sky. This waterfall brings such a feeling. It's so spectacular. Xiaolin Longden and others looked at such a beautiful waterfall and marveled at the ingenuity of nature. Such a spectacular scenery is not something that can be seen in the city. At this moment, everyone feels relaxed, and the previous accumulation of fatigue has dissipated one by one. With a light breath, you can smell the breath of nature. This trip is really worthwhile. Okay, let's take a break. Yang Ming stretched his body. When he came here, everything in the academy seemed to become inconspicuous. It is possible to imagine why those hermits in China in the past lived in places with beautiful mountains and rivers. Seeing such a vast nature, everything else will become very inconspicuous, but how many people can throw away everything and feel the beauty of nature alone? But this is not what I want. Yang Ming looked at the majestic waterfall, his eyes flashing with light. Although the world is a little complicated, I also enjoy the journey of constantly conquering difficulties. Perhaps, I am not born to be a person who dares to be ordinary and calm. Yang Ming looked at his hands, as if he could think of his future self, how many ups and downs these hands would experience. No matter who stands in front of me, I will defeat you. Yang Ming's eyes returned to calmness. The uncanny work of nature made Yang Ming's mind open a lot, but also made his goal in his heart more determined. People are constantly growing and constantly inspiring the most brilliant brilliance in various experiences. Yang Ming Jun, come together, the water here is very cool. Nakiri Alice waved to Yang Ming. Okay, then I'll come over. Looking at Alice and others by the pond not far away, Yang Ming also walked over. Crouching by the pool, he could still feel the slight splash of water constantly splashing out, and the slight coolness on his face made Yang Ming smile. He put his hands in the water, gently splashed the water on his face, and felt the coolness. Even if I didn't see other places, this waterfall is enough, it's really good. Xiaolin Longden showed a hint of canine teeth. When Yang Ming and others were resting. Tokyo Meteorological Bureau of Japan. The observer looked at the changes in the air above and frowned. The cold and hot air suddenly formed a strong airflow. Is this a storm? And such a change is not far from Tokyo. Hurry up and report, the storm is coming. Chapter 1336. The observer looked at the changes in the air above and frowned. The cold and hot air suddenly formed a strong airflow. Is this a storm? And such a change is not far from Tokyo. Hurry up and report, the storm is coming. In a mountain range in Tokyo. In a deep mountain, there is a huge waterfall hanging there, which exists forever and brings everyone the shock of nature's magic. Next to a large rock next to the waterfall, Yang Ming and others sat here to rest for a while. Well, Yang Ming, if one day I have a conflict with you, what will you do? Xiaolin Longdan's golden pupils flashed a ray of light. Conflicted with me? Yang Ming touched his nose and chuckled. If you or senior sister Akane Kubo really conflicted with me, I will defeat you personally. Defeat us? Xiaolin Longdan laughed. Akane Kubo, it seems that we can't have a conflict with junior brother Yang Ming. Longdan, you don't have to worry about this. Akane Kubo Tao said. Okay, Arena, Hisako. Yang Ming stood up. Everyone, get ready to continue. We can still play for about an hour. After an hour, we must return. It is still around 4 o'clock. No matter where we are, we should go down the mountain around 5 o'clock. Otherwise, it will be dark and it will be difficult to go down the mountain because there is no road built in the scenic area. Although there are no dangerous animals here, there is nothing at night and it is impossible to sleep here. Then, Irina, Hisako and others stood up, stretched their bodies, and prepared to go to a place under Guhan Mountain. It is said that there are large areas of flowers blooming there. Now is almost the last flower season. If we come later, the flowers there should also die. So now is the best time. Yang Ming led Irina and others to continue walking up the mountain, climbing up the steep mountain wall, walking on the winding mountain road, or passing through the stream. As they got closer to their destination, Yang Ming frowned because he found that the sky was gradually getting darker. This was not a normal dark sky, but a large piece of dark cloud slowly covering the sky. Is it going to be a rainstorm? Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat. In such an undeveloped mountain, encountering a rainstorm is a very bad thing. It means that you can't go down the mountain at all, because the road here is very bad, not to mention the road after the rain. And if it is a continuous rainstorm, it will be even more dangerous. Hisako, Alice, Irina, Zayawai, Ryadon Senpai, Akane Kubo Senpai, you all stop. Yang Ming said seriously. What's wrong? Nakiri Alice was a little confused. The weather is not right now. We can't go down. We must go down the mountain now, otherwise I'm afraid we will be trapped in this mountain tonight. Yang Ming said. Trapped in the mountains. Xiaolin Longden looked at the sky slowly getting darker and nodded, yes, it seems that a storm is coming. It's unexpected. There is no such thing in the weather forecast. Science cannot be 100% sure about the weather changes now. Yang Ming said, then everyone, prepare to go back. As for the Flower Valley, we will come again when we have a chance. Irina and others were a little disappointed, but they still listened to Yang Ming's advice and needed to go down the mountain quickly. After all, looking at the weather changes in the sky, there was indeed something wrong. Yang Ming and others turned around and went straight down the mountain, but the weather change was beyond Yang Ming's expectations. He didn't expect that the weather change this time would be so rapid. In less than half an hour, the whole mountain had become windy and dark clouds, like the end of the world. In the dark clouds, there were lightning and thunder. The rumbling sound even continued to echo in the mountains, which seemed gloomy. It's getting worse. Yang Ming raised his right hand in front of him to block the huge wind force. Looking down, there was still a long way to go. Because the wind speed was too high, they were going down the mountain very slowly. Pa! A sound rang out, and Yang Ming's head seemed to be hit by something, which made Yang Ming's face change. The rainstorm is coming. Yang Ming looked up at the sky, and dense and huge raindrops fell directly. A few minutes later. Hwala la! The heavy rain kept falling on the ground, and the huge wind force made the raindrops fall on people's faces with force, causing a painful feeling. At this moment, the sky was dark, the rainstorm was raging, and the wind was blowing. Can't go down the mountain. Yang Ming looked at the girls behind him and sighed. In this situation, if he was alone, he might be able to go down the mountain, but with a few girls, it was impossible. Now find a place to shelter from the rain. Yang Ming turned his head and looked at the girls who had already become drowned rats. Boom! The huge silver snake flowed in the dark clouds, and the deafening sound made people feel the horror of this rainstorm. The strong wind raged in this small mountain village. The trees on the roadside were bent under the wind, and they might be broken by the wind at any time. The heavy rain poured down like a downpour. It can be found that some water tanks in the village will overflow in a short time, which shows how heavy the rain is. As long as you go outside, the strong wind and heavy rain will make it difficult for you to move. You can't see what the road ahead is like. The line of sight is blocked by the heavy rain. Mom, brother Yang Ming, sister Alice, they haven't come back yet. Juxinchuan heard the sound of the rainstorm outside and said worriedly. Although she was 4 or 5 years old, she didn't have too many ideas, but she also knew that it was very dangerous outside. Don't worry, your brother Yang Ming and the others are so powerful, these things can't be difficult for them. Fujino Aoi touched Chuan's little head and said. Well, I know. Brother Yang Ming and his friends are the best, and they can cook such delicious food. Quzhenquan nodded heavily. Okay, Hua Shuet, go to bed first. Maybe you can see brother Yang Ming when you wake up tomorrow. Fujino Aoi said. Yes, Mom, I'll go back first, and you should go to bed early too. Quzhenquan went back to her room in a flash. Looking at Hua Shui who was leaving, Fujino Aoi looked at the dark scene outside the window that looked like the end of the world, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Yang Ming, Irina, Alice. Don't worry about anything. You must come back. I will wait for you to come back. The greedy little guy Chuan still wants to eat your cooking skills, Yang Ming. Fujino Aoi, her beautiful eyes were misty. You must come back. Chapter 1337. Guhan Mountain, under a protruding rock wall, several shadows hid inside. Boom! A huge silver lightning fell, illuminating the entire sky. The faces of the black shadows were revealed, and it was Yang Ming and others. They temporarily hid under this protruding rock wall, but they could find that the storm was too strong this time. The strong wind and heavy rain were not something that could be avoided by such a rock wall. Although it was better than being outside, they were immersed in the water all the time. In this way, if it goes on like this, except for Yang Ming who can endure it as a boy, other girls can't at all. And now it's just the beginning. If such a strong storm doesn't stop, the temperature will drop sharply in the second half of the night, and even Yang Ming will find it very unbearable. After one night, it's natural to catch a cold, and the whole person may also have a high fever and other diseases. For those who are weak, even one night, they may need long-term maintenance to recover. It won't work this way. Yang Ming took a deep breath and looked at the girls who were shivering slightly behind him. Under such a natural disaster, the top 10 or not has no effect at all. They are just ordinary girls. Even if their will is firm, they are still only in their teens. The most important thing is that under such a natural disaster, they have no power to compete with it. Senior Raiden. Yang Ming said to the blood-red-haired Senior Raiden, I'll go outside to see if there's a better place to hide. We can't hold on here now. How can we do that? It's too dangerous outside now, and it's hard to see the road in such heavy rain. Kobayashi Raiden shook his head. It was too dangerous to go outside in such an environment. Yes, Yang Ming, let's hide here. Anyway, the storm should stop soon. Nakiri Irina said. Hey, Irina, I don't think the rain will stop so soon. Irina, you want to make a bet with me, but you have never won. Yang Ming looked at Irina, and then looked at Kobayashi Raiden. Senior Raiden, I am not discussing now, but I have already decided. Please watch them here for a while, I will be back soon. You. Kobayashi Raiden looked at Yang Ming's face, handsome face, black eyes with determination, water flowing down from the top of his head, without damaging Yang Ming's whole breath, so full of manly spirit. This is a real man, dare to do and dare to take responsibility, in the face of difficulties, will not retreat. Junior Yang Ming, if you are like this, what should I do if I fall in love with you? Kobayashi Raiden said softly. Although she has been won over by Irina's father Nakiri Tsukushi to some extent, she can't hide her admiration for Yang Ming. Haha, Senior Raiden, I accept your encouragement. Yang Ming glanced at everyone, then everyone, wait for me to come back. After saying that, Yang Ming ran directly into the heavy rain. After a moment, he disappeared from the sight of the girls, and they could no longer see Yang Ming. I am as big as Raiden, but Yang Ming just ignored me like that. Akane Kubo Momo snorted. Haha, because in such a natural disaster, I am much more useful than you, Akane Kubo. Kobayashi Raiden said. Yang Ming-jun, nothing will happen to you. Tanamo Megami said worriedly. Don't worry, Yang Ming-jun, nothing will happen to him, but he still owes me something. Nakiri Alice said. Yes, Yang Ming, he will definitely come back. I haven't done what I promised yet, and he can't let me be a person who doesn't keep his word. Nakiri Irina said firmly with worried eyes. Yang Ming-jun. Xinhu Faishazi had an inexplicable feeling. Junior Yang Ming. Xiaolin Longden seemed to have noticed the various complex emotions of the girls behind him. I seem to be captured by you, what do you say? Xiaolin Longden smiled slightly with a warm breath. You have to come back. Akane Kubo Momo clenched her pink fist. There is one more breakfast request that I haven't fulfilled yet. In the dark storm, countless girls prayed for the one in their hearts. Hwala La. In the mountains, if there is a storm, the vision will be blocked, the road will be difficult to walk, and even in dangerous places, if you step carefully, you may slide down the slope. This is not a happy thing, because under the slope, there is a cliff. If you fall down accidentally, you can only die. The road is muddy and the vision is blocked. Yang Ming frowned. It is really difficult to find a suitable place to hide from the rain under such circumstances. After walking a few steps, Yang Ming stopped, because this would not work. It was not enough to find a place to hide from the rain. If he walked around, he might get lost in the end, and then he would be separated from Xiaolin Longden and the others and could not find them. What should I do now? Yang Ming took a deep breath, ignoring the heavy rain hitting him. Anyway, he was soaked now, so it didn't matter. Yang Ming opened his Sharingan and looked around. There was a slope on the side, and a tree was blown down. 3 meters away, a frog hid in the rock wall, and 2 meters away, a small puddle formed. Okay, that's it. Yang Ming's eyes flashed with light. At this moment, under the effect of the Sharingan, Yang Ming kept looking for various places to hide from the rain. The Sharingan gave Yang Ming a great effect at this moment. Half hours later, Yang Ming looked at the rainstorm that did not stop. If there is no harvest, we can only go back. Now Yang Ming has searched all the surrounding mountain roads. Of course, the roads are easy to pass. If the roads are too difficult, even if Yang Ming finds them, it will be difficult to bring the girls back, and it will be more dangerous. But if I can't find them, I will be unwilling. Yang Ming clenched his fists and wiped the water off his face. Suddenly, Yang Ming stopped. It seems that the side is worth paying attention to. Yang Ming slowly changed the direction. After a few steps, Yang Ming smiled. Yes, he found it. A cave that was 2 people high suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's field of vision. There should be no dangerous creatures in the cave. Yang Ming took out a kitchen knife, then walked into the cave, lit the lighter slightly, and looked at the cave. The cave was not big, about 10 meters in space, and the bottom could be seen under the light of the lighter. Moreover, Yang Ming found some traces of human beings on the ground, such as discarded wood, stone bricks, etc. It seems that people have been here before and had a picnic or something. Chapter 1338. Moreover, Yang Ming found some traces of human beings on the ground, such as discarded wood, stone bricks, etc. It seems that people have been here before and had a picnic or something. Wood and bricks can be used, but there are no cooking utensils. Yang Ming suddenly moved and took out kitchen utensils from the system space. After all, several people have not eaten dinner, and now they can finally have something to eat. Ingredients and the like cannot be left, but iron pots and kitchen knives can play a certain role in cooking. In any case, if there are unused fresh ingredients in this cave, it would be a ghost. There is no danger. Yang Ming looked around. Originally, this place was not too big, so Yang Ming naturally finished the inspection quickly. It's time to go back. Yang Ming looked outside, the rain was not decreasing at all, he sighed, and went directly into the rain curtain. Why hasn't Yang Ming come back yet? Nakiri Arena picked up her phone and checked the time. It had been a long time, but Yang Ming still hadn't come back. Arena's phone could withstand the attack of heavy rain, which showed that her waterproof phone was very competent, while the phones of Alice and others had long been useless and could not be taken out at all, because they were soaked all over, and their phones were naturally soaked in water. Even those that were not soaked in water were wrapped together in nylon bags and placed in their small backpacks. Ms. Arena, Yang Ming Jun will definitely come back. Arato Hisako said hurriedly. But... Nakiri Arena gritted her teeth. Although she hated Yang Ming very much in her heart, why was she so worried about him now? Yang Ming Jun, you must come back. Nakiri Alice's eyes sparkled. Yang Ming. Xiaolin Longden looked at the rain that didn't get any smaller, and seemed very worried. This mountain was not a developed mountain, and the road was very rugged and difficult to walk on. Now there was such a heavy rain, and the difficulty of walking on the road increased exponentially. In addition, the strong wind and heavy rain blocked the vision, and even if you accidentally stepped on the air, you might be in danger, that is, falling off the mountain. So in such weather, it is like risking your life to be in such a mountain. I don't want the man who makes my heart beat to die like this. Xiaolin Longden said softly. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps and the sound of blocked raindrops sounded. In the surprised eyes of the girls, a handsome boy leaned against the mountain wall and looked at the girls inside. Let's go together, I found a good place. It's really great that you are fine. This is the voice of all the girls present. The dark sky and the heavy rain formed a doomsday scene in this area. In such a strong wind and heavy rain, it is very difficult to walk, because the huge wind can blow people backwards, and it is particularly difficult to stand steadily. Everyone hold hands and walk forward slowly. Yang Ming held Alice's hand, and Alice held others behind him, forming a long dragon. This is to use the power of partners, so that walking is easier, and because Yang Ming is leading, it is not easy to accidentally go the wrong way. Yang Ming Jun, how long will it take? Nakiri Alice shouted. In such a strong wind and heavy rain, if you don't speak loudly, you may not be able to hear each other's voices. The current environment is too bad. It will take some time, keep working hard, and we will be there soon. Yang Ming shouted to the girls behind him. Okay. The girls gritted their teeth. Suddenly a scream sounded, and Nakiri Alice's huge strength acted on Yang Ming's hands. What's wrong? Yang Ming turned around and looked at Alice Nakiri, and then he discovered that the soil on the road where Arena and the others were had just eroded and fallen off, and then Arena and the others slid directly to the slope on the side. Damn! It! Yang Ming pulled Alice Nakiri, hold on, don't let go. Yang Ming found that except Alice who was still on the road, the others had already slipped down. Now they were tightly supported by Yang Ming's strength. If it weren't for them leaning on the slope, Yang Ming would not be able to hold on at all, and he would be dragged down. After all, Yang Ming's strength alone was not enough to hold the weight of 5 girls. Alice, pull back together. After Yang Ming said that, he grabbed the palm of Tanaka Hui behind Alice at the fastest speed. 1, 2, 3, come. With the efforts of Yang Ming and Alice, Tanaka Hui was gradually pulled up, and then the Faishazi behind was also slowly pulled over. It hurts. Momo Akane was behind Hisako, holding Hisako's arm, with a painful expression on her face. When she slid down just now, her arm was cut open, and blood could be seen flowing out of the cut, but it disappeared directly under the heavy rain. Now in this awkward position, Momo Akane was desperately holding on to Hisako, but there were 2 people behind her, Kobayashi Ryodon and Arena, so Momo Akane was bearing the weight of 2 people. Originally, Momo Akane was very petite and not very strong, so being able to hold on until now also proved that Momo Akane worked very hard, but sometimes reality is reality, and it is not that you are passionate and all difficulties will be solved. I can't hold on anymore. Momo Akane found that her strength was getting weaker and weaker, and it was difficult to hold Hisako's arm. Ryodon, and Arena, I'm sorry, we're going to die here together. Akane Kubo Momo looked at the 2 people behind her. Even so, Akane Kubo Momo didn't let go of Kobayashi Ryodon's arm. Akane Kubo senpai, you have to hold on, we're almost there. Shinto Hisako noticed this scene. If Akane Kubo Momo's strength disappeared, it would be difficult for Hariko to hold on. I'm really sorry, Hisako senpai. Akane Kubo Momo smiled brightly. Kobayashi Ryodon, who was behind, noticed this scene, took a deep breath, and smiled. Arena, maybe we really have to stay here forever. Really? Nakiri Arena looked back at Yang Ming who was trying to rescue them, and smiled. Yang Ming, I hope I can still call you Yang Ming in the future. Slowly, as the last person, Nakiri Arena let go of Kobayashi Ryodon's hand. Arena, I wanted to be a bad guy, originally. Kobayashi Ryodon said helplessly, but in this case, Akane Kubo, I will leave Junior Yang Ming to you. Chapter 1339. Slowly, as the last person, Arena Nakiri loosened her grip on Ryodon Kobayashi. Arena, I wanted to be a bad guy, originally. Kobayashi Ryodon said helplessly, but in this case, Akane Kubo, I will leave Junior Yang Ming to you. Ryodon, what are you going to do? Akane Kubo Momo found that Ryodon Kobayashi slowly broke free from her arms, which made her face change. If they let go, they would really roll down the slope and then really fall from this mountain. Akane Kubo, let go, it would be good if you can survive. Kobayashi Ryodon smiled gently. Whatever you say, both you and Arena will survive. Akane Kubo Momo said loudly. No need, really, Akane Kubo. Then, Kobayashi Ryodon's palm broke away from Akane Kubo Momo's palm, and Akane Kubo Momo just watched Kobayashi Ryodon and the others fall directly down. Ryodon, Arena! Akane Kubo Momo shouted. Come up for me. Yang Ming's eyes were torn, and he also saw this scene. No matter how he felt about Kobayashi Ryodon, Yang Ming still had feelings for Arena, although this arrogant Arena often scolded him Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming is not a robot, but a human, so he naturally has feelings for Arena. Yang Ming instantly pulled up Faishazi, and then held Akane Kubo Momo's palm, which was about to loosen, and slowly pulled it up. Xiao Dazi, take good care of them for me. After Yang Ming finished speaking, his figure slid down directly, because he saw that Kobayashi Ryodan and Arena did not really fall to the cliff, and were now hanging by small trees on the slope, but this could not last long. Yang Ming. Akane Kubomomo lay on the ground, watching Yang Ming sliding down and yelling. Akane Kubomomo didn't expect that Yang Ming would be so direct, and he went to rescue Kobayashi Ryodan and the others without hesitation. But, call me Xiaodazi. Akane Kubomomo said softly, forget it, Yang Ming Jr., you are really a man. Akane Kubomomo wiped the dirt and sweat off her face, and looked at the somewhat wooden Tadakuro Megami and others behind her. Now we will wait for Yang Ming and the others. Ms. Arena. Hisako showed a worried and desperate expression, looking at the dark slope. Yang Ming-kun. Tadakuro Megami looked down with a dull face. Yang Ming-kun, Arena, you must be safe, come back. Nakiri Alice gritted her teeth. Under such a violent storm, human power seems so insignificant. About 2 meters away from the cliff, Arena and Kobayashi Ryodan were both hung on a small tree. But it can be found that these 2 small trees are not enough to bear the weight of the 2 people, and they slowly tilted up. It won't take long for them to fall into the cliff. After all, the strong wind and heavy rain now make the soil and sand here constantly impacted, making the slightly solid soil soft. However, the instinct for survival still makes the 2 people hold on to this life-saving thing. Arena, this trip is really an unforgettable thing in my life. Kobayashi Ryodan said. Ryodan senior sister, you still have a chance to joke now. Arena Nakiri said helplessly. Now they are on the verge of death. I pretended to be very brave, but now I think about it, I still want to live. This may be the instinct of human beings to pursue life. Kobayashi Ryodan smiled bitterly, I seem to regret letting go of Akane Kubo's arm just now. In fact, if Kobayashi Ryodan did not let go of Akane Kubomomo's arm, then Akane Kubomomo would not be able to support Yang Ming to pull her to her side, and Akane Kubomomo would only fall with Kobayashi Ryodan. Then it is hard to say whether the final situation will be like this. Maybe they will fall directly into the cliff? Let them not even have time to regret. Senior Ryodan, I also regret it a little. Nakiri Arena said. Arena, maybe I have to go first. Xiaolin Longdan found that the small branch she was holding onto was constantly rising up. As for other things around that could be grabbed, there was nothing at all. They were just some weeds. Even if she grabbed them, they were not enough to support the weight of Xiaolin Longdan's body. Bang! At this moment, the small tree was directly uprooted. Xiaolin Longdan's body sank and was about to slide down in an instant. Now the specific cliff was only about 2 meters away. In other words, in an instant, Xiaolin Longdan, this pretty girl, would really die in this deep mountain. As for whether her body could be found in the future, it was also a very difficult thing to say. Is life over like this? In Xiaolin Longdan's mind, memories of the past kept flashing, and then the last picture was fixed on Yang Ming. Junior Yang Ming, I didn't expect that the senior sister would think of you now. Goodbye. Xiaolin Longdan closed his eyes. Swish, at this moment, a black shadow appeared directly on the side of Xiaolin Longdan, and then the black shadow hugged Xiaolin Longdan, and then with the other hand, it directly thrust something into the slope of the soil. In this way, the 2 were fixed on the edge of the cliff, just a little distance away. Ryodan, I won't allow you to die. Yang Ming said slowly, making Xiaolin Longdan open his eyes and look at Yang Ming. Have I entered heaven? Junior Yang Ming. Of course not, but you still have to experience all kinds of difficulties in the world. Yang Ming smiled, so you can't die yet, Longdan. Yang Ming. Xiaolin Longdan's golden pupils flashed with strange emotions. Okay, Longdan, you grab this kitchen knife first, I'll go to Arena first, she can't hold on anymore. Yang Ming said. He didn't expect that the thing Yang Ming fixed was actually a small kitchen knife. This kitchen knife of more than 10 centimeters was enough to bear the weight of a person. What about you? Kobayashi Ryodan said. Don't worry, I still have a kitchen knife in my hand. Yang Ming said, and then Kobayashi Ryodan grabbed the kitchen knife, and Yang Ming moved towards Arena. The trees on Arena's side could not support it for long. Yang Ming. Nakiri Arena also saw Yang Ming's arrival, her eyes were full of mist, but in the heavy rain, it seemed to dissipate immediately. Arena, I won't allow you to die yet. Yang Ming grabbed Nikiri Arena and said. Why? Nikiri Arena's eyes flashed with doubt. Because your 10 massages are not yet completed. Yang Ming laughed. Tisk, Yang Ming. Arena Nikiri said softly, with a complicated look. Senior Raiden, hold on for a while, I'll take Arena up first. Yang Ming shouted to Raiden Kobayashi. Chapter 1040. Why? Arena Nikiri's eyes flashed with doubt. Because your 10 massages are not finished yet. Yang Ming laughed. Tisk, Yang Ming. Arena Nikiri said softly, with a complicated look. Senior Raiden, hold on for a while, I'll take Arena up first. Yang Ming shouted to Raiden Kobayashi. Junior Yang Ming, you have to hurry up. Raiden Kobayashi pouted his little mouth, such a little emotion is very rare for Raiden Kobayashi. Okay. Yang Ming nodded, and then let Arena lie on his back, then Yang Ming held the kitchen knife in both hands and slowly moved up step by step, crawling on the muddy slope. There were small stones. Sun or something else, Yang Ming also ignored him, now the most important thing is to rescue both of them. Yang Ming. Nikiri Arena felt the warmth behind Yang Ming and said softly, her heart felt extremely warm. This touch of warmth filled her heart, which was accumulated with Yang Ming for several months. At this moment, it has undergone a qualitative change. Yang Ming seemed to have become a part of her life in Arena's heart. Yang Ming, thank you so much. Nikiri Arena lay on Yang Ming. We're here. Yang Ming climbed up and let Arena climb directly to the road. The others hurriedly pulled Arena over. Miss Arena. Arena. Everyone showed a surprised expression when they saw Arena appear. It's great. Arena is fine, and Yang Ming is fine too. Yang Ming, Ryodan. Akane Kubomomo said in disbelief. Among the girls present, Akane Kubomomo and Kobayashi Ryodan may have the best relationship. After all, they have known each other for several years. No, I'll go and save Longden now. Yang Ming shook his head and went down again. A moment later, Xiaolin Longden was also rescued by Yang Ming. Who? Yang Ming panted, the front of his body was covered with mud, which slowly faded under the heavy rain, but it can be found that his clothes have many torn places, which was caused when he rescued Arena and the others just now. Okay, everyone, let's keep going now. When we get there, we can rest. Yang Ming gritted his teeth. After all this time, everyone was very tired. But resting here is simply impossible. Keep following me, be careful of your feet. Yang Ming took a deep breath, pulled Alice, and then led everyone through the heavy rain. After that dangerous slide, although the road behind was a bit difficult to walk, several people still passed smoothly. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming, Arena and others appeared in the cave. At this moment, everyone felt like they were in heaven. There was no heavy rain, and it was like the end of the world. There is a cave here. Alice Nikiri said in surprise. Yes, so we can rest here tonight. Yang Ming nodded, and I found some wood inside, we can light a fire and warm ourselves up a little. Really? Several people came to the depths of the cave and said, looking at the scattered wood. There was some charred charcoal here, and it seemed that someone had been here before. So, Yang Ming-jun, what should we do? Faishizi was a little confused. Because there was no fire source, did it take a lot of effort to make fire? How to do it? Yang Ming smiled, put down the backpack on his back, and then took out a nylon bag and took out a lighter from it. Let's use a lighter to light these things. There is flammable hay here, and there is unused diesel here, which can light these woods. Yang Ming said with a lighter. Oh, let's light it. Nikiri, Alice and others nodded quickly. After a while, a pile of firewood was lit. Arena and others felt the warm flames and couldn't help but smile. That was the happiness of surviving life after life and death. It's good to be alive. Okay, I'll take this pot outside to wash it, and then get some water. Then we'll cook something to eat. Yang Ming took the local iron pot. By the way, you can sort out what snacks are in your own bags and take them all out. These are our dinner. After saying that, Yang Ming took the iron pot and walked out again. Damn rascal! Nikiri Arena looked at Yang Ming's back and shouted, you have to be careful. Junior Yang Ming, if you don't come back within half an hour, I will come to find you. Kobayashi Ryodan said. The other girls also reminded him. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Yang Ming waved his hand and disappeared in the rain. In the cave, the crackling sound of firewood sounded faintly, and Kobayashi Ryodan broke the silence. By the way, Irina, why do you call Junior Yang Ming a rascal? I'm very curious. Akane Kubomomo was also slightly curious when she heard this. Although she knew that Irina called Yang Ming like this, she really didn't know why she called Yang Ming like this. Why? Irina thought of some shameful things Yang Ming had done to her in the past, and her face turned red. Nothing, just looks very rascal. It seems that Irina, you have a secret. Kobayashi Ryodan laughed, but Yang Ming is really good. It was he who saved my life today. So Irina, if you don't want Yang Ming, then give it to me. No. Nakiri Irina said quickly. Kobayashi Ryodan was stunned, looked at Irina, and laughed. Just kidding, Irina is so serious. Zaya, why, you and Yang Ming live in the same house as Yang Ming usually? Akane Kubomomo asked curiously. Yang Ming-kun, very good, very gentle. Tadakuro Hui recalled. Very gentle, unlike Yang Ming. Akane Kubomomo was slightly puzzled, because when Yang Ming was with her, he was a confident and somewhat domineering junior, doing things with confidence, and even seemed very sharp. At this moment, the girls present were discussing the topic of Yang Ming, as if there were many things and secrets to tell, and they could talk about Yang Ming for a long time. In this way, time passed slowly, and when everyone was a little worried, Yang Ming came back, holding an iron pot in both hands, which naturally contained a large pot of water. You use stone bricks to make a stove? Yang Ming said, and then Alice and others stacked the bricks and put some wood in it. Okay. Yang Ming put the iron pot on the simple stove. Yang Ming-kun, but we don't have any ingredients. Alice Nikari was a little confused. Chapter 1411. You use stone bricks to make a stove? Yang Ming said, and then Alice and others stacked the bricks and put some wood in them. Okay. Yang Ming put the iron pot on the simple stove. Yang Ming-jun, but we don't have any ingredients. Alice Nikari was a little confused. Who said there are no ingredients? Yang Ming opened his backpack, which contained a large bag of red dates, glutinous rice, and ginger, which made Tanshoke and others also confused. Yang Ming-jun, you actually brought these things, we don't need them at all. Alice was surprised. After all, they were planning to go back at night, not to sleep outside. So, we can use them now. Yang Ming smiled and put all the red dates, glutinous rice, and ginger in. Now we have to wait for the flame to cook the food. By the way, Yang Ming, we have sorted out some snacks here, including potato chips, chocolate, water, chicken legs. Xin Hufei Shazi said hurriedly. The snacks were placed on the ground. These snacks were wrapped in bags, so even if there was a heavy rain, the food inside would not be damaged. So what do you like to eat? Eat it first. Yang Ming said, the food just cooked will take some time. Yet. Alice and others nodded. Junior Yang Ming, thank you so much this time. Without you, I might really die here. Xiaolin Longdan looked at Yang Ming softly with his golden eyes. Senior Longdan, you're welcome. I don't want you to die either. After all, you are so cute. Yang Ming smiled. Junior Yang Ming, you actually teased you. Kobayashi Ryodan showed his pointed canine teeth and said seductively. Thank you for saving me, you rascal. Nakiri Irina whispered. Irina, remember, there are still 10 times. Yang Ming said, and then looked at the girls around him, Alice, Zayawai, Hisako, Zayotazai, Ryodan and Irina, remember. You are my target. With a smile and a joke, Yang Ming smiled. This made the girls stunned, and then they reacted immediately. Pfft, you rascal. Junior Yang Ming, you are so disrespectful, I will take care of you. Yang Ming, you are really bad. Deep in the mountains where it was raining heavily, there was a cave where Yang Ming and others took shelter from the rain. Okay, don't worry, take your time, we have everything, there are enough disposable cups. Yang Ming smiled and scooped up the glutinous rice, red dates, and ginger tea in the pot into a cup, and then gave it to Alice and the others. Under such a heavy rain, drinking some ginger tea can warm the body, and colds can also be reduced. Why, I am the last one. Xiaolin Longdan said unconvinced. Senior Longdan, because you are the oldest, you should let others go. Yang Ming smiled. No, Akane Kubo is the same age as me. Xiaolin Longdan quickly retorted. Who told Xiaodazi to look like a junior high school student? Yang Ming said, if you ask anyone, you will definitely think so. Yes, Senior Longdan, you are really bad, you only know how to bully juniors. Akane Kubo Tao also said jokingly beside you. Akane Kubo. The veins on Xiaolin Longdan's forehead jumped. For you, Senior Longdan. Yang Ming put the cup in Xiaolin Longdan's hand, if anyone wants more, come and serve it yourself. It's delicious, and my whole body feels warm. The packaged ingredients can be so delicious. Xiaolin Longdan gently drank the ginger tea in his hand, and his whole body felt warm in an instant, as if a sun was radiating from his body. The other people had the same expression, radiating the light of happiness. They seemed to appear in the warm sunshine of early summer, and the warm sunshine shone on the earth. They also felt this warm feeling, and all the coldness seemed to be dissipated. It's so delicious. Nakiri Arena said happily, and hurried over to serve some. I want some too. Others also rushed to eat these things. These ordinary ingredients, under Yang Ming's cooking, directly produced an extreme deliciousness. To be honest, with only these ordinary ingredients, it is difficult for me to reach the level of Yang Ming's junior brother. Kobayashi Ryodan said admiringly. This is a saying that everyone has their own expertise, and Yang Ming is very good at this. After all, Kobayashi Ryodan also knows Yang Ming's cooking ability. In terms of cooking, fire control, etc., he may still lack something. I can't do it either. Akane Kubo Momo said vaguely while eating the food in her mouth. Yang Ming smiled and didn't reply. Perhaps to achieve this, a master chef may be able to do it, like Dojimajin and others. Of course, there are also different levels of master chefs. Some people may say that the further you go, the smaller the gap will be. But Dojimajin will tell you that the further you go, the more you see the world, and you will understand that you have only understood the tip of the iceberg of the culinary world. After a while, Yang Ming and others finished their food. Yang Ming stood up. Don't you feel uncomfortable wearing wet clothes? Although the flames have dried the clothes a little now, if you continue to wear them, they will not be completely dry. Nakiri Arena hesitated. I know you are girls. After I put my clothes next to the fire, I will go to the other side of the cave. I will rest here at night. You can go to the other side. It will be much better. Yang Ming smiled. He couldn't be so hungry that he pushed all 6 girls away. That was a really funny thing. Yet, several girls nodded. Yang Ming smiled, took off his shirt, stuck the branches he picked up from outside into the ground, and then hung the clothes on it. Yang Ming, your body. Arena, Tadakuro Megami and others turned around shyly, but Kobayashi Ryodan did not, so she saw a scene that others did not see, that is, there were many shallow injuries on Yang Ming's body. Kobayashi Ryodan thought that this might be caused by Yang Ming saving her. Hush! Yang Ming smiled softly, then took off his lower body and hung it on it, and walked to the side. Okay, you can turn around now. Yang Ming said. Ryodan, what happened, just now? Nakiri Alice asked in confusion. Nothing, Alice, let's also dry the clothes, it should be dry tomorrow morning. Kobayashi Ryodan shook his head. Yet, Alice, Nakiri and the others also began to take off their clothes, but their faces were still red. After all, they thought that it was a boy not far away, and now they were almost stripped down to their underwear. Chapter 142. Nothing, Alice, let's dry the clothes too, it should be dry tomorrow morning. Kobayashi Ryodan shook his head. Yet, Alice, Nakiri and the others also began to take off their clothes, but their faces were still red. After all, they thought that it was a boy not far away, and now they were almost stripped down to their underwear. The graceful bodies, each girl gives people a perfect feeling, like Kobayashi Ryodan's curvy figure with blood-red hair, full of temptation, like Akane Kubo Momo is like a cute loli, Alice has fair skin and white hair, like a girl from the snow country, Arena is like a princess who fell into the world, everyone has their own style. However, when Nakiri Arena took off her clothes, her eyes were slightly complicated, because she had just seen the scars on Yang Ming's body, and she thought of the pain Yang Ming had endured at that time. Damn hooligan! Nakiri Arena felt sweet and complicated in her heart. Everyone lay down with different thoughts. In the cave, the sound of burning firewood was heard, and outside, a huge rainstorm continued to fall, and lightning made bursts of roaring sounds. With a touch of emotion, a touch of happiness, a touch of uneasiness, and various emotions intertwined, the girls gradually fell asleep. Today's day was really too tiring. Life and death, danger, and difficulties all caused the girls to feel tired. This storm lasted for a long time, almost 12 hours. At around 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the rain slowly subsided until it disappeared. A silver moon can be seen shrouding the sky. The silver moon was like a hook, covering the earth with a mysterious veil. The mountains after the rainstorm seemed fresh and natural. Various animals that had been hiding came out one after another, breathing the fresh air. It was very rare for them to survive. At around 5 o'clock, a figure picked up the clothes next to the slightly extinguished wood, put them on and slowly walked out. Then, another figure walked out. The road in the mountains after the rain was still slightly muddy, but Yang Ming didn't care about his feet. Feeling the rain, he slowly walked out of the cave. Now there is no rain outside, the terrible rainstorm has stopped. Looking up, you can see the silver moon in the sky emitting beautiful light, and you can smell the fragrance of grass and of course the smell of soil when you breathe. Yang Ming looked at the mountain wrapped in silver without moving, and suddenly said to the back, "Come out, I have heard the sound, Arena." A girl came out from a shadow behind him. It was Arena Nakiri. Her eyes were complicated. "You bastard, how do you know me?" "Of course from the sound of your walking." Yang Ming smiled indifferently, he has a keen perception of sound. "Is that so?" Arena Nakiri walked to Yang Ming's side, looked up at the moon in the sky. "Why did you come out? Aren't you going to sleep for a while?" "I slept enough, so I came out for a walk, and by the way, I saw the sunrise, the sun is about to rise." Yang Ming smiled. "Yang Ming, thank you yesterday." Nakiri Arena said softly. "You have said it countless times, Arena." Yang Ming rubbed Arena's hair helplessly and said. "Don't rub my hair." Nakiri Arena said, her hair was messy now. After the baptism of last night's heavy rain, except for Yang Ming's short hair, everyone else's long hair was almost like this. At this moment, a ray of red light appeared in the sky not far away, that was the sun about to rise. Yang Ming could see that everything red was slowly shining in the depths of the sky. The originally dark sky turned into daytime. The mountains after the rain could see the colorful light flashing. Under the wrapping of the mountains, it was like a dream. "It's so beautiful." Nakiri Arena looked at this scene intoxicatedly, and her expression showed a soft and brilliant smile. Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Arena, a smile flashed in his eyes, and said, "Arena, what are you doing?" Arena Nakiri turned her head, and before she could finish her words, Yang Ming put his right hand on her head, took a step forward, and kissed Arena's lips. At this moment, Arena was stunned. She didn't expect that she was kissed by Yang Ming. Huff, Arena Nakiri's breathing became more and more rapid, and she slowly reacted. She was kissed by a scumbag. Although she wanted to push the scumbag away, her body resisted her thoughts for some reason. After a while, Yang Ming left Arena's sweet lips and smiled gently. "Okay, Arena, go back and wake up the others. We should go back. Although the clothes are dry, I still feel uncomfortable." Arena Nakiri looked at Yang Ming's back, touched her heart that didn't listen to her beating, her face flushed, and whispered, "Damn hooligan, it turns out to be a stinky hooligan." This voice was slightly happy. 2 hours later, Yang Ming and others left the cave and walked towards the road down the mountain. Although the rain stopped this time, the mountain road after the rain was still difficult to walk, but it was much better than the heavy rain last night. After a while, Yang Ming pointed to a place where the road collapsed. "This is where we fell last night, Senior Raidan. Arena, how do you feel now?" "Now?" Arena and others looked at this place, and a trace of fear rose in their hearts. Because of the heavy rain last night, the visibility was extremely poor, so they would not feel such a terrifying feeling. Unfortunately, it is now half a day, and you can see how dangerous it was last night. This is a slope of about 40 meters. There are only a few small trees on the slope, and there is a cliff below. Now standing on the road and looking at it, you will feel scared. Too dangerous. Yesterday they almost died, and died in this place called Guhan Mountain. Let's go, it's too scary." Xiaolin Raidan shouted. "So, everyone pay attention to your feelings. Although it is not raining now, it is still very dangerous." Yang Ming said. "Got it." Alice and others walked here more carefully. About 2 hours later, Yang Ming and his friends saw the vague houses appearing in their sight. They finally went down the mountain and were almost back to their accommodation, where they could take a good bath. Although the facilities here were a little simpler than those in modern cities, they were definitely equipped with facilities for taking a bath. Finally back, Nakiri Alice said excitedly. Yes. Tadakuro Megami nodded. Back. Nakiri Arena looked at Yang Ming beside her, and then looked at the mountain village. She would remember that night forever. She would regard the life and death crisis as a story, and everything about Yang Ming would be Arena's permanent memory. Back. Kobayashi Ryodon stretched his body. I want to take a good bath. While everyone was talking happily, they also arrived at their accommodation. Of course, Kobayashi Ryodon did not go back. Instead of leaving their own place, they followed Yang Ming and the others. Anyway, they didn't have spare clothes, and they didn't have any in the past, but Arena and the others did, so maybe they could only borrow them. Outside Fujino Aoi's house, a little girl kept looking out. Why haven't brother Yang Ming and the others come back yet? Didn't mom say that when Chuan wakes up, he can see brother Yang Ming and the others? Suddenly, Kushin Chuan saw several familiar figures appear, and hurried over, shouting, Brother Yang Ming, Brother Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at the little girl running over, smiled and hugged Kushin Chuan. Chuan, do you miss us? Yes, but brother Yang Ming, where did you go last night? Kushin Chuan asked curiously. Where did we go? Yang Ming looked at the girls around him. We went to fight monsters. Chuan will also fight monsters in the future. Kushin Chuan said innocently. Okay, Chuan, I'll take you to fight monsters then. Yang Ming smiled, and Fujino Aoi in the house also came out. Aunt Fujino, we're back. You're finally back. I was so worried. Fujino Aoi looked at the slightly embarrassed people and smiled with relief. Great, nothing happened. Chapter 1043. The cool air, the golden leaves, the crowds gradually dissipating from the seaside, all of these are telling such a fact. September, which belongs to autumn, has arrived. The arrival of the autumn tiger brought cool weather. And this also means the beginning of the autumn selection of Totsuki Academy. The grand stage is about to begin. An invisible smoke gradually spread. Finally, it's here. Yang Ming carried the box and looked up at the majestic and magnificent building in front of him. The simple and elegant wooden facade maintained the unique style of classical architecture. After returning from the trip, he spent the entire summer vacation studying various spices and mixing his own special spices. Today is the time to test what he has learned. The location notified is right here. This is Moon Sky Room, the largest venue in Totsuki Academy, and the venue used by the 10 elites for the Shokyuchi contest. The official competition of the autumn selection will be held here. It is divided into two areas, A and B. Both venues are completely surrounded by the audience seats. Totsuki Academy, which has just started school, has no classes scheduled on this day. Students and lecturers from different grades enter through the entrance and slowly fill the stands. Long time no see. Arena, who had already arrived in the middle of the venue, took a glance and accidentally found Yang Ming at the entrance. Hey, Yang Ming. Soma Yukihira and Takumai also turned around and waved. He has only been in for less than 10 seconds, and he was seen so soon? Yang Ming chuckled, long time no see. Yang Ming stood over naturally, standing with Arena, Yukihira Soma, and Takumai. Later, Nakiri Alice and others also came over. Several people stood at the edge of the crowd and formed a small group, which quickly attracted the attention of the audience outside the stadium. The surrounding stands were filled with students who came to watch and cheer, and some spectators and reporters who came from outside the school specially, looking at the people on the stage covered by the spotlight as if they were seeing something strange. There was no way. Compared with those panicked ordinary students, these people here were too conspicuous, whether it was their calm demeanor or their appearance that was a block away from ordinary passers-by. It seems that you have worked hard during the summer vacation. Alice Nakiri grabbed Yang Ming's hand and sniffed it. It smells like a faint spice. That's natural. We are in the same competition area. If I knock you out and you cry, I won't care. Yang Ming took the opportunity to touch Alice Nakiri's head. Very soft, very smooth, and very fragrant. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about hair. Arena couldn't help but look at him a few more times. She always felt that after the trip, Yang Ming had found something missing. He seemed to have a calm demeanor that could deal with anything he encountered. Hey! Soma Yukihira saw a student over there and suddenly spoke mysteriously, "Do you see the person in front of us?" Yang Ming looked in the direction he pointed and asked, "The one with silver hair?" "That's Ryo Hayama. He might be a strong opponent in this competition." During the summer vacation, Soma Yukihira was stimulated by the tricks that Ryo Hayama deliberately showed. Takumai was unhappy. "Soma Yukihira, I tell you, your real opponent can only be me." Yet, I know." Soma Yukihira replied insincerely. "You?" Yang Ming really had no way to deal with these two people, but he had a question in his heart, "Takumai, who is standing next to you?" Takumai was still arguing with Soma Yukihira, listening. Seeing what Yang Ming said, he looked back and wondered, "Why do you ask this question? Isn't he Isamai?" Isamai." Yang Ming looked up at the boy next to Takumai, who had a sharp face and was wanton and arrogant. He really couldn't associate him with the silly little fat boy before. Others also looked at the brothers with suspicion. Takumai explained for a long time before barely convincing everyone that it was because of the hot weather that Isamai lost weight due to fatigue, not because something happened and he asked someone to take the exam for him. But, was it because of the hot weather? Yang Ming believed it when he said he went to Korea to make a set meal. "My body is much better now, thank you for your concern." Isamai felt a little overwhelmed by the enthusiastic questioning of several girls. Yang Ming and Alice were embarrassed. In fact, they just wanted to ask how to lose weight. After they chatted for a while, the head coach of Totsuki Academy, Nakiri Senseiman, came on stage and gave an opening speech for this conference. It must be said that Yang Ming, who was used to the lengthy speeches of leaders at meetings in China, had never been used to such a concise opening speech by the Japanese. He finished the beginning in just a few words and got straight to the point. "Next, let's explain the rules of the preliminary round." The old man on the stage was speaking with great interest. Irina glanced at Yang Ming and found that he didn't even blink. She didn't know where he was wandering in his mind, so she poked him directly and finally brought him back to his senses. The basic rules are as written on the envelope you received. The title is Curry Dishes. The ingredients can be prepared in the venue, or prepared by yourself. The time limit is 3 hours. As for the number of people who passed, among the 60 preliminary contestants, a total of 8 can enter the official elimination round. That is to say, in each group, 4 contestants will advance. What? 4 people? That means, more than 50 people will be eliminated. At this time, Yang Ming was extremely grateful for the previous grouping. If he was assigned to Group A and faced off against Soma Yukihira and Irina, the outcome would be hard to predict. Contestants, please move to the venues of Groups A and B as soon as possible. The preliminaries will start at 11 o'clock. Please prepare in advance. After saying that, the old man handed the scene over to the host and sat in the judge's seat. Let's go. Alice Nikari patted Yang Ming's shoulder, and they will go to the venue of Group B together. Well. Yang Ming picked up the backpack on the ground, looked back and smiled, and said to Irina and the others, "Everyone, see you in the official competition." At this moment, this sentence is the best wish. I hope you can all pass the preliminaries, and we will compete again in the official confrontation. Okay. Chapter 1044. Well. Yang Ming picked up the backpack on the ground, looked back and smiled, and said to Irina and the others, "Everyone, see you in the official competition." At this moment, this sentence is the best wish. I hope you can all pass the preliminaries, and we will compete again in the official confrontation. Okay. It's still the preliminaries. The atmosphere at the venue is so warm. Being illuminated by the light and watched by countless people, cooking in such an environment is not a rare thing for Yang Ming, who has participated in countless competitions. But for the students next to him who are in such an environment for the first time, they are lucky to be able to exert half of their strength under heavy pressure. However, even for Yang Ming, it is the first time to see so many students at the cooking competition. It is really hard to tell that Japan is now deeply trapped in the wave of declining births. Tisk tisk tisk, where did Totsuki get so many students? Yang Ming looked around curiously at the packed auditorium. When he noticed some students wearing Totsuki uniforms but with overly childish faces, he realized that even the junior high school students of Totsuki Academy had come. The judges sitting on the judges' bench were all well-known experts in the field of food, but one chair was still vacant. The competition is about to start. There was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the corridor. Amid the whispers around, Yang Ming heard a few suppressed exclamations. Finally, the last judge, turned out to be Senpai Ori. Senpai Ori is here. A woman in a black dress walked in slowly, glanced around the venue, her eyes were arrogant, her expression was full of disdain, and then she walked straight to the judge's seat. When other judges stood up and bowed to him, he just nodded slightly. But when facing Ishiki Hue who walked in with him, he was friendly. I didn't expect that Tatsuki could invite Senpai Ori. Yang Ming murmured. Japan's the best-selling brand of instant curry is Curry Princess, launched by Hob Group in 1990. At that time, the two cute little girls in Greek costumes on the cover attracted many customers and became the talk of the town. To date, this curry has sold more than 70 billion copies. The two girls on the cover are the current CEOs of Hob Group, Kaitara Ori and Kaitara Natsum. The Curry Princess has now grown up and become the Curry Queen. However, these two people always appear in the same occasion like twin stars. Now only Kaitara Ori is seen, which means that his sister Kaitara Natsum is in Division A where Arena and the others are. Please say a few words. Ishiki Hue handed the microphone to Kaitara Ori. Well, I still need to speak. Kaitara Ori held the microphone, pondered for a moment, and spoke in a low voice, but with a strong momentum. Listen carefully, I didn't want to come, but Ishiki-kun's hospitality was hard to refuse, and he said that the students of Tatsuki Academy this term are very interesting, and the theme is curry, so I came. Give Tatsuki Academy a face. Given Tatsuki Academy's status in the Japanese cuisine industry, only the CEO of a billion-dollar group would say such a thing without others finding it strange. Curry has now become a very mature cuisine in Japan. I hope you can bring some surprising ideas to make my trip worthwhile. Let the competition begin. He did not return the microphone to the host, but started the competition directly. To make curry that satisfies the Curry Queen. Yang Ming smiled slightly, it's really a difficult thing. After the preliminaries began, the students who had prepared early in the audience naturally began to take out tools and prepare for cooking. Everyone's attention was focused on the contestants, watching their movements and the dishes they took out, and commenting on what kind of curry they would make. Except for the two people on the stage. On the judges' bench, the other judges seemed to have been automatically turned into passers-by, and it was completely a world of two people. Senpai Ori didn't even look at the contestants below the stage, and focused all her attention on chatting. Ishiki-kun, when will you consider coming to our company? Senpai Ori's eyes never left the man beside her. I'm only a sophomore now, and it's still a long way to go before graduation. Ishiki Hue looked at the venue below and said lightly. It doesn't matter. Even if you drop out now, I will support you for the rest of your life. Senpai Ori said directly, which made the judges next to him feel very embarrassed. But Ishiki Hue understood what the other party meant. Senpai Ori, just liked the chef with superb cooking skills very much, and didn't have any thoughts about him personally. As he was thinking this, he looked down at Senpai Ori, and happened to meet her eyes that looked like she was looking for prey. Suddenly, he was not sure about his judgment just now. Ms. Ori, please enjoy the dishes made by these lovely first-year students today. He smiled and said, this is their stage. As if to confirm Ishiki Hue's words, a steady stream of ingredients and spices were taken out by the contestants for processing, and the smell of the spices made the entire venue full of fragrance. Just looking at the expressions of the audience below the stage, it seems that the dishes made by these contestants will definitely be great. But, that's just the opinion of ordinary people. After listening to Ishiki Hue's words, Senpai Ori glanced at the students below the stage and sighed, but they look so boring. The judges next to him nodded slightly without saying a word. They have tasted more than 1,000 delicious dishes, and ordinary food is not good enough for them. Food that is delicious to ordinary people is just barely edible to them. Didn't they understand what I just said? Kaitara Ori frowned and asked Ishiki Hue. The student who took out the lamb chops should be making pan-fried lamb chops curry, and the one who took out the chicken and eggs, judging from the frying pan he prepared and the way he held the knife, if he guessed correctly, he was going to make milky chicken curry omelette rice, right? Just by looking at the ingredients and the tools he prepared, you can guess what kind of curry the other person is going to make. This is really an easy thing for the curry queen who has been immersed in curry for more than 10 years. However, this is not something that makes her happy. It's boring, boring, very boring. If you can guess the ending of a movie by watching the beginning, then what's the point of watching it? Ha! Do these poor students think that this kind of food can satisfy them? Chapter 1455. However, this is not something that makes him happy. It's boring, boring, very boring. If you can guess the ending of a movie by watching the beginning, then what's the point of watching it? Ha! Do these poor students think that this kind of food can satisfy them? The auditorium of the venue is in the shape of a half-moon surrounding the entire stand, and the gap of the half-moon is filled. The judges' seats are located at the top, so everyone can see everything in the stands. It's really lively. Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around. The audience cheered like fans in a stadium watching a grand event. Some people even ordered huge cheering banners to wave on the sidelines. The only thing missing is the cheerleaders dancing in bikinis. Wait, it seems that the cheerleaders are not wearing bikinis? If he is not mistaken, the banner over there seems to have his name on it. Not only him, but also the names of several people from Polar Star Dormitory who participated in the autumn selection are on it. After a closer look, it is indeed Granny Wengsu and others who are holding the banner. But compared to the Takumai fan club over there, it was much more shabby. The girls wearing the same uniform and with headscarves with Takumai love on their heads cheered for Takumai crazily off the stage, making countless boys on and off the stage jealous of Takumai's treatment. Come on Takumai! Master Takumai, you are the best! When did that boy Takumai have so many fans? Yang Ming curled his lips. Compared with him, his cooking was not bad and he looked good, so why didn't he get this treatment? Was the problem with his hair? As long as he dyed it golden, he would be popular, right? His thoughts were mixed, but Yang Ming's movements were not affected at all. Star anise, cinnamon, fennel, nutmeg, lemon leaves. The spices from the Chinese mainland and the foreign spices in Southeast Asia worked together in his hands to make delicious curry. No matter who the judges are, no matter who the opponent is, no matter how many spectators there are, Yang Ming, who has been preparing for so long, has no reason to retreat. Well, Takumai. Senpai Ori, who was sitting on the judge's seat, also noticed the cheers from the sidelines. In fact, the uniform movements and costumes, shouting the same name, really made it impossible to ignore. She flipped through the list of contestants that Ishiki Hui gave him. Takumai Altanai, Isamai Altinai, these two people have the same surname, are they twins? Yes. Ishiki Hui nodded. As twins, Senpai Ori couldn't help but become interested in the brothers. Why do twins have different hair colors? She and her sister have the same soft golden long hair, but the two twin brothers in the audience have one blonde and one black hair. Ishiki Hui was speechless. This problem can only be attributed to the wonderful biological science. The one with black hair over there is the elder brother, right? His bucket is full of tomatoes, and he seems to be quite familiar with the characteristics of tomatoes. Said Senpai Ori, he is kneading a dough. What is he going to cook? Being able to make the curry queen who has tasted thousands of curries unable to figure out what she is going to cook is already a manifestation of strength. Ahem. Ishiki Hui interrupted, the one with blonde hair is the elder brother. Ahehehe. Senpai Ori opened her eyes wide, but he is so much taller. Takumai, who was cutting the Italian dough easily with a half-moon in the audience, couldn't help but sneeze. Well, she always felt as if someone had said something very rude. After discovering this pair of brothers, Senpai Ori slowly got into the state and paid attention to this cooking competition. Soon, she found something that interested her. It's really interesting. That girl is using duck fat to stir-fry spices. Not only that, duck is used in the soup and ingredients. Senpai Ori looked at the audience and said, game curry? What would it taste like? Ishiki Hui noticed and found that the other party was talking about Yoshino Yuki from Polar Star Dormitory. Who is that person? Senpai Ori, who was originally lazily stretching her body on the soft chair, suddenly stood up after seeing the person in the corner. That girl? Her name is Nagiri Alice. Ishiki Hui said after a quick glance, but did not introduce further. Because it is not necessary, just mention the surname Nagiri and the other party should understand. Is your last name Nagiri? Senpai Ori's eyes twitched, it's really exaggerated. Because he was at the edge of the venue and not directly under the spotlight, he didn't notice Nagiri Alice until now, but once he saw her, he couldn't take his eyes off her. What kind of cooking method is that? She mashed the potatoes and then screened them, and now she mixed the coriander in. Is she making the crust of the pie? But these are not the focus of Senpai Ori's attention. What she cares about most is the large machines standing behind Nakiri Alice are running at high speed. Rapid freezer, high-speed centrifuge, hydraulic press. Senpai Ori looked at the instruments that only appear in high-end laboratories. What kind of things can she make? No, there is a way to guess. Even though he knows a lot about curry, he can't guess what the other party is going to make, because none of the ingredients he used to make curry before. I really want to see what she will serve later. And the unique way of adding spices by Naoto Hisako also made the audience talk a lot, and the smelly dishes that now Sadazuka is good at attracted a lot of people's attention. Well, these students look good. I've decided, is Heiki-kun, I want all the people who have become the center of attention just now. Kaitara Ori said this while watching the students' pleasing actions in the audience. Take it actually means giving them an opportunity to intern in the Hob group. Even for Totsuki students, entering the giant of the curry industry is a very lucky thing. Let's talk about it later. Is Heiki-Hue declined politely, not to mention that he has no say in such matters. Besides, what a joke. There are so many people eyeing the students of Totsuki Academy. If the Hob group takes them all, will other companies recruit people? Chapter 1046. Let's talk about it later. Is Heiki-Hue declined? Not to mention that he has no say in such matters. Besides, what a joke. There are so many people eyeing the students of Totsuki Academy. If the Hob group takes them all, will other companies recruit people? By the way, which one do you think is Heiki likes the most? Although she hasn't tasted the food yet, Senpai Ori's experienced eyes can already taste some flavors from the prelude of cooking. Is it the pair of brothers, or the little girl from the Nakiri family over there? This is the person he is most optimistic about. Among the contestants on the scene, she thinks that one of these people will definitely give birth to the highest score in this game. Me? Is Heiki chuckled, neither, I am more optimistic about the one over there. He was referring to Yang Ming. That black-haired boy. Kaitara Ori looked at him with doubt for a while, then frowned and said, "Excuse me, I don't see anything strange about that boy." She had seen that boy before, and there was nothing worth noting except that he used an iron pan unique to Chinese cuisine. Ah, that duck meat is sizzling when it is stir-fried. So fragrant, the pork is combined with the aroma of spices. The smell of peppercorns is overwhelming. It directly stimulates the brain nerves. Gurgle. There is also the sound of swallowing saliva. The boiling oil pan floating above the flames in the venue, the aroma of spices emanating from it attracts every audience in the stands. There is a common sense when making curry. That is the beginning of the production process, which must be done stir-frying spices with oil. This is not a custom agreed upon by chefs from various countries, but to make more delicious curry. In fact, if you have some knowledge of chemistry, you will understand that the strange flavors contained in spices are emitted by various unique alcohols, ethers, ketones, aldehydes, acids, and other organic substances in spices. For example, fennel used in every household contains substances such as anisole and anise aldehyde. This organic substance named after the spice itself is unique and can only be found in this spice. And the characteristics of organic matter. Needless to say, they are extremely difficult to dissolve in water, and can only be fully volatilized in oil. Therefore, using oil and temperature to volatilize the essential oil components in spices, and then bring out the fragrance, can make the curry fragrant and stimulate appetite in the next cooking process. When the chefs on the stage cooked the spices they selected, the entire venue was shrouded in an unbreakable barrier of fragrance. Not only that, while cooking the spices, the chefs on the stage were also processing the necessary ingredients. The fragrance of the ingredients became more tempting surrounded by the spices. The audience sitting outside the venue had such a strong feeling, and the chefs in the venue naturally felt more urgent. Standing next to Yang Ming was a student who was selected for the autumn selection, named Ito Naoki. With an ordinary appearance and not very surprising cooking skills, in this fierce autumn selection, to put it bluntly, he was just a background cloth. But the background cloth also had the idea of a background cloth. It's really enviable. He looked at Alice Nakiri and Takumai who were the focus of the topic with a slightly envious look. When can I be like them? Look at the eyes of the judges on the judges' seats, they are basically focused on the outstanding ones. It won't be long before those contestants who stand out in the autumn selection will be invited to various large companies and well-known hotels for internships, and then get promoted and get a raise, become general managers, become CEOs, win white, rich and beautiful women, and reach the peak of life. Ito Naoki also knows that comparing himself with them is really a torture. As an ordinary student of Totsuki Academy, he can being able to stand out from hundreds of competitors and stand at the venue of the autumn selection is already a very lucky thing. But he also has supporters. When the rice was gurgling in the pot, Ito Naoki looked at the stands and saw several of his friends waving to him. He responded with a bright smile. Even if I can't advance, I have to make a good curry dish. He is very self-aware, but he can't waste his hard work preparing for a summer vacation. With this idea, he feels that his condition is getting better and better, the pressure on his body is swept away, and his cooking skills are higher than usual. He is also improving, but the gap with those geniuses is still far. How did they do it? After comparing the curry of both sides, Ito Naoki was a little strange. They are both making curry, why is the fragrance of the curry made by those people almost permeated into substance? Is it cheating? He glanced at the students next to him, who were also cooking in silence like him. The aroma emanating from the table was vague. Needless to say, they were also here to fill in the numbers in this autumn selection like him. Look, there is another boy who is even worse than him. There is no smell in the pot. Ha ha ha, did he forget to turn on the fire? Just as he was thinking this, a strong fragrance suddenly burst out from the direction of the boy and completely overwhelmed him. The extreme smell made every pore of his body expand, and his right hand holding the spoon could not help but tremble. It was a smell completely different from the aroma of curry in the venue, so strong that it could make people tremble. Ah, the lid is not closed. Yang Ming, who was cutting the ingredients, reached out and put the lid of the pot that was pushed open by the steam back, and then looked at Ito Naoki. Classmate, is there any problem? No. Ito Naoki, with his eyes wide open, quickly turned his attention back to his own food. What kind of curry is that boy making? The sudden burst of fragrance slowly dissipated because the lid was closed again, but Ito Naoki's senses that had just been shocked had not yet recovered. Under that strong stimulation, he felt that the taste of the food in front of him had been completely covered up, and his sense of smell had also been eroded. This is bad. He suddenly turned into a bitter gourd face. How can he go on now? Yang Ming, who didn't know that he had become the culprit, was still leisurely making his own curry dishes. Chapter 147. This is bad. He suddenly turned into a bitter gourd face. How can he go on now? Yang Ming, who didn't know that he had become the culprit, was still leisurely making his own curry dishes. The curry soup was ready and simmered over low heat. It was a soup base made from the best beef bones, and then added with the best seasoning spices that he carefully selected and tested, as well as green onions, ginger, to make a special curry soup base. Moreover, in order to pursue the explosiveness of the aroma, Yang Ming also lightly applied a thin layer of oil on the surface of the soup. The layer of oil was like the five-finger mountain of the Buddha, sealing the restless monkey king below. Those aromas that should have diffused and disappeared with the flow of air accumulated layer by layer, and when they were broken, they burst out with a smell more terrible than ordinary dishes. So unlike the curry aroma lingering around other people, Yang Ming's dishes were refreshing and had no smell at all. Next, it's time to make another thing. Yang Ming's eyes moved to the fat and lean pork on the chopping board. It was the black pork from Saitama Prefecture specially ordered from the Mito group. It was tender and fragrant, and it was perfect for the next dish. Just finish it in one go. Yang Ming thought so, not because of time or any other reason, but because the aroma of curry that permeated the entire venue was too strong, which made him, who always liked the fragrance, feel a little uncomfortable. And the longer you stay in this smell, the sensitivity to the smell will gradually disappear, so you must hurry up. When making curry soup, if the temperature is too high and the soup boils, it will turn the soup into a turbid milky white. If the temperature is too low, it will make it difficult for the substances in it to dissolve, and the soup will taste bland. The curry soup in front of Yang Ming is very perfect, ember-like light yellow, pure and uniform, without floating residue and oil, which makes people admire it. Yang Ming glanced at the chopped meat next to him. Well, everything that should be prepared is ready. In this case, after the curry soup is finished, let's start the next step of this dish. Concentrate. Endlessly concentrate. Show the most essential deliciousness of this curry soup. This is the only thing he has to do now. I just don't know if I can catch up with the time. He was a little worried about this problem. When Yang Ming was doing the final finishing procedure, the time of the game was coming to an end. Even if the spices of curry take a long time to prepare, and after more than 2 hours, most people's dishes were ready, so after discussion, the judges made such a decision. Since many contestants' dishes have been prepared, in order to avoid the cooling of the dishes affecting the taste of the dishes, the judges have decided after discussion that from now on, the contestants can present their dishes and start scoring. The host said with the microphone after receiving the news. Many people began to get excited. You know, no matter what kind of competition, the order is a very important issue. At the beginning of the review, since the judges do not have a scoring standard, they may give your dishes a very unreasonable score due to personal preferences and other factors. Of course, this unreasonable score may be very high or very low. Only after the judges have tasted several dishes and started to have references, for various considerations, the scores of the people behind will stabilize and fluctuate within a range. Ito Naoki next to Yang Ming thought so. Anyway, he knew that it would be difficult to get the top 4 according to his level. It would be better to die early and reincarnate early. Maybe he could get a high score by luck. So he went up as the first contestant in Division B to present his dish. There were 5 judges in total, and each of them had a maximum score limit of 20 points, which means that the total score of the dish score was 100 points. The top 4 contestants would advance to the official competition. Sour and spicy chicken curry. The fat middle-aged judge on the stage tasted it and nodded, well, this is the taste of Indian food. The sour and spicy that tempts diners, plus the boneless and soft chicken, is really a very complete curry dish. As expected of a student of Tatsuki. With only the level of a freshman in high school, he can already be a chef in a Thai restaurant. Unexpectedly, his dishes seemed to be quite well received. Overjoyed, he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your compliment." Ha ha ha. It turned out that choosing to be the first to go on stage was a correct choice. Ito Naoki was overjoyed and thought, how many points can I get? I can't expect 90 points, but there will always be 70 or 80 points, right? Then, please give the scores, judges, said the host after the judges finished tasting. On each judge's table, there is an LCD touchscreen embedded in the tabletop, on which the judges can easily choose the score they want to give. And this score will appear on the display board under their respective tables, and the total score obtained by adding up the scores of the 5 judges will be displayed on the big screen that all the audience can see. There is no private scoring, and there is no problem of modifying the score. Every step is under the watchful eyes of everyone, fair and above board. Ito Naoki just looked up and saw his score with expectation. 23 points. How is it possible? How could his curry only get such a low score? The audience was also in an uproar. According to what the judge just said, the audience thought that this person could get a very high score. But, it didn't even reach 30 points. That. The host obviously didn't expect this scene. He walked up with an awkward smile, "Dear judges, the score in your hand is not 10 points, but 20 points. We understand this." The judge interrupted unhappily. Judge, can you explain it?" Ito Naoki asked the uncle judge who had just praised him, with sweat completely soaking his clothes. It was this kind-looking uncle who gave the lowest score of the whole audience, 3 points. Does this need to be explained? The fat uncle looked puzzled. Who do you think we are? The dishes we tasted before were made by experienced experts. According to your level, it is not bad among students, but it is just ordinary outside. With your condition, you can only be a small chef in an ordinary second-rate Thai restaurant. How high do you want us to score? Chapter 1048. The dishes we tasted before were made by experienced experts. According to your level, it is not bad among students, but it is just ordinary outside. With your condition, you can only be a small chef in an ordinary second-rate Thai restaurant. How high do you want us to score? But. Ito Naoki wanted to continue to say something, but saw the judges next to him waving their hands impatiently. The results have been decided, go down quickly. Okay, who's next? Ito Naoki walked away with a sullen face. The gap between his mentality and reality was so big that he felt like he was being played. Seeing the pale back of the pioneer who was about to burn out, the contestants in the audience couldn't help but get nervous. These judges, their requirements are too high. I thought it was only that Senpai Ori who gave a low score, and that black-bellied big compared to my uncle, the score he gave is actually quite high. 1 point higher is considered high. Forget it, we are all at the same starting line anyway, it's good enough to be in the top 4 in the end. Some students don't care much about the score, just like being chased by a grizzly bear in the forest, it doesn't matter whether you can outrun the grizzly bear or not, as long as you can outrun the people walking with you. However, as the contestants came on stage one by one, and each of them seemed to come out with a bloody score, the atmosphere of the venue slowly changed, the nervous heartbeat, the even breathing, in the quiet and strange atmosphere, was unusually clear. Ito Naoki, who had a bitter face and accepted the comfort of his friends in the audience, even felt that his 23 points seemed to have the potential to impact the top 4. There is no way, you can see the next score. 12 points. A girl holding a curry fish head almost cried when she saw the score. Ishiki Hwei, who was standing next to the judges, stepped forward to comfort her and took the girl off the stage. 18 points. A burly man, after seeing such a score, his eyes went dark. 7 points. Even the single-digit scores came out. 20 points. The completion of each dish was very high, but no one exceeded 40 points, so that Senpai Ori on the stage complained to Ishiki Hwei, will there not even be 50 points in the end? Ah! Please wait a little longer. Ishiki Hwei looked at the figure below who was still carefully cooking. The strict and almost harsh scoring process was still going on. Senpai Ori lay on the table board before serving the next dish. This time she did not talk to Ishiki Hwei, but chatted with several judges next to her. What do you think the highest score here is? The fat uncle judge thought for a moment, those students who performed very well haven't come up yet, I think they should be able to get around 90 points. 90 points. The bespectacled food writer next to him chuckled, the highest score in previous years was only over 80 points. Really? The uncle judge was surprised. This was the first time he was invited to be a judge for the Totsuki Academy Autumn Selection. Then I don't know. The audience couldn't hear the chat between the judges. They could only see the students who were terrified and walked down with a pitifully low score. Sitting in the audience, they felt sorry for the contestants. Even some students who were on the edge of the autumn selection list were glad that they were not selected. If they were to be fooled like these people on the stage, it would be more fun to sit down and watch the jokes. Just like that. After tasting the dishes of more than a dozen students, the highest score on the field was still Naoki Ito's pitiful 23 points. Finally done. Put the finished curry dish on a plate and cover it with a heat preservation lid. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to be the last one to finish. Since most people finished their dishes earlier, the judges' scoring time was advanced. Yang Ming had to speed up in the end, but when he finished, he found that there were still more than 10 minutes left before the 3-hour deadline. Why are these people in such a hurry? Instead of rushing up to get a very low score, it is better to carefully think about each step below and strive for perfection. In this way, the score will be higher at least. A bunch of people got more than 10 or 20 points. Don't you feel embarrassed for Totsuki? After finishing his own dish, Yang Ming waved to call a referee and received a number plate. That was the scoring order. He looked at it and found that he was the last one as expected. It was still early for him to go up, so he was not in a hurry. He followed the example of Alice Nikiri over there, crossed his arms, and quietly watched other contestants go up to die. Unfortunately, he was too far away from Alice Nikiri, and he didn't know the students around him, so he could only complain silently below. Tisk tisk tisk, this potato beef curry, can it get 20 points? 15 points is the best, right? Hey, this fried rice looks good, but it seems a little overcooked, 10 points? Oh, only 8 points, it seems I am too kind. Putting himself in the role of the judge, Yang Ming complained happily below. If someone could hear his voice, they might not be able to help but beat him up. Then, the next dish is the host on the stage was holding the order card prepared by the staff. When he was about to read the name, a foul smell suddenly hit him, choking him and making him cough repeatedly. So stinky. It stinks to death. It stinks like a stinky ditch concentrated 10 times. The lethality of the stench spread to the audience and there were bursts of wailing. Everyone covered their noses and wanted to see what caused the stench, but they soon found that it was impossible. Because the stench was so bad that it hurt the eyes. Oh! My God! Yang Ming also pinched his nose, his face not looking good. Fortunately I have closed the lid, if this stench is attached to my food, it will be a big pollution. She glanced at Alice Nikiri, but she didn't expect that she was also looking at her. The two looked at each other, and Yang Ming looked at her smug eyes and really wanted to punch her. Why did this idiot wear a gas mask when cooking? Alice Nikari's mouth and nose were blocked by a professional gas mask. When everyone was in mourning, she looked around smugly. On the judge's seat, the girl named Nao Sadazuka seemed to have not heard the audience's call for her to get out. She smiled grimly and introduced to the judges, "This is my special black laksa curry." Chapter 1499. Why did this idiot wear a gas mask when cooking? Alice Nikari's mouth and nose were blocked by a professional gas mask. While everyone was in mourning, she looked around triumphantly. On the judge's bench, the girl named Nao Sadatsuka seemed to have not heard the audience's calls for her to get out. She smiled grimly and introduced to the judges, "This is my special, black laksa curry." Dilated pupils, long black hair, scary smile, bubbling plates. Yang Ming suspected that if the other party worked part-time in a haunted house to scare people, he might be promoted to an excellent employee within a day. Damn! What's the matter with the names of these dishes that are full of middle school second year? And the dressing taste of wearing the chef's uniform customized by Tatsuki like a wizard's robe. Yang Ming deeply felt that he seemed to have been greatly challenged in the aspect of middle school second year. Laksa is a kind of smooth-tasting pasta in Southeast Asia, which comes from the transliteration of Fujian dialect and is translated into Mandarin as mixed rice noodles. In other words, many Southeast Asian delicacies were spread from the south of China and then combined with local characteristics. Fish ink, dried salted fish, coriander, just throw anything that smells strong in it. Yang Ming touched his chin and thought carefully about what it would look like if durian and stinky tofu were added to it. I can try it next time. When the audience thought that this dish would get an unprecedented 0, the judges who tasted it despite the stench gave unbelievable high scores one after another. 17 points, 16 points, 15 points, 18 points, 18 points. Now Sadazuka's final score is 84 points. Although the cuttlefish ink makes this dish look dark and scary, and the salted fish and coriander make it smell bad, these disadvantages become advantages when combined with the soup made from fish and the soft and smooth laksa. Under the strong smell of the salted fish, the noodles soaked in cuttlefish ink show the freshness of the seafood particularly clearly. This is a curry dish that smells bad, looks ugly, but tastes delicious. With the continuous low scores, the audience almost thought that the score of this game was capped at 50 points. Suddenly, an 84-point score appeared. The audience off the field could not adapt to it at once, and the whole venue seemed to have pressed the mute button. Yang Ming was also a little surprised by this result. After all, unlike the previous dishes, this dish could not smell delicious by smell. This girl was the first to break through 80 points. Yang Ming frowned, but the opponent's dish was indeed quite interesting. The dishes served by the students before were all delicious but not innovative. This dish, however, has a strong personal style and novel ideas. Yang Ming has almost determined that deliciousness plus innovation are the key to winning the preliminary round. No matter what the audience thinks, now Sadazuka's 84 points are at the top of the big screen, temporarily ranking first. Okay. Let's continue scoring while the venue is ventilated. After the dark dish on the judge's seat was taken away, although there was still some taste left, it was acceptable. The host who had run to the side to take shelter also returned to his job. Who's next? After tasting Nao Sadazuka's dish, the judge's mood became better and they also had some expectations for the dishes to come. Hisako Naoto. Please bring your dish up. The host said, holding the order list in his hand. Oh, it's Arena's little follower. Yang Ming watched with interest the fresh and cute bob-haired girl on the stage step by step. However, this order may be disadvantageous. If this order of serving dishes can be chosen, the chefs present will definitely not choose after Sadazuka now. It's not a question of whether they are confident in their own dishes, but after the opponent's impressive stench, the impact spreading in the mouth is likely to weaken the taste of the dishes afterwards. Looking at the reactions of the judges now, it is clear that Yang Ming's guess is not wrong. After tasting the dishes with such a strong smell, facing the soup-like dishes in front of them, the judges' reactions are indifferent. It's really bad. It's soup curry. Yang Ming shook his head. Soup curry is a specialty food of Hokkaido. It completely breaks the impression of heavy and rich Japanese curry. No flour is added to the curry soup. Instead, a large amount of water and bones are used to make the soup base with various vegetables, and various spices are added. Compared with ordinary curry, it can be matched with a variety of ingredients, and the texture is richer. However, here, after the stinky and powerful black laksa curry, the shortcomings of soup curry that are not enough to impact the taste buds will undoubtedly be exposed. It's terrible. Looking at the judges who seemed to be reluctant to put the mutton and curry soup into their mouths, Yang Ming could only say that Fai Shizi's luck was really not good, but from her angle, Fai Shizi's face. Still smiling? Roar. When Yang Ming was puzzled, the situation on the judges' bench suddenly changed. The thin and weak-looking food writer suddenly swelled up his muscles, and his clothes burst like the protagonist in a Hong Kong comic. Hey! Yang Ming's expression froze. Is that really soup curry? Not a T-virus or something? Director, you put the wrong movie. The style is wrong, change it back quickly. But, this smell. Yang Ming looked at the curry soup in front of the judges. There was no doubt that this smell was wafting from it. The smell of soup curry itself was not strong. It had been covered by the smell of dried salted fish until now. And this smell? Yang Ming was really familiar with it. Dangui, chuanxiang, remenya, and peonia. This is a dish made based on the traditional Chinese medicine of these 4 plants, 4 substances soup. The bespectacled judge on the stage who looked like Toguro explained the ins and outs of this dish. And turmeric is also added to this dish. Star anise and fennel seeds. This is a completely medicinal meal. Medicinal meal. Yang Ming below twitched his mouth. Oh. The 4 substances soup you mentioned. Is it the dish that the legendary travelers who were dying woke up immediately after drinking it? Ah, I understand. The fat uncle judge on the stage shook his head and commented. Chapter 150. And this dish also contains turmeric, star anise and fennel seeds. This is a completely medicinal meal. Medicinal meal. Yang Ming below twitched his mouth. Oh. The 4 substances soup you mentioned. Is it the dish that the legendary travelers who were dying woke up immediately after drinking it? Ah, I understand. The fat uncle judge on the stage shook his head and commented. As for what he was talking about, what he understood, and what the hell was a dying traveler, Yang Ming didn't understand at all, but it seemed that he was mostly pretending to understand. The name of this medicinal curry is lamb and 4-ingredient soup curry. Looking at the infatuated expressions of the judges on the field and the slight sweat on his body, Yang Ming had a dull face. Hey, hey, hey! Can a Siwu decoction make you like this? Ahem, let him explain what Siwu decoction is. The bespectacled judge is right. This is indeed a decoction made from angelica, chuanxiang, remenya, and peonia lactiflora. The role of angelica is to promote blood circulation and relieve pain, replenish blood, and regulate menstruation. The role of remenya is to promote qi and blood circulation, replenish blood, and regulate menstruation. The role of chuanxiang is to calm the mind, replenish blood, and regulate menstruation. The role of peonia lactiflora is to nourish yin and nourish, replenish blood and regulate menstruation. Seeing this, I think you should understand. Siwu decoction is the first prescription of gynecology, which is praised as the first blood replenishing prescription. It has nothing to do with any panacea that brings dying travelers back to life. When she was at home, Naoto Hisako often suffered from dysmenorrhea and was in great pain in bed. Later, after seeing a doctor, he recommended that she take Siwu soup to nourish her body. She should drink it once a day in the morning and evening within a week after her period. Then, miraculously, she stopped feeling pain. Well, I can tell my friends who have dysmenorrhea that you can try Siwu soup. In fact, you can easily buy the brewed drink online. But then again, mutton itself is also a food that warms and nourishes the blood. When combined with Siwu soup, it really maximizes the medicinal effect. But is it really delicious? Looking at the satisfied look of the judges on the stage and smelling the strong smell of Siwu soup, Yang Ming said that he really couldn't accept it. Naoto Hisako's final score is 92 points. After confirming it twice and making sure that he was not mistaken, the host announced the score. Really? Easily broke through the 90-point mark. You are indeed a chef recognized by Ms. Arena. Oh, yes, she has been with Arena for so long, so her cooking skills must be good. Maybe she can really make the 4-ingredient soup taste good? Yang Ming took a look, but still wasn't sure about this question. In Yang Ming's opinion, the grouping of the autumn selection was very strange. Just like the story as expected, the boys he knew were assigned to Group A, and the girls he knew, such as Alice Nagiri, Yuaki Yoshino, Megami Tadakuro, and Hisako Naito, were assigned to Group B. Is there something wrong with this list? It seems not. The proportion of girls is mostly girls, and the delicate cooking style unique to girls also makes the curry dishes of the entire Group B mainly in a delicate and beautiful style. Game curry is really an extraordinary top-notch. Yuaki Yoshino's fried duck curry made the judges praise it. The full game flavor in the whole curry is really a rare top-notch. Little girl, come to my food club next time. The president of the food club, who is very interested in game, invited Yuaki Yoshino. Sure. Yuaki Yoshino smiled happily. You're welcome. And this game dish that perfectly neutralized the smell of duck meat finally received a high score of 86 points. It pushed Nao Sadazuka to third place. Unfortunately, Yoshino Yuaki's second place only lasted for a few minutes. Soon, a girl in a red cheongsam, with pineapple curry fried rice decorated with spices and pineapples, replaced Yoshino Yuaki's position with a score of 87 points. Damn it. Yang Ming could see Yoshino Yuaki's face puffed up while standing off the court. After several consecutive high scores, the competition, which had already entered its climax, suddenly returned to its original rhythm. One after another, curry-themed delicacies passed by Senpai Ori and the judges' tables like flowing water, such as curry seafood soup, curry baked rice, borscht. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen dishes were served, but their scores were not very high, just average, without any surprises, and the scores were around 50 points. The next contestant to take the stage is Isamai Aldini. Isamai, who was as thin as a ray of light after doing something during the summer vacation, appeared on stage. The dish he brought out was Italian curry bread, which he conceived based on his cooking experience in Japan these days. Curry bread, as the name suggests, is bread filled with curry fillings, but since it is going to have Italian characteristics, it is inevitable to change it. Instead of bread, the ingredients are wrapped in pizza crust and folded in half. The water inside is also boiled from tomatoes, making the outer layer of the whole dish crispy and crunchy. When chewing, the taste is sweet and chewy, forming a perfect match with the rich curry. Taking the idea of Japanese curry bread and integrating the Italian style into it, this dish that Isamai spent a lot of effort on finally won him a high score of 87 points. Unfortunately, this dish did not allow him to successfully surpass his brother. Green peppers, mushrooms, and bacon. The ingredients look like Italian bacon stew, but curry sauce is used instead of tomato sauce, and the noodles are Italian wide noodles. Other than that, it looks ordinary and there is nothing eye-catching. But only when you eat it, you can understand the essence of this dish. The aroma of curry sauce rushes straight into the nose, fully wrapping the wide noodles, and hitting the nerves again and again. The seasoning of this curry sauce is not ordinary soy sauce, but pure soybean soy sauce. The judge with glasses first discovered the highlight: the taste of this soy sauce is richer than ordinary soy sauce, and it reflects an unparalleled aromatic aroma in this dish. Strange. I clearly ate cheese in it, but I can't find it no matter how hard I look. Where is it hidden? The fat uncle said strangely. He rolled up the wide noodles with a fork and searched for a long time, but couldn't find the source of the mellow cheese flavor. Please take a look at the cross-section of the noodles. Takumai chuckled. Unexpectedly, his accidental idea could not even make such an experienced gourmet puzzled.